Chapter 14. Joe woke up. At first, he didn't know where he was. It didn't worry him. He'd been sleeping on the floor, which was hard and a bit uncomfortable, but he was warm and dry, which was more than he normally hoped for these days. Then he remembered the interview with the asylum official, the way she'd locked him in the room when he had told her his story. He sat up and wondered how long he'd been asleep. An hour or two. He stood up, walked to the edge of the room, and looked through the glass window towards the open-plan office beyond. When he'd last looked, it had been full of people. Now there were only a few. One guy, obviously a security guard, was sitting on a chair just outside the room. When he saw Joe at the window, he sat up a bit straighter, but didn't make eye contact. Joe saw that the screensaver on one of the computers had been set to tell the time in large digits, 06:15. He realized he'd been asleep all night. He was about to sit down when he saw two men striding across the office in his direction. Their eyes were fixed on the interview room. They were a mismatched pair, one very tall, with a bushy moustache and thinning hair, the other short and dumpy, with a very full head of black hair and a crumpled suit and tie. Joe could tell these were the people he'd been waiting for. The security guard obviously had the same intuition. Either that, Joe thought, or he'd seen them before. He stood up almost to attention, and when the tall man gave him a nod, he unlocked the door to the room. The two guys entered and closed the door behind them. During his time with Daesh, Joe had grown sensitive to the presence of weapons. He immediately noticed the bulges under these guys' jackets. He knew they were carrying. "Good morning," he said, as politely as he could. The short man stepped forward and offered his hand. "Good morning," he said. "Robin Galbraith. This is my colleague Owen Sharples. Very good of you to wait for us." Joe shook his hand and smiled. He decided it wouldn't be a good idea to point out that it wasn't really a question of waiting. He'd been imprisoned in this room all night long. Galbraith smiled back. Sharples, on the other hand, didn't. Joe had the impression that his face was rarely troubled by a smile. "Sounds like you've been through the mill, old thing," Galbraith said. "Wonder if you'd like to talk about it some more." He looked around. "We've got somewhere more comfortable we can go. Would you like that?" "Who are you, exactly?" Joe said, "if you don't mind me asking." "You probably wouldn't mind something to eat, eh? Here." He removed a chocolate bar from his jacket. "That should tide you over, till we get there." Joe accepted the chocolate bar and read the wrapper, which said Snickers. He was very hungry, but experience had taught him not to gobble food down when it came his way, much better to ration it properly. He put the chocolate bar in his pocket. "Thank you," he said. "Where is this place?" "Oh, not far, not far. Shall we go?" The tall man, Sharples, stepped forward. He grabbed Joe by the arm, and Joe understood immediately that although Galbraith's question had sounded like a polite offer, it was anything but. "I should get that chocolate down, you old thing," said Galbraith. "Give you some energy. You never know. You might need it." He turned and walked out of the room. Joe followed, with Sharples holding his arm firmly. He thought about pointing out that the man was hurting him, but something told him that would be the wrong thing to do. Regiment-man Duncan Barker stood by a large Christmas tree, its fairy lights twinkling in the grey morning light in the centre of Parliament Square. He listened to Big Ben striking 0800 hours. Traffic crawled through the rush hour all around him. From somewhere out of sight, he could hear the ripe tones of a brass band playing Christmas carols, but the constant beeping of car horns told him that not many of the drivers were feeling the festive spirit, and Barker was pretty certain that, in their hurry to get to their destinations, none of them would be noticing anything different about Parliament Square this morning. It took a trained eye to realize that all was not well. The most obvious sign that a security operation was underway was the lamp-posts. At the base of each one was a small lockable panel, a little door that gave access to the interior of the lamp-post. These were obvious places to stash explosives, But now every one of these panels was wrapped round with a strip of sturdy tape. It would be immediately obvious if anyone tried to tamper with them. A simple preventative measure, but an effective one. Then there were the down-and-outs. There were at least 15 of them, dotted around the square, their hair long, their clothes shabby, and their faces dirty. Some of them sat begging on the pavement. Others staggered around with tins of special brew in their fists. They would be totally invisible to the average man in the street. But Duncan Barker wasn't average. He was regiment. He'd noticed how the police were not moving the beggars on, and how the special brew winos, despite their supposed drunkenness, were circling the square with a clockwork-like regularity, because they weren't really down-and-outs. They were security service personnel, 15 pairs of highly trained eyes keeping careful watch on the vicinity. Barker knew for sure that none of the pedestrians entering Parliament Square from Millbank to the south would have noticed, as they passed the imposing buildings that lined the side opposite the river, that a series of 4 ground-floor windows were obscured from the inside by blackout blinds. They'd have no reason to suspect that the regiment had set up a local operations room at that location, that at this moment it was a hive of urgent activity. And, of course, only a trained eye would notice the slight bulge under Barker's black North Face jacket that indicated that he, like every other regiment man currently on the streets of London, was carrying. He looked up. Something had caught his eye, high in the towers of the Houses of Parliament. Movement. He kept his gaze fixed on the same location for 10 seconds, then saw it again, a distant flash of black. Maybe it was a sniper overlooking the square. Maybe it was a member of the security services checking the tower for any sign of suspicious activity. To his 10 o'clock, taking pride of place in the square, was a statue of Winston Churchill. Barker, who liked a bit of history, couldn't help a grim smile. "Your worst nightmare, mate," he thought to himself. "Britain's defences are down. The bad guys are already among us. It's not a question of if they hit us, it's a question of when." More movement up above. 2 helicopters, one hovering above Parliament Square, one above the river. The sound of their rotors was only just audible above the buzz of the traffic. Choppers were common enough in the London skyline for most people to ignore them. But these choppers didn't contain chirpy radio traffic DJs or wealthy businessmen getting from A to B. They were military, Merlins, no doubt stuffed full of army personnel, watching, waiting. It was as if there were 2 versions of London. The normal one, the London of busy pedestrians and impatient drivers, of wide-eyed tourists and Christmas parties. And then there was the hidden one. The London inhabited by spooks and military personnel, men like Barker, hidden in plain sight. One version of London was carrying on with its life as though nothing was wrong. The other seemed to be holding its breath. It was not a good place to be. Barker was glad he'd warned Danny Black's missus to stay home. He wished he'd told a few more people to do the same. He looked to his right. He could just see the top of Westminster Abbey peeking above the small edifice of St. Margaret's Church. Not that Barker had known its name before he'd studied a map of this area. His mobile went. He answered it immediately. It was his regiment mate, Andy Connor.
"Where are you?"
Connor asked.
"Just up the road." "We need you back here."
Duncan hung up. He turned his back on the Christmas tree and walked west across the sluggish traffic and round behind St. Margaret's Church. The impressive medieval facade of Westminster Abbey came into view. Barker hardly looked at it. He was more interested in the unmarked white van parked up in a side street to the right of the Abbey with a disabled parking permit propped in the front window. He strode up to it and knocked 4 times on the rear door, which opened immediately. Barker climbed in. Connor was there, tall, shaved head, a couple of days' stubble, civvies, as well as 2 tech guys. The back of the van was decked out with an impressive array of screens and listening equipment, all manner of black boxes whose function Barker could only guess at. The tech guys had headphones and were examining the screens, which filled the back of the van with a pale electric light.
"The drones are ready," Connor said. "We're sending them up now."
Barker nodded.
"Never thought we'd be doing this in a fucking church.
he said. It was common practice these days to fly cameras attached to small drones over enemy positions. It delivered important tactical information, and if they got shot down, nobody was hurt. Today, though, they had a slightly different purpose. There were parts of the Abbey turrets that couldn't be reached without a scaffold. However, enemy drones could easily have delivered explosive devices to these locations under cover of night. Barker and Connor's job this morning was to assist the tech guys in sending their own camera-equipped drones up there, automated surveillance. All four men turned their attention to the screens. The tech guy on the right was controlling the drone with two stubby joysticks, one for the drone itself, one for its two cameras. Both cameras were on the bottom. One had a fisheye lens that gave a 360-degree view of everything beneath the drone. The image from that camera was shown on the left-hand screen. The second was more directional, with a narrower field of view shown on the right. The screens showed a retreating patch of grass. From 15 metres up, they could see lampposts, surrounding roads, and the side elevations of the Abbey. From 25 metres, the Thames was visible on the left-hand screen. After 30 seconds, the drone was higher than the Abbey's two principal towers. The tech guy was clearly very expert at controlling the device. It hovered low over one of the towers while Barker and Connor examined the footage being beamed down into the surveillance van. They studied the imagery carefully, but there was no getting away from it. All they could see was old stonework covered in pigeon crap, with semi-composted leaves blown into the corners. No explosive devices, no nothing. They spent a fruitless half an hour examining the hidden rooftops of the Abbey before the tech guy controlling the drone called a halt to it. "Battery's running low," he said. "We need to recharge it if you want to carry on." Barker was about to answer when his phone rang again. He answered it immediately.
"Get back here,"
said a voice at the other end.
"Both of you, now!"
Barker hung up immediately. "We've got to go," he said. A minute later, they were striding down Millbank, then into the building that housed the regiment's temporary London Ops Center. The MOD policeman guarding the main door to the room made no attempt to hide his weapon. He checked their IDs before allowing them access. The Ops Center, it was the length of 3 normal rooms with a hard wooden floor and ornate plaster ceiling, was humming. 15 large square tables had been set up throughout the room. Each one was a mess of laptops and comms gear. Wires and cables snaked across the floor. There were several screens against one wall and a huge map of London dotted with red and blue pins. There were approximately 30 men in here. Barker recognized half of them from Hereford. The rest were from the firm. There wasn't a single guy who didn't have a grim look of concentration on his face.
"Barker, Connor, over here. Get a bloody move on."
An older guy on the far side of the room was gesturing to them. Wallace Conlin had been a fixture around Hereford for as long as anyone could remember. As an officer, he didn't command anything like the same respect as Ray Hammond. In fact, Barker couldn't stand him. He was a self-satisfied Eton type, much more used to giving orders than getting his hands dirty. But this ops room was his. Given the circumstances, there wasn't a man here who wouldn't obey his commands. They hurried up to him immediately. He pointed to a door at the far end of the room and led them through it. 2 suits were waiting for them in the room beyond. They stood. There were no chairs in this anteroom.
"Shut the door," Conlin said, "and listen up. We've got a lead."
He looked at the suits.
"Okay for me to brief, or do you want to do the honours?"
The suits shook their heads in unison. Conlin continued.
"This goes no further than these 4 walls. GCHQ have just intercepted an American intelligence wire. We think it originates from northern Iraq, but we can't be sure. You need to know that the Yanks have been holding back on intelligence sharing."
Barker and Connor shared a look. This was unusual news, but they didn't question it.
"The Yanks seem to have a contact embedded with IS. The intelligence wire reports the name of a UK national believed to be involved in an upcoming IS operation in London. Westminster Abbey. Let's find out, shall we? We've got an address for him. We don't want to send the plod in mob-handed in case they screw it up. And we can't afford a song and dance anyway, in case he gets back to the Yanks. Just you two. Lift him quietly. Let's see if we can stop this thing before it happens. Your target's address is 15 Rosebery Crescent, Walthamstow." Conlin handed each man a small photograph. "We lifted these from the passport office records." Barker looked at the picture. A nondescript Middle Eastern-looking man, mid-20s, brown eyes, pockmarked face, not a looker. "His name is Kailash McCaffrey," Conlin said. "Weird name," Barker said. "What do we know about him?" Conlin inclined his head. "You know everything you need to know, which is that I've told you to pick him up. We've got a cell waiting for him at Paddington Police Station. Let's find out what this little turd knows about our Christmas Day celebrations." He turned his back on Barker and Connor, then immediately looked over his shoulder. "Any reason you two are still here?" he said. In Joe's head, London looked like a postcard. Red buses, Big Ben, Tower Bridge, Buckingham Palace. He was a little bit disappointed to see none of these. Instead, from the back of the nondescript Honda that had taken him from Dover to the capital, he saw an ugly concrete mishmash of roads that he knew from a signpost was called the Hanger Lane Gyratory. He wasn't sure how to pronounce that. The silent, moody Sharples with the over-firm grip was driving. When he indicated right off the main road into a bleak network of 3-story dark grey residential blocks, Joe realised that he truly would have to wait a little longer to see the sights of central London. "Here we are," Galbraith said brightly, as Sharples pulled up on the pavement. "We have a safe house here." "Who's we?" Joe asked. It was the first thing he'd said all journey. "And safe from what?" "Somewhere we can have a nice little chat," Galbraith said. Sharples killed the engine. Both men got out. Joe tried to open his rear door. Locked. He flicked the locking switch. Made no difference. He realised that he'd been child-locked inside the car for the whole journey. Galbraith opened the door from the outside. Sharples leaned in and grabbed Joe firmly by the arm again before dragging him out of the car. Joe didn't struggle. He hadn't forgotten about the bulges under the men's jackets. He noticed an old lady with her shopping watching them from about 20 metres away. Was it Joe's imagination, or had Galbraith purposefully put himself in her line of sight so she couldn't see Joe's face as Sharples dragged him across the road towards the main entrance of one of the residential blocks? Galbraith unlocked the door and led them into a dark, unfurnished hallway. A flight of steps on the right-hand side led to the upper levels, but to the left was a second door, which Galbraith quickly unlocked. He stepped aside so Sharples could roughly usher Joe in before locking them all inside again. It was a cold flat. It smelled damp. Swirly brown carpet, peeling woodchip on all the walls. The curtains of the main room were drawn. It was very dark. The room had a small, dingy kitchenette area to one side. There was no sign of any kitchen equipment. Instead, on the side, was a rather large first-aid box with a big green cross on it. Joe felt an uncomfortable pang of anxiety as he looked at it. There was a television in the corner of the room, unplugged, and an old gas fire in the hearth. Not much furniture. 4 hardback chairs, a dusty old standard lamp with a large wonky shade, and a table tucked into the corner of the room. This was not a place that was well used. Outside, the sun must have momentarily appeared from behind the clouds. It illuminated the curtains. Behind them, Joe saw the silhouettes of a series of window bars. The brightness disappeared again. Galbraith switched on the light. Joe suppressed another surge of anxiety. He didn't know what was happening. "What we need," Galbraith said, rubbing his hands together, "is a nice cup of tea." He walked over to the kitchenette and opened the fridge. He said, "No milk," without even looking inside. "I'll just pop out and get some, shall I?" He glanced at Sharples and nodded imperceptibly. Joe knew he wasn't supposed to see the gesture, but he did. "Won't be a tick," he said.
He left the room. Joe heard the front door to the flat slam closed. He noticed that there was no kettle in the kitchen. "Sit down," Sharples said, scraping one of the hard-backed chairs to the middle of the room. Joe did as he was told. Sharples stood in front of him. "If I had my way," Sharples said, "every single one of you immigrant cunts would be sent straight back to where you came from." Joe blinked at him. He didn't know what to say. "So? We heard what you told that stupid woman back in Dover," Sharples continued. "I've heard some pathetic lies in my time, but that—" "I wasn't lying," Joe interrupted. He experienced a sudden blinding flash of light in front of his eyes and a burst of pain to his cheek. It was only a second after it happened that he realized Sharples had hit him hard across the side of the face. He touched his cheek and looked at his fingertips. No blood, but the skin throbbed badly. Sharples walked slowly round the chair. "So," he said, "you're IS's little internet geek. That's what you want us to believe?" I don't understand what that means." The second swipe across the face was even more brutal than the first. Joe gasped in pain. "You realize we can send you straight back where you came from," Sharples said. "You think we give a flying fuck what happens to you? Carry on lying to us, that's what we'll do. The only chance you've got of staying in the UK is to give us hard intel on your terrorist buddies. Intel we can actually use." Joe wanted to speak. He wanted to explain that he was going to do that anyway. He wanted to tell the man that terrorists weren't his buddies. They were his enemies, and he'd do anything to compromise them. But he was too scared to speak, and too confused. He'd thought that the UK authorities would welcome him with open arms when he told them who he was and what he knew. He hadn't expected this. And anyway, he could hear the main door opening again, which meant Galbraith was coming back. He sat tight. A few seconds later, the dark iron lever handle of the sitting-room door angled downward, and Galbraith walked into the room. He wasn't carrying any milk. He still had that bland smile. He walked up to Joe, bent down and peered at his right cheek. He said, "Nasty bruise." He stood up straight again. "I'm glad you two have had this little opportunity to get to know each other," he said. "I imagine you'd like a little while to mull everything over. We'll leave you alone, shall we?" The two men wordlessly left the room, leaving Joe sitting bruised and sore on the hard-backed chair. He heard the key turn in the lock as the door shut. Rosebery Crescent, Walthamstow, was a dump. Barker was driving. Their vehicle was a nondescript Ford Focus with a dent on the left wing, the kind of car nobody looks at twice. They drove it slowly down the road, then looped back round and gave it a second pass. No pedestrians. Curb about a quarter occupied with parked cars. Most of the houses, drab terraces, 2 up, 2 down, had the curtains of their ground floors closed. No hint of Christmas decorations anywhere. Litter on the pavement. It was that kind of street. There was nothing to distinguish number 15 from any other house. The door was a dull brown like all the others. It had wheelie bins out front like all the others. As they drove past, Barker saw that a first-floor light was switched on. Did that mean someone was in? Possibly. They parked up 10 metres beyond the front door. Connor stayed in the vehicle, keeping eyes on the house using the passenger wing mirror. Barker walked to the far end of the street and turned left. He wanted to see if this terrace of houses had any rear alleyways or exits. So far as he could tell, they had back gardens, but at the end of the gardens was a high brick wall, too high to scale, and with razor wire rolled along the top. It was that kind of neighbourhood. He walked back past the car. Connor was still there. They didn't make eye contact. But as he walked up to the door of number 15, Barker knew his mate would be watching him carefully, ready to join him at the right moment. 2 broad-shouldered burly guys at the door would look suspicious. One you could get away with. He knocked. Silence. Then footsteps approaching the door from the other side. A scratching sound. The person on the other side was engaging the safety chain. fine. The door opened a couple of inches. Barker didn't wait for a voice or even a face. He shoulder-barged the open edge of the door, putting all his weight into it. There was a cracking sound as the safety chain ripped from its fixings. The door crashed inward against the bulk of whoever was behind it. Barker forced his way in. A musty smell of unwashed clothes hit his senses. It was a man trying to block the door. He could tell by the shouts. And as he muscled his way further in, he saw at a glance that it was Kailash McCaffrey. It was their guy. Barker forced him face forward against the hallway wall, then yanked his right arm up behind his back to breaking point. "Do yourself a favour, mate, and shut the fuck up. Let's try and avoid breaking your arm, eh? Christmas spirit and all that." McCaffrey was trembling. He didn't say anything. Connor walked through the door and shut it behind him. He had his handgun drawn and walked past Barker and McCaffrey as if they weren't even there. Barker kept his man tight against the wall, listening carefully to the sound of his mate moving through the house, checking each room to see if there was anyone else here. "I got friends upstairs," McCaffrey said. "Loads of 'em." "Course you have, mate," Barker said. "Popular bloke like you." He tightened McCaffrey's arm a little, his way of telling him to shut up. 30 seconds passed. Connor returned, replacing his weapon as he walked back down the hallway. "Clear," he said. "House is empty." Barker leaned in so he was speaking a couple of inches from McCaffrey's ear, very quietly. "Here's what's going to happen. When I release your arm, you and me are going to walk out of here into the back of our car, which is waiting just outside. If you try to escape, I'll grind your pig ugly face into the fucking pavement. Then I'll shoot you in the bollocks. Got it?" The trembling man gave no answer. Barker tweaked the straining arm. He gasped sharply. "Got it?" "Awesome," Barker said. Very slowly he released McCaffrey's arm. McCaffrey exhaled with relief. He turned and looked at the 2 regiment men. Barker knew it was coming. He could tell by the way the young man tensed his body and glanced downward in an attempt to make them think he was not paying attention. He could read the body language. He knew Connor could read it too. Guys like them, it was instinctive. So when McCaffrey raised his right leg, trying to kick Connor in the groin, Connor was more than ready for it. Barker's mate raised his right fist. Then he hit him. It had always made Barker smile when he heard tough guys talk about right hooks and uppercuts. All that was window dressing. You want to place a proper punch, you hit your guy hard, fast, and with all the force you can muster. There was nothing pretty about a punch. It was a short, sharp burst of intense, ugly violence. One step down from a bullet in the face. If you're still conscious after a punch from a guy like Andy Connor, you're doing well. McCaffrey was not doing well. Problem was, he didn't only have Connor's punch to contend with. He was still standing right in front of the hallway wall, and as Connor's fist connected, McCaffrey's head jarred back and hit it. There was an ominous cracking sound. Barker, who'd heard a few noses go in his time, knew it wasn't that. It was something bigger. A skull, maybe. "Shit!" he breathed, as the young man crumpled heavily to the floor. "Shit, shit, shit!" Barker knelt down over him and felt his neck for a pulse. Nothing. "We need medics," he said. He laid the young man out on his back and started to administer heavy, vigorous chest compressions. He felt the ribcage sinking a good 2 inches with each one. He knew there was a risk of breaking the breastbone, but that didn't matter if it got the fucker's heart beating again. Connor had his phone out. As he pumped, Barker could hear the ringing tone, even though the handset was pressed to his mate's ear. He pinched McCaffrey's nose and leaned over to give him a couple of rescue breaths. "Boss, it's me, Connor," he heard his mate say. There was a panicked edge to his voice. "We got a problem. You got to get a medic here. You got to get a medic here now." Trouble was, Barker had been around enough dead bodies to know he was wasting his time. It hadn't taken Joe long to come to the conclusion that he didn't want to stay in this place, with these people. They'd called it a safe house, but he didn't feel safe at all. If he was going to do what he needed to do, he had to get away. He wondered how long they would leave him alone. At least an hour, he thought, if they were trying to play mind games with him. He stood up and walked to the window, where he pulled back the curtains. As he had expected, there were bars on the other side of the pane. He couldn't get out that way. He walked into the kitchenette, where he went through the drawers. Maybe he could find a knife. The drawers were empty. So were the cupboards, apart from a few stained mugs. He felt relieved. He wasn't a violent person. He didn't really want to hurt anyone, except one person who wasn't here. Joe looked around the room again. His eyes fell on the dusty standard lamp in the corner of the room. He walked up to it, his head inclined slightly. It was about as tall as Joe himself. An idea formed in his mind. He made some calculations, voltages, current. He believed it would work. He unplugged the lamp. Then he removed the bulb, twisted off the top half of the housing, and removed the shade. The dust made him sneeze. Inside what remained of the housing were 2 small brass screws. He needed something to unscrew them. He cast around the room again, and his eyes settled on the first aid kit. He walked over and opened it up. Inside there were sterile bandages, plasters, antiseptic wipes. He stuffed them all in his pocket. Then he found what he was really looking for, a pair of tweezers and a small pair of scissors for cutting bandages. It was a moment's work to unscrew the 2 brass screws and remove the cable from inside the pole of the lamp. Joe was left with a length of cable about 2 meters long, a plug at one end, and 2 exposed wires at the other. He took it to the other side of the room and plugged it into the socket nearest the door, taking care not to flick the switch to the on position. Problem. With the cable fully stretched out, he was still more than a meter from the doorway. He needed to be closer if he was to get the effect he wanted. He took the first aid scissors over to the TV and snipped the power cable as close to the unit as possible. He used the tweezers to remove the plug, then carried it over to the new cable. He used the sharp edge of the scissors to strip away the wire at the cut end of the cable. He connected the 2 cables by twisting together the bare wires at either end. Now he had 1 cable, long enough to stretch from the plug to the metal handle of the door. He opened up one of the strips of sterile bandage and used it to wrap the free end of the cable around the door handle, ensuring that the bare wires were in contact with the metal. He brought one of the hardback chairs closer to the door. Then he crouched down by the plug socket, his finger on the switch, and waited. Joe understood what the men were doing. One of them was being friendly, the other unfriendly. They were trying to confuse him. The more confused he was, the more he would trip up over any lies he was telling them. But their strategy told him something else. They were likely to join him in the room one by one, alone, which made Joe's job a little easier. And if they didn't, at least he would have tried. After everything he had been through, he was no longer the kind of kid who allowed people to slap him around. Joe had grown used to measuring the passage of time in his head, all those hours spent stowed away in the backs of trucks. So he knew it was almost exactly 30 minutes later that he heard the footsteps approaching the door. He held his breath, one finger on the plug switch, the other on the lever door handle. He heard a key in the lock. Then he saw the handle move. He flicked the switch. There was no sound. At first, Joe thought his setup hadn't worked, but after a couple of seconds, there was a thump in the corridor. The light in the room flickered and faded as he expected it would. He'd blown the fuse board. Jumping to his feet, he grabbed the chair he'd placed near the door and quickly opened the door, holding the chair legs outward in case either of the guys tried to rush him. He needn't have worried. Galbraith was there. He was on the floor, his black hair as crumpled as his suit and tie. The thumping sound must have been him falling. He was clutching his podgy right hand. His eyes were open, but he was clearly dazed. He seemed to be struggling for breath. Joe put the chair down, then hurried up to Galbraith. He ripped his jacket open to reveal the gun in its holster, which he grabbed. Galbraith barely seemed to know what was happening. He heard shouting from a room off the corridor towards the main entrance. Sharples, What the hell's going on? Who turned the fucking lights out? Clutching the handgun, Joe felt for Galbraith's wallet. He hastily pulled out a few notes, then ran past the door. He heard a lavatory flushing and knew what Sharples must have been doing. He'd be out any second. Joe kept moving towards the main door. He reached it. "Galbraith, what the hell's happening?" Joe looked over his shoulder. The bathroom door was opening. He fumbled at the latch of the main door. His hands were sweating, and he couldn't make it work. "What the—" He glanced over his shoulder again. Sharples looked up from Galbraith towards Joe. His right hand was moving towards his gun. Joe knew his best chance of getting out of here was to raise the weapon he'd stolen from Galbraith, but somehow he couldn't. His sweaty hand, still slipping on the latch, got the door open. He slipped breathlessly outside. He ran across the hallway to the main entrance of the residential block. Although he was pumping his legs hard, he seemed to move very slowly. By the time he reached the entrance, he could see Sharples' reflection in the door glass, running out of the apartment 10 meters behind him. Joe slammed the door open and burst out of the block and into the street. Then he ran, harder, faster than he'd ever run before. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He knew Sharples would be following. He'd either catch Joe or he wouldn't. Joe kept Galbraith's gun hidden under his jumper. He prayed it wouldn't go off. The main road. Traffic flew by in either direction. Joe hesitated at the curbside only momentarily before sprinting across the road. There was a cacophony of car horns, but he made it to the other side, took a left and continued running. Only then did he look back. Sharples was still on the far side of the road. His lanky frame was leaning over slightly, clearly out of breath. His eyes were tracking Joe, but he wasn't following. Joe looked straight ahead. He continued to run. Chapter 15. Danny was driving. His face prickled with sweat. His head was wrapped in a black-and-white shemagh. It was moist inside from the condensation of his breath. Spud and Caitlin were dressed the same. They hadn't seen any locals yet, but if they did, their white skin would make them stick out like a turd in a swimming pool. So they had covered it. The terrain was hard going. Their way was strewn with boulders and bushes. Twice they'd had to force their vehicles across shallow waterways, and throughout the morning they'd had to slowly maneuver the vehicles up and over stony hillsides, where the ground slipped away beneath them if they attempted anything other than a dead crawl. Occasionally, as they crested a hill, they would see somewhere off to the east, and many tens of miles in the distance, dark smoke billowing up into the otherwise clear blue sky, the oil fields of northern Iraq. Their view of the smoke would disappear as quickly as it had come, when their path took them back down into the desolate valleys of the Kurds' back route. Danny knew, from his constant monitoring of the position of the sun, that they were heading relentlessly south. Now it was mid-afternoon. The air reeked with the stench of goat dung. In the distance, Danny could see a meagre flock of goats on a parched hillside. He knew they ran a risk of being spotted by a goat herd, but Spud, who was in the passenger seat and staring hard at the ridge lines of the hills, was not looking for goat herds. Their little convoy was an easy target, and the hills provided good cover for potential shooters. Danny was as tense as if they were driving through a minefield. "This is fucking madness," Spud said for about the 5th time that day. "Russians, Iraqis, IS, and we're moving cross-country in broad daylight." He was flapping badly. Danny didn't fully blame him. He, too, was barely keeping a lid on his tension. You don't eliminate a Spetsnaz crew in the field and not expect there to be some comeback. And moving during the day was a serious breach of SOPs. Every time they turned a corner, he half expected to be driving straight into a contact. But so far, nothing. They were travelling in the stolen grey Russian Hilux, along with Nazar. She had joined them without being told and without asking. Now she sat in the back with Caitlin. The young girl was obviously numb from the death of her brother, and she'd found someone to look up to. Caitlin had worked that to her advantage. She was as quiet as the girl, though. Occasionally she glanced down at her, and Danny saw conflict in her eyes. She might be prepared to drag the kid into a battle zone, but that didn't mean she had to like it. Moreover, Danny sensed that the wound on Caitlin's arm was giving her trouble. He had watched in the rearview mirror as she had removed her ops waistcoat and peeled back the sleeve of her camouflage jacket to reveal the bite wound on her upper arm. She had carefully swabbed the bite with antiseptic wipes, which soaked up the blood like a sponge. She had chucked them out of the window when she was done with them. Her face impassive, she had then bound the torn skin with steri-strips before binding the whole upper arm in a fresh white bandage. Finally, she had removed an antibiotic jab from her med pack and injected it into the skin just above the wound. She winced a lot as she treated herself, and Danny observed that Nazar was watching her with rapt attention, like a kid watching her big sister. The other Kurds were in their own vehicle. Palav was driving, his mate with the shades was in the passenger seat, and the third guy was manning the gun. He, too, had his whole head covered in a black-and-white shamar. The 3 Kurds had said it would be slow going. They were right. Since leaving the chaos of the border crossing, Danny's speedometer hadn't edged above 20. He was following their vehicle at a distance of 20 metres, but half the time they weren't even on actual tracks. "This is too slow," Caitlin said. "We'll never make it by nightfall." Danny just kept his eyes on the rough terrain ahead. "Stop!" Spud said suddenly. Danny hit the brakes. Spud peered towards the hill line to their right. "Nothing," he muttered, and then, "This is fucking madness. How do we know these Kurds are taking us the right way?" "We're still moving south," Danny said, as he moved off again. "We're heading in the right direction." "Yeah, but how long's it going to take us?" They fell silent again. Danny found himself repeatedly going over their objectives in his head. Approach the IS stronghold, get eyes on and put in surveillance. Wait for the oil middlemen to arrive at midnight, work out a strategy to take them out. Then storm the stronghold and lift the IS commander Dul Fakar. Find out what the fucker knew about the hit on London, and then get the hell out of Dodge. A long evening's work, even by regiment standards. He had to hand it to the Kurds. Their back route was exactly that. They avoided all villages and populations. They only saw their first person at 16:30 hours, as they were trundling along a rough, dirty path. Sure enough, it was an old guy in dirty grey robes surrounded by goats, a wooden staff in his hands. He had very dark skin and a deeply lined, even gnarled face. His piercing blue eyes followed them closely as they passed. "Should we slot him?" Spud said. "No. With a bit of luck, he'll just assume we're IS, but if we start leaving a trail of dead bodies, someone might take an interest." Spud sniffed. "We should start displaying the IS flag now," he said. "We can't be far off." He frowned. "But the Russians," he reminded himself. Maybe he was right. Danny waited until they'd left the goatherd in the distance, then he double-flashed his headlamps and came to a halt. The Kurds' Hilux trundled on for a further 10 metres, then stopped. Danny and Spud exited their vehicle and walked up to the Kurds. "How far?" he said. Palav looked in the direction they were travelling, then held up 2 weather-beaten fingers. 2 kilometres, he said. "Uphill. From there you will be able to see the place. Then we take it from here on foot. A little further by car," the Kurd counted. "There is a track that will take you to the main highway if you need it." Danny and Spud exchanged a look, nodded, then returned to their vehicle. They reached the track, which bore to the left 10 minutes later. Danny didn't like it. There was a cliff face to their left, but open ground on the other 3 sides, nowhere to hide the vehicles. They parked up alongside each other and congregated around the pickups. "Me and Spud are going to do a recce on the stronghold," Danny said. "The rest of you stay here, defend the vehicles." He caught a sharp flash from what was visible of Caitlin's eyes behind her shamar, but she made no comment. Palaf and his mate with the sunglasses instantly moved into defensive positions at either end of the convoy, down on one knee, weapons engaged, pointing either way down the rough path. The guy at the machine gun spun it round on its tripod so he had his back to the cliff face and was covering the remainder of the open ground. Danny was impressed. These guys knew what they were doing. With Caitlin alongside them, they were a strong force. He felt confident that they had his back. Danny and Spud jogged straight up the hill. It took them 5 minutes to reach the brow, where they hit the ground and crawled forward. Danny removed his scope and carefully surveyed the terrain ahead. They were looking out onto a wide, flat basin. The hill was a good 100 metres above it. The level terrain stretched at least 6 or 7 clicks in every other direction. To their 9 o'clock was a long, straight supply route. Beyond that, on the horizon, he could make out the smoke curling up into the sky from another oil field. The sky itself was filled with rolling, boiling clouds. Rain was on its way. A much narrower road came off the main supply route at right angles. It extended horizontally in front of them 3 clicks distant until it reached a perimeter fence to their 2 o'clock. The fence was roughly semicircular. Both ends terminated at the edge of a large body of water, the reservoir they had already identified on the satellite mapping. In the centre of the area, delineated by the fence and the water's edge, was a large compound of squat, whitewashed single-story buildings, dull and functional, decades old, like a tiny desert hamlet of plain, squat structures. They looked a bit out of place there, stuck in the middle of the plain. Danny had the impression that they had once been some kind of water utility. It struck him as odd that an IS kingpin would want to hole himself up here, but then he realized that with that high fence and the open ground across the plain, it was a decent defensive position. Danny counted 6 individual rectangular buildings. They were arranged in an L shape at the water's edge, the short base of the L lying closest to Danny and Spud, its long stem stretching away from them. In his head, Danny numbered the buildings from the furthest to the closest, moving left to right, blocks 1 to 6. He tried to identify which one was most likely to house their target, Dul Fakar. He immediately settled on block 3. It was the largest and was situated in the middle of the L's stem. That put it closest to the water's edge, but also meant it was the best protected from the road. If Danny wanted comfort and security, he would definitely choose that position. Between the L and the water's edge was an open area. 2 observation towers, like something from a concentration camp, stood about 20 metres apart by the water's edge. Black-clad figures were milling around the open ground. Outside of the L, there was at least 200 metres of open ground, surrounding the buildings and the perimeter fence. The open ground was littered with the burned-out chassis of vehicles, some of them quite large. By the part of the perimeter that faced the main supply route, there were 3 old cherry-picker trucks set about 10 metres apart from each other. Their cranes were extended. Each one had a corpse hanging from it by a rope. They were clearly intended as a warning to keep away. Danny reckoned they were doing their job well. Danny could also see that there were plenty of undamaged vehicles dotted around the compound, Hilux trucks mostly, like the ones the unit was using. 7 that he could see, perhaps more that were obscured by the buildings. They were a good indication that the compound was heavily occupied. "This is not a 3-man job," he heard Spud whisper. "It is now," Danny said. He sniffed. "When we get back, keep an eye on Caitlin. That wound on her arm is worse than she's letting on. If she's going downhill, we need to know." "Roger that." Danny panned left again, along the line of the road leading to the compound. He picked out 2 vehicle checkpoints. One was at the point where the road met the perimeter fence. The second was about 500 metres from the main supply route. Each checkpoint consisted of a small building constructed from unrendered concrete blocks, probably just a single room, though Danny couldn't be sure about that. Vehicles at each. Distance between them, approximately 300 metres. "Someone's arriving," Spud breathed. Danny panned left. A vehicle had turned off the main supply route and was driving towards the first checkpoint. A large 4x4, in good nick so far as Danny could tell. Someone was arriving who had money, or influence, or both. As it drew closer, Danny focused in on the checkpoint. 2 guys had emerged, black clothes, rifles, probably AK-47s, though hard to tell from this distance. The car came to a halt. One of the checkpoint guards approached the driver's window. Danny quickly panned right to the second checkpoint. It didn't look like anyone had emerged. He said as much to Spud. "Fucking muppets," Spud breathed. He sounded almost insulted that their SOPs should be lackadaisical, but it was fine by Danny. It gave them options. Danny considered those options. They could approach covertly, breach the perimeter fence under cover of night, and advance on the compound by foot. It was a possibility, but he didn't like it. They had two objectives: to eliminate the oil middlemen arriving at 0000 hours and to lift Dulfakar. It would be far better to nail the middlemen before they got through the checkpoints and entered the compound, because if things went noisy inside the perimeter fence, it would be 10 times more difficult to get their hands on Dulfakar. And in any case, it would mean crossing open ground that was most likely landmined to hell in order even to get to the perimeter. Option 2, be more brazen about it. Approach by road. If they were to do that, they needed to be on top of the guards' procedures. As the vehicle cleared the first checkpoint, Danny panned round to the second one. 2 guys were emerging from the hut at the perimeter fence. It looked to Danny like someone at the first checkpoint had made a call to advise them that someone was arriving. The vehicle reached checkpoint 2. A brief conversation, and it was allowed to pass into the fenced-off area of the compound. 2-stage security. If the guards at the first checkpoint became suspicious at a new arrival, they could let them through, then attack from behind as the guards at the second checkpoint attacked from the front. It would work well if the guards were on top of their game, but their visual communication was poor, and that was a weakness Danny could exploit. He lowered his scope. "Do you think the guards can see what's happening at each other's checkpoint?" he asked Spud. "At night?" Spud said. Then he pointed towards the boiling clouds over the plain. "And in the rain? No, they'll be relying on radio contact, or mobile phones." Danny agreed. "So, if we arrive just before midnight pretending to be the middlemen, we could take out the guards at the first checkpoint, leave a couple of us there to usher the real middlemen through, take out the guards at the second checkpoint, then attack the middlemen from front and behind. If we do it with suppressed weapons, we've got a good chance of taking out the targets and breaching the perimeter without alerting anyone in the compound. Then we can get the Kurds to make a diversion while we advance on the compound itself." "Could work," Spud said, "so long as the Kurds don't fuck it up. You think they're up to it?" "The 3 guys know what they're doing. They took out a Spetsnaz unit, remember? Naza's the weak link, but as long as she keeps her head down..." He checked the time. 17:15 hours. At the speed they were travelling, Danny estimated it would take them at least 4 hours to make it down onto the main supply route, especially as they were going to lose the light in about 45 minutes. Their plan depended on timing. If it was to work, they needed to get moving. 5 minutes later, they had rejoined the others. Danny explained his plan for checkpoints in more detail. "But we need to get down to the main supply route before midnight," he told Palav. "Is that possible?" The Kurd nodded. "But the closer we get to it, the more chance of Daesh patrols. We should put our flags out now." Danny gave it a moment's thought. He looked around and up. There had been no evidence of Russian drones since they'd left the dead soldiers by the border. The cloud cover was thick, so aerial photography would be difficult, even if the Russians had dared to breach Iraqi airspace. Now, it was a question of priorities. A couple of black flags on their vehicles wouldn't get them past a one-on-one with any IS militants, but it might fool them if the convoy was being watched from a distance, and they would certainly help with their approach to the stronghold. "Let's do it," Danny said. Palaf and the other 2 Kurds began to fix an IS flag to the back of the cab of each Hilux. The sour expression on Naz's face told Danny everything he needed to know about what she thought of those flags. Caitlin spoke quietly to her as the men carried out the job, one arm gently on her shoulder. Danny took paper and pencil from his pack and sketched the layout of the compound from memory, marking each building with the number he had assigned to it. He approached Caitlin and Spud and explained his rationale for believing that Dulfakar was most likely to be in Building 3.
"Makes sense," Spud said. "But we've got to get through the perimeter first."
They re-entered their vehicles and continued along the rough path that forked off to the left. The going was even slower than before. They found themselves driving down a steep, winding gradient, their brakes squeaking noisily. As the light failed, it became even more difficult to see the track. Danny was totally reliant on following the Kurds' vehicle. Nobody spoke. Spud and Caitlin were scanning the surrounding countryside from their seats. A tense, expectant silence. Danny kept glancing at Caitlin in the rear-view mirror. He could only dimly see her eyes, but he had a nasty feeling that they were glazing over. 2300 hours. The going had been slower than Danny had anticipated. Now, imperceptibly, the track had grown a little broader. There were furrows in it, tyre marks from other vehicles. As the Hilux edged round a bend in the track and over a substantial bump, Danny caught a brief glimpse of the highway. It was a couple of 100 metres distant and a little busier than he'd expected, especially in the southbound direction that they would need to take. The Kurds stopped. Danny, too. They congregated between the two vehicles.
"We are 20 minutes from the main road," Palav said. "Once we are on it, it is very dangerous to stop. We should swap over vehicles now."
Danny nodded and handed over the keys to the vehicle he'd been driving. He and Spud loosened their SIGs and fitted suppressors to their rifles and handguns. Caitlin did the same. Danny took a GPS reading. The Kurds knew the terrain well, but in the event that the unit had to extract from Dulfakar's compound cross-country, they would need a precise method of returning to this spot.
"If and when we need to RV," he said, "this is our location. You understand RV?"
Palav nodded.
"I'm trusting you to bring us weapons." "You'll have more weapons than you know what to do with."
Palav sneered.
"Oh, I'll know what to do with them," he said.
"Is everyone clear about their roles when we approach the checkpoints?" Danny said, as he and Spud fitted their earpieces. Nods all round. Danny could sense the tension in the air. He looked up. Dark clouds were scudding across the moon. The rain was coming any minute. That suited them well, as it would cover their approach and camouflage the sound of their suppressed weapons. He and Spud climbed into the back of the Kurds' Hilux. Caitlin took Spud's place in the passenger seat of the vehicle Danny had been driving. They lay on their fronts, one at either edge of the pickup, facing towards the rear of the vehicle. They covered themselves with some dirty old brown sack material that was lying at the foot of the 50 cal. Danny knew that they would be invisible at a cursory glance. A more detailed examination would uncover them, of course, but by then, if everything went as it should, it wouldn't matter. The vehicle moved off again, with Danny lying in the darkness. Lying on his front, he felt the bumps in the rough track magnified tenfold. After 15 minutes, the rains came. Heavy, noisy. Almost immediately, the brown sacking was soaked, and so was Danny. He put it from his mind. If he could put up with it on the training fields of Brecon, he could put up with it here, and he'd have to, because right then the road became smooth. He felt the Hilux turning right, then accelerating. They were advancing to contact. From the noise of the Hilux's engine, Danny estimated their speed at 70 kph. That gave them just under 3 minutes to reach the narrower road that came off the main supply route at right angles towards the IS compound. Danny counted down the seconds in his head. Bang on schedule, he felt the vehicle slow down, then turn right. The road became less smooth again. Distance to the first checkpoint, 500 metres, about a minute. He gingerly lifted the edge of the brown sacking camouflage. The second Hilux was tailing them closely. Its headlamps blinded him, and he cursed himself for looking. Caitlin had obviously seen him. Her voice came across his earpiece, muffled because her shemagh covered her mouthpiece.
200 metres to go. Stay covered.
Danny unlocked his SIG. The Hilux trundled on. It was slowing down.
50 metres. You can lose the camo.
Danny shuffled off the brown sacking. He half closed his eyes and avoided direct visual contact with the other pickup's headlamps. He wormed his soaking body a little further to the back of the Hilux and was aware of Spud doing the same. He reckoned they were doing no more than 10 kph now. A moment later, when the Hilux had almost reached a halt, he heard Caitlin's voice again.
2 hostiles approaching your vehicle. 1 more standing in the entrance of the checkpoint hut.
She sounded sharp.
Make contact when I give the word.
A pause. The vehicle was stationary.
Now!
Snapped Caitlin. There wasn't a moment's hesitation. Danny leaned round the back corner of the Hilux and aimed his weapon along the right wing of the vehicle. He knew that Spud would be doing exactly the same thing down the left wing. Sure enough, he saw a drenched but heavily armed guard approaching the driver's door, front onto Danny's line of fire, approximately 1 metre from the vehicle. Danny didn't have time to ascertain whether the target had seen him or not. It didn't matter either way. He fired 3 rounds in quick succession, directly at the target's chest. There were 3 dull thuds from the suppressed SIG, almost entirely camouflaged by the noise of the pelting rain, and a faint, flat, ripping sound as the rounds tore into the target's breastbone. At the same time, Danny heard 3 equivalent rounds from the opposite side of the vehicle, Spud taking care of his guy. The target slumped to the ground. Danny threw himself from the vehicle. He caught movement in his peripheral vision as he hit the ground. It was Caitlin. She had jumped from her vehicle and was advancing on the concrete hut, the butt of her suppressed rifle dug hard into her shoulder. Danny braced himself for the sound of gunfire as he advanced to the front of the Hilux, using its chassis as cover. It didn't come. Good. The next 10 minutes would be a lot more straightforward if they could keep their third target alive, for a little while at least. He peered round from the front of the Hilux towards the concrete hut. If there had been someone standing at the entrance, there no longer was, and there was no sign of Caitlin. Nazar, however, was striding towards the entrance.
"Stay where you are!"
Danny hissed at her. She stopped in her tracks. Still clutching his handgun, Danny emerged from the protection of the Hilux and strode towards the entrance of the hut, aware that Spud was on one knee on the other side of the vehicle, covering him. Danny raised his weapon, holding it steady with 2 hands. He scanned towards the second checkpoint and the compound beyond, looking for evidence that their approach had alerted anyone. He saw none, so he entered the hut. It was bare. There was a small gas lamp in one corner, and a couple of chairs, one of which was on its side. The rain hammered noisily on the corrugated iron roof. In the centre of the room was a young man dressed in standard IS garb. He was on his knees, his eyes bulged. Caitlin stood behind him, the barrel of her rifle resting against the back of his head. Danny looked back outside. He gestured at Nazar to come in out of the rain, then pointed at the body of the guard Spud had nailed, which was lying a metre from the Hilux. "Bring them both in," Danny said. Spud grabbed the corpse by its ankles. As he dragged it through the pouring rain towards the hut, Danny gestured to Palaf, who was still at the wheel of the Hilux, to join them inside the hut. Then he got back in out of the rain. The IS guard was clearly terrified. He couldn't take his eyes off the corpse as Spud dragged it in, followed by Palaf. Spud left to get the other corpse. "Translate for me," Danny said. "Tell this guy that if he does as he's told, he'll live. But I'm going to show what will happen to him if he doesn't." As Palaf translated, Danny removed a knife from his ops waistcoat. He needed to shock this guy into obedience. Their strategy depended on it. He leaned over the corpse and forced its mouth open. It was still warm and malleable. He forced the tip of his knife into the open mouth and with several quick slashes cut out the tongue. It didn't bleed too badly, more of a slow ooze, but the tongue itself was still pink and wet. He threw it towards the guard, who took one look at it lying on the floor in front of him before bending over and retching violently. Spud returned with the second corpse and dumped it next to the first. Danny wiped his bloody fingers on his clothes, then turned to Palav. "Ask him how many guards there are at the next checkpoint." Palav asked the question. The answer came immediately. 3. "And how many inside the compound, including Dulfakar?" 17, Palav said, having asked the question. "Ask him where the keys to his vehicle are." "In the ignition," Palav translated. Tell him to get his mobile phone out. He's to send a text to the guys at the next checkpoint to say that some locals have brought them gifts for the guys in the compound. He's driving down to see them in 5 minutes to deliver them. Check it before it goes." Palaf nodded and started speaking in Arabic to the IS guy in quick, urgent tones. The guard nodded fervently as he understood what was being explained to him, his eyes flickering frequently down to the disembodied tongue. He patted himself down and pulled out his mobile phone from his pocket. With trembling hands, he typed a message, which he showed to Palaf. Palaf nodded, and the guard hit send. One of the other Kurds appeared in the doorway. He said a few short words, which Palaf translated. "Someone's coming." Danny looked at Caitlin. She still had her weapon pointed at the IS guard's head. He nodded briefly. Without hesitation, she squeezed the trigger. There was another dull, suppressed thud, a tiny explosion of blood, bone, and brain matter, but by the time the guard had slumped to the floor, Danny had turned and was heading towards the exit. He looked out in the direction of the main supply route. 4 sets of headlamps, distorted and hazy through the rain, had turned off onto the smaller road and were moving towards them. "Is it them?" Spud said from just behind him. "The middlemen?" Danny checked the time. 23:50 hours. He felt a crunch of urgency in his gut. Either they were 10 minutes early, or it was someone else. Either way, they couldn't delay. He swore under his breath. He'd wanted at least some of them to get dressed in the black gear of the IS guards. Now they wouldn't have time. "Caitlin, Nazar, come with us. If they see women at the checkpoint, they'll get suspicious. Palaf, you know what to do?" Palaf nodded. "Do what you can to keep everything quiet. There's no sign that anyone in the compound knows what's happening. We need to keep it that way." The 3 unit members strode out with Nazar. They moved directly to the IS guard's pickup. It had Arabic writing painted on the side, some kind of IS bullshit, no doubt, but that was good. It meant the guards at the second checkpoint would recognize it easily as it approached. They wouldn't get suspicious until it was too late. Danny got behind the wheel, rested his cig on his lap, and wrapped his shemagh round his head. Spud took the passenger seat. The women went in the back. Danny knocked the vehicle into reverse as the others obscured their faces with their shemaghs. Then they manoeuvred onto the road and sped forward through the first checkpoint. He looked in the rear-view mirror. The darkness and the rain made it difficult to judge distances, but he reckoned the approaching convoy was 350 meters from the first checkpoint. He increased his speed a little to 40 kph. 20 seconds to contact, he said. There were 2 clicks from beside him and behind him as Spud and Caitlin prepared their weapons. "Nazar, get down. Stay down whatever happens." "I'm not— Do it!" Caitlin barked. Another rear-view mirror check. Nazar was crouching down behind Spud's seat. The convoy was 300 meters from the first checkpoint. Up ahead, a single figure had emerged from the second checkpoint hut. Danny could make out that his weapon was slung over his back. He clearly wasn't suspicious. 10 seconds to contact. Danny wound down his window, slowing down at the same time. The vehicle came to a halt. The figure was standing right in front of them, 10 meters from the vehicle. He was squinting, clearly blinded by the vehicle's headlamps. It meant he couldn't see who was inside. "I'll take him," Danny said. "As soon as he's down, we clear the concrete hut." He didn't wait for a response. With the headlamps still glaring, he opened the side door. He stepped out into the rain, his handgun pointing through the open window. 2 dull thuds, barely audible over the rain. The guard collapsed. In the same instant that he fell, Spud and Caitlin opened their doors in unison. Danny was already advancing on the open door of the hut. He could sense Caitlin just over his left shoulder. A figure appeared in the doorway. He probably never even saw the advancing unit. Danny put him down with a single headshot. If the guard at the first checkpoint was to be believed, that meant there was 1 more target left. They needed to put him down before he had the opportunity to raise the alarm. Distance to the entrance, 5 meters. Caitlin drew up alongside him. Both of them had their weapons pointing directly in front of them. As they surged forward, side by side, They alternated rounds every 3 seconds, effectively covering the way ahead. At the threshold of the hut, they stepped over the bleeding body of the second guard. Danny saw his remaining colleague immediately. He was crouched down in the far right-hand corner of the dark hut, the pale glow of a mobile phone in his hand, illuminating his frightened face as he desperately tried to key in a number. Half a second later, 2 rounds slammed into his body, one from Danny, one from Caitlin. Danny rushed forward to check the mobile that had fallen from the dead man's hand. A quick glance told him he hadn't managed to make the call, which meant he hadn't managed to raise the alarm. The unit's approach on the compound was still covert. Spud entered. He had the body of the first guard slung over his shoulder. He dumped it on the floor. "The convoy's come through the first checkpoint," he said. "The Kurds are following it. We've got less than a minute." Danny started pulling the body in the doorway back into the concrete hut. "There are 3 enemy vehicles in the convoy," he said. "When they come to a halt, I'll deal with the first, Caitlin with the second, Spud with the third. They'll be sandwiched between our vehicle and the Kurds. Take out the drivers first, in case they try to get the vehicles off the road, then deal with the others." Danny reloaded his SIG as he spoke. They didn't know how many targets there were in each vehicle. He needed a full clip. He headed back to the doorway and looked out. The convoy was much closer, 75 meters max. He checked that his shamach was still properly wrapped round his head. When the convoy was 30 meters out, he gave the instruction, "Go!" The 3 members of the unit stepped outside. They walked with a brisk confidence. If the Kurds at the first checkpoint had done their job, nobody in the convoy would know they were driving into a trap. Danny, Spud, and Caitlin stood in the road a metre apart from each other, blocking the way. The air was thick with rain, and the approaching headlamps elongated their shadows behind them. Danny hid his handgun behind the rifle slung across his chest. He only wanted to reveal it when the time came to use it. The convoy came to a halt. The headlamps burned hard. Nobody emerged from the vehicles. Danny noted that the car in front was a Mercedes, black, a rich guy's car. "Go," he said. They moved swiftly. Danny waited a few seconds until Spud and Caitlin were alongside the driver's windows of their vehicles. Through the rain-streaked panes of the Merc, he saw the shadows of 4 passengers, 2 in the front, 2 in the back. He rapped 3 times hard on the driver's window. A pause. Then the window slid down. Danny didn't even look at the face of the guy he was about to nail. He simply thrust his handgun in through the open window, up against the driver's head, and squeezed the trigger. There was an immediate spatter of blood, not only over his gun hand, but also against the inside of the windscreen. The driver slumped heavily towards the passenger in the front seat. Danny leaned a little lower to get line of sight. It all happened so quickly, the passenger didn't even seem to know what was occurring. He looked towards Danny with an almost comically bemused expression. Middle Eastern, grey suit, tie. A fraction of a second later, he was slumped in his seat just like the driver, his face a bleeding mess. The car started to shake. Panic from the rear passengers as they tried to get the hell out. Danny took a couple of paces along the car so he was alongside the rear passenger door. He fired at the window. It shattered. Shards fell to the ground. He aimed his weapon at the person sitting by it, then hesitated for a moment. It was a woman. He hadn't expected that. She wore a richly embroidered headscarf and heavy makeup. He could tell she was about to scream, and he couldn't risk the noise alerting anyone in the compound, so he didn't hesitate any more. He made the kill with a single shot to the head. The woman slumped forward, her embroidered headscarf blood spattered, and no scream. One more guy to go on the other side of the back seat. He was leaving the vehicle. The door on the far side was opening, a figure emerging. In his panic, he didn't even have the sense to keep low as he exited the vehicle. His head was visible above the line of the Mercedes. Danny raised his SIG relentlessly and fired a 5th round. It flew over the top of the Merc and blasted a chunk from the target's skull. Danny was already looking back towards the others. Caitlin appeared to have killed everyone in the second vehicle, but one of the guys in the third car, Spuds, had escaped from the back seat. He was sprinting from the vehicle. Danny raised his weapon, getting ready to take a shot. No need. Palaf had jumped out from his pickup behind the convoy. He chased the guy for a few seconds, then grabbed him round the neck with one strong arm. They were out of the main beam of the headlamps, but there was enough residual light for Danny to see what happened next. The target was struggling and screaming. The screams were quickly cut short as Palaf brought a knife to the guy's throat. He didn't slice, he simply pulled the broad edge of the blade hard into the target's Adam's apple. The screaming stopped immediately. There was a catastrophic fountain of blood, which subsided after a second and merged with the rain as it drained down the target's soaked business suit. Palaf let him fall. Objective 1 achieved. The middlemen were dead. A sinister, hushed hum filled the air, the sound of the convoy's engines ticking over, coupled with the rain hammering on the car roofs. Caitlin was jogging over to the Hilux. Danny knew she was going to grab Nazar and deliver her back to the Kurds. Danny and Spud strode up to Palaf, who was still standing over the butchered corpse of the guy he'd killed. "You know what to do?" he said. Palaf nodded. "We'll give you 3 minutes to get up to the compound. Then we'll start firing on it to draw them out. Don't fire for more than a minute or so. It's just a diversion. But they'll probably send guys out to chase you. Give yourself a chance to get away in one piece." Palaf gave a rare grin, then offered Danny his hand. "Kill some more Daesh for me?" "I'll make a point of it." Caitlin joined them. She was holding Nazar by one arm. Nazar was struggling a little. "I want to stay with you," she whispered, looking up at Caitlin. Caitlin thrust the girl towards Palaf. "Make sure she stays safe," she said. It sounded like a threat. Palaf nodded. He grabbed Nazar. "Good luck," he said, before dragging the girl back towards the Hilux. "I think you're going to need it." He thrust her into the back seat, then climbed up to man the 50 cal as one of his men took the wheel. "We will meet you at your RV point off the main supply route. If you are not there by dawn, we assume you're dead and we—" "Quiet!" Danny interrupted him. He cocked his head. He could hear barking in the distance. "Dogs," he said. He turned to the others. He was already unwrapping the shamak from around his head so that he could engage his NV. "We've got 3 minutes to get to the compound," he said. "Our only priority is Dulfakar. Once we have him, we can use him as a human shield to fight our way out. Let's move!" December the 23rd. Chapter 16. Once more, Danny saw the world through the green haze of his NV goggles. Hyper-aware of their surroundings, he, Spud and Caitlin passed through the checkpoint in single file. They were now inside the perimeter fence. They skirted clockwise around it for 30 meters through the heavy rain, so that they were alongside the first cherry-picker, with its gruesome swinging corpse. He got a whiff of rotten flesh, but from here they could approach the compound to the left of the main track in. But he saw no sign of any militants outside the compound. The rain was doing its job and keeping them inside. He was grateful for it. The elements were keeping them invisible. Distance to the closest compound building, 200 meters. From his surveillance of the compound earlier that evening, Danny knew that Block 3, where he believed Dulfakar was most likely to be holed up, was to their 11 o'clock. It was obscured, however, by another long, low building, Block 2, to the right of which was a passageway formed by the left-hand wall of what Danny had dubbed Block 4. It was this passageway that they needed to head for. Danny estimated they could make it in 45 seconds if they remained unobserved. He jabbed one finger forward. Spud started running. In his peripheral vision, Danny could see the Kurds' vehicle. They'd killed the headlamps and were moving off the road, heading anti-clockwise around the perimeter. "Go," he whispered at Caitlin. She followed Spud, 10 meters between them, hands on her rifle, ready to engage it if necessary. A couple of seconds later, Danny followed. The NV goggles gave him extra peripheral vision. It meant he could track the movement of the Kurds' vehicle as it drove into position without moving his head. By the time he was halfway across the open ground to the compound, it had come to a halt, having turned to face the compound from its northwesterly position 75 metres from the perimeter fence. Danny estimated they had another minute before the Kurds opened up on the compound. He increased his pace. Spud and Caitlin did the same. 20 seconds. He reached the back wall of Block 2. It was scrawled with black Arabic graffiti. Spud and Caitlin were in position, both on one knee, on either side of the passageway, their rifles pointing down it. Danny positioned himself with his back to the building and waited. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. A barking sound. Close. He turned to see the green, hazy forms of 2 dogs running towards them from across the open ground. He got one of them in his crosshairs. He didn't want to fire until the Kurds had opened up, but the dog was getting closer. 20 meters. 10. 30 seconds. Gunfire! The burst from the 50 cal cut through the noise of the pouring rain, rebounding off the whitewashed walls of the compound buildings. It lasted a full 5 seconds, and Danny could hear the secondary noise of shrapnel and debris bursting into the air as the heavy-gauge rounds slammed into the buildings on the northern edge of the compound, the short base of the L-shape he'd seen from their vantage position up in the hills. Danny used the noise camouflage to release a single round on the dog. It was just 5 meters away and foaming at the mouth. The suppressed knock of his rifle round put the animal straight down, and he heard Spud releasing a round 2, killing the second animal. Danny forced himself to breathe slowly as he waited for a response to the Kurds' gunfire. It came almost immediately. The rain made it difficult to establish exactly where the shouts came from. Numerous locations, Danny sensed, from all around the compound. About 10 voices, maybe more, all male. The closest, maybe 20 meters away, on the other side of the buildings. They died down after a few seconds, but then a second burst from the Kurds reignited them. Danny could tell that the shouting men were moving towards the northern edge of the compound. It made perfect sense. They knew they would be protected by the base of the L-shape if they wanted to fire back. What they didn't know was that this would clear the center of the compound for the unit to make their approach on target. Danny raised his rifle and jabbed the butt into his shoulder. He and the weapon were a single entity. Where Danny turned, the weapon would turn, and if a threat appeared in front of him, he would put them down without hesitation. He swung round from his protected position into the mouth of the passageway. Distance to the far end, 30 meters. He advanced at pace, past Spud and Caitlin. A flicker in his peripheral vision told him that they'd got to their feet as soon as he had cleared their position. He knew that as he advanced, one of them would follow, slightly to his left or right. The other would be walking in the same direction, but facing backwards to keep them covered from both angles. He had covered 10 meters when he heard a third burst of 50 cal fire from the Kurds. This time it was met not only with shouts, but also with the stuttering, barking noise of return Kalashnikov fire. It sounded relatively puny in comparison to the machine gun. Danny estimated 8 weapons, all at the northern edge of the compound. He suddenly found himself thinking of the young girl Nazar, hoping she'd be okay. 20 meters down the passageway, a figure ran across the far end. Danny halted. He had the impression that the man had seen him. 5 seconds passed. The figure reappeared at the end of the passageway. He stepped squarely into Danny's line of fire. Thin, short beard, rifle. Danny saw the guy peer in his direction. No hesitation, Danny squeezed the trigger on his rifle. The single suppressed round flew from the barrel, its dull thud masked by the rain and the continued barking of Kalashnikov fire to the north. It nailed the target full in the chest. He went down without a sound. The next few seconds were critical. If anyone saw the dead body lying in the mouth of that passageway, they'd realize that a secondary threat was coming in from that direction. He extended his left arm and made a forward jabbing motion with his thumb. Then he fell to one knee, carefully covering the mouth of the passageway as Spud overtook him at a run. His mate reached the corpse, then bent down to grab its ankles and drag the body into the dark passageway out of sight of anyone up ahead. Danny looked behind him. Caitlin was 5 meters back, also on one knee, covering the passageway behind them. "Caitlin, keep your position," he said quietly into his radio. Then he got to his feet and ran to the far end of the passage, his weapon still fixed rigidly in the firing position. Another burst of fire from the Kurds. The noise had a slightly different quality, looser. It sounded to Danny as though their vehicle was moving while the machine gun fired. He cursed silently. It was too soon. They hadn't given the unit enough time to penetrate the compound. He surveyed the area beyond the passageway. He was looking out onto a rough triangle of open ground, bounded on the far side by the shore of the reservoir. Distance to the water, 25 metres. Precisely to his left was Block 3, where he expected to find Dulfakar. There were no enemy targets on the open ground, but on the shore of the reservoir were the 2 observation towers Danny had spotted when recceing the compound from a distance. 20 metres apart, each one was about 5 metres high, with corrugated iron cover, and contained a single gunman. It was clear to Danny that the gunmen were positioned to check for anyone trying to approach by water. But, of course, with the Kurds' distraction, they were currently looking north. They hadn't seen Danny's unit yet. Their lack of observation was about to prove fatal. "See them," Danny breathed to Spud, who had rejoined him at the mouth of the passageway. "See them," Spud breathed. No need to speak any more. Both men knew what to do. Spud was to Danny's left, so he would take the guard in the left-hand observation post. But they needed to take the shots at the same time, and the shots had to be accurate. If only one guy went down, it would give the other a chance to protect himself or raise the alarm. Danny aligned his rifle. The 30-metre shot was not a difficult one, but it needed to be right. He slowed his breathing down and tried to put the constant barks of gunfire from the north out of his mind. 5 seconds passed. "Take the shot," he said. Danny and Spud fired in unison. He knew instantly that his shot was good and instantly moved his line of fire towards Spud's guy in case his mate had made an error. But Spud hadn't. Both observation post guards were down. "Move towards us," he told Caitlin over the radio. As she ran down the passageway, Danny tuned his hearing back into the noises around them. More men were shouting. He heard a couple of vehicle engines start up. This was good. The Kurds' distraction had worked. The IS guards were making chase, taking the heat off Danny and his unit. But it was impossible to know how long the distraction would last. They had to move quickly. The door to Block 3, wooden, painted blood red, was 5 metres to their left. With Spud and Caitlin covering him, Danny moved towards it. He stood by the door, his back to the wall. The noise of the gunfire was a little more distant. He could hear tyres screeching off to the east. The IS guards were definitely chasing the Kurds. Closer by, things were quieter. A strange, unnatural calm covering the centre of the compound like a thick blanket. Danny could hear his own heartbeat. It was an inward opening door. Danny kicked it gently. It creaked as it swung open. A pale, flickering light from inside the room. Firelight. He flicked up his NV goggles. A thick, sweet stench of incense hit him. He considered utilizing a flashbang. It would disorientate anybody waiting for him inside. But the noise could alert others to their presence. He decided against it. Instead, he slowly directed his weapon in through the open door, carefully panning left and right, his finger light on the trigger, ready to eliminate any threats in an instant. At first, it seemed like there was nobody in there. It was a richly furnished room, sofas, embroidered cushions, expensive rugs on the floor. He'd been right about the firelight. Candles were dotted all over the place, filling the room with an attractive, comfortable glow. A closed door at the right-hand end, painted blue. But no sign of their target. Danny felt a twinge of doubt at his analysis of the compound. Where was he? "Dulfakar," Danny whispered in a friendly sing-song voice. "Dulfakar." A distant burst of 50 cal fire, rain on the roof, and the soft sound of weeping from the corner of the room. Danny's weapon instantly tracked towards it. In the far right-hand corner of the room was a floor-to-ceiling post. Sitting at the bottom of the post, chained to it by a thick metal collar, was a young woman, little more than a girl, her head bowed, her shoulders shaking as she cried. Danny kept his weapon trained on her as he approached. He saw that she was naked under a gossamer thin see-through robe. Her breasts and stomach were badly bruised. There were streaks of blood down her inner thighs. She was starved and thin, her ribs easily visible. As Danny stood over her, she looked up, slowly, as though terrified to see what horror was in front of her. Her lips were split, her eyes bruised. The skin, however, shone angrily, as though it had been scrubbed too hard. Danny could tell that she'd been beautiful once, but no longer. He remembered Hammond's briefing back on the plane. "Dulfakar's a real piece of work, by the sound of it. Intelligence suggests that he lets his men rape whichever captured women take their fancy, so long as they leave the choicest specimens for him. You can expect some pretty brutalized sex slaves in the stronghold. Don't start getting chivalrous. Nothing's more important than getting Dulfakar alive." That might be so, but Danny knew one thing for sure. If there were women here who had been abused by Dulfakar, they would want nothing more than to be free of him, which meant that right now this poor molested, maltreated girl was his best ally. It was too much to hope that she would speak English. Danny whispered, "Dulfakar," then made a slicing gesture at his throat to indicate what might be in store for him. The shadow of fear on the girl's face grew darker, but she couldn't help looking towards the far end of the room where the closed blue door was. Danny pointed to the door and gave an inquiring look. The girl nodded. Danny put one finger to his lips to make a shushing gesture. Outside, there was a distant burst of gunfire. The girl started violently. Her nerves were obviously shot. Danny looked back over his shoulder to the main entrance. Caitlin and Spud were there, Caitlin looking in, Spud facing out. Danny pointed sharply at the closed door. Caitlin nodded. Together, they approached it. A metre from the door, Danny stopped, Caitlin just behind him and to the right. The door didn't look strong. It wouldn't withstand a sturdy boot. Danny held up 3 fingers. 2 fingers. 1. His weapon still pointing straight ahead, Danny booted the door open. It clattered on its hinges in unison with a distant burst of gunfire. The adjoining room was completely different. Stone floor, brick walls, a bare light bulb hanging from a cable in the ceiling. Another door on the far side, inward opening again and fractionally ajar, a little rainwater dribbling inside, and another solitary woman crouched in the corner, hugging her knees. But no Dulfakar. Shit! Danny immediately trained his weapon on the woman. She was older than the girl chained to the post, and not so scantily dressed. In fact, she was wearing Western clothes, jeans, black shoes, a dark jacket with white stitching. Her face was not beaten and bloodied like the younger girl's, but it was equally terrified. Her lower lip seemed to tremble as she looked directly up at Danny. Danny saw that she was very beautiful, dark hair, almond eyes. Intelligence suggests that he lets his men rape whichever captured women take their fancy, so long as they leave the choicest specimens for him. Dulfakar, Danny breathed, and as before, he made the slicing gesture at his throat. The woman's eyes widened. She looked hopeful and pointed towards the slightly open door. Danny spoke quietly into his radio. "Spud, we're heading outside. South end of Block 1. Meet us there." "Roger that." As he had with the younger girl, Danny put one finger to his lips to tell this woman to keep quiet. Then he advanced on the door. "Wait," Caitlin breathed. Danny stopped. "Why is she dressed in Western clothes?" Caitlin said. Danny suppressed a flicker of annoyance. What did it matter? It was probably just one of Dulfakar's little perversions. Dress his sex slaves up like Western women. Caitlin strode up to her. "What's your name?" she demanded in a hushed, urgent voice. The woman shook her head. She obviously didn't understand what Caitlin was saying.
"Leave her," Danny hissed, and when Caitlin hesitated, "Leave her." He continued advancing towards the door. 1/2 meter out, he hooked his foot round the edge of the door and dragged it open. He faced out once more into the rain-soaked night. He glanced down at the muddy ground, hoping to see footprints, but there was rainwater pooling there. Spud, over the radio.
"You're clear to exit."
Danny surged forward, flicking down his NV as he did so. He emerged at the southern edge of the compound. Open ground for as far as he could see. No buildings ahead of him, and no personnel, except Spud, who was 15 meters to his 2 o'clock, covering the exit in one direction and the main courtyard of the compound in another, the reservoir behind him. Caitlin joined them. Danny jabbed his thumb left. He figured this was the only direction their target could have taken. They'd have seen him if he'd turned right. Spud ran towards them, but held back a couple of meters as Danny took the lead, flanked by his 2 unit mates. They turned the corner that took them to the rear of the building. From here, they could see back towards the perimeter fence checkpoint and the road that led up to the main supply route. Several vehicles were speeding up it, both on the road itself and over the open ground to either side. There was a muzzle flash from beyond the vehicles. 1/2 second later, the sound of the .50 cal reached Danny. He realized he was watching the Kurds firing as they retreated and headed back to the RV. He snapped his attention back to his own position. The ground was very soft, but the water wasn't pooling here. He realized his boot had sunk 1/2 inch into the ground. Glancing back, he saw that they left a trail of stubborn footprints behind them. But there were no footprints up ahead, which meant— "Shit!" Caitlin hissed behind him, interrupting Danny's train of thought. "What is it?" "Did you see her nails?" "What are you talking about?" Danny whispered. "The woman we just left. Her nails were perfect. Western clothes, no bruises." A cold, sick feeling grew in Danny's gut as he started to understand what Caitlin was driving at. "She wasn't a sex slave," he breathed. "Nothing like," Caitlin replied. A pause. "Guys," Spud's voice was low and tense. "We've got a problem. 12 o'clock, 10 meters." Danny looked ahead. Then he cursed. How had he not seen it before? Sitting on the ground 10 meters in front of him was an item he had used more times than he could count. A few inches high, slightly curved with the convex edge facing them and a wire leading from it. It was a claymore mine, and it was close enough to kill them instantly. "Back up," Danny breathed. He had already taken a reverse step. "Back up, now." "I don't think so," shouted an unfamiliar voice through the rain. Female. Danny heard a series of familiar clicking sounds. He knew that there were armed personnel behind him. "You are considering your options," said the female voice in good, clean English, but with a distinct accent. "But you have only one, which is to do what I say. If you make a single unexpected move, these men, there are 8 of them, will shoot you. They enjoy killing the infidel, and especially infidels who have been killing their comrades, so I would be very careful. You will now put all your weapons on the floor." Danny didn't move. Silence. Then, "Do it," she said. He unclipped his rifle and put it on the ground in front of him, unholstered his cig, and dropped it. "Remove your waistcoats," the woman said. Danny unclipped the straps and let the heavy ops waistcoat fall to the floor. "Put your hands on your head, then turn round." Danny raised his arms, then turned. He saw that Caitlin and Spud had also obeyed the instructions. They had no choice. 8 armed Islamic State militants were standing in the rain, their Kalashnikovs pointing directly at the unit, and standing among them, her dark hair matted and wet, was the beautiful almond-eyed woman in Western clothes who they had seen less than a minute ago, looking terrified on the stone floor of the last room. She sneered. "We are not all pathetic like that tied-up bitch in the other room." Her eyes flashed unpleasantly, and a brief, triumphant smile flickered across her mouth. "Lie on the ground," she instructed. "Hands behind your back." Danny hesitated briefly.
His mind was turning over, calculating, evaluating options, looking for exit routes. But they all met the same barrier. The unit was sandwiched between a claymore mine and a group of armed militants. They would kill them in an instant given the order. He nodded at the others. They lay down in the very muddy ground. Danny felt his clothes absorbing the wet mud. She barked a harsh instruction in Arabic. 3 of the militants advanced. Danny watched their feet. As one of them stood above him, he considered grabbing his ankles, tussling him down, using him as a human shield. But the risks were too high. The chances of success too small. It would just put Spud and Caitlin in even more danger. He had no more time to think about it. The militant standing above him had removed his rifle. He lifted it above his head, barrel pointing up, butt pointing down. Danny knew what was coming, and prepared himself for the intense crack of pain as the IS guy slammed his weapon down on Danny's skull. It happened. Danny experienced an intense, blinding flash. Then he blacked out. When Danny woke, he was still lying on his front, but not in the mud. He was inside, on a hard floor. It was pitch black, cold, no sound. He didn't know how much time had passed. Was it dawn yet? If so, they'd missed their RV with the Kurds. But right now, Danny had bigger problems than that. His head throbbed where the militant had hit him. He tried to push himself to his feet and winced. His ribs were bruised. It was painful to breathe. They'd obviously given him a good kicking while he was out, but they hadn't tied him up, which was a mistake. He touched his face. It was sticky with blood. There obviously hadn't been enough time for it to dry. He estimated that he'd been unconscious for less than half an hour. Once he was on his feet, he started feeling his way around the room. He needed to know how big it was and where the exit was, but he'd only been groping in the darkness for 30 seconds when the door opened. He winced as light flooded in. A figure stood in the doorway, tall, fairly broad shoulders, probably male. Danny couldn't make out his face because he was in silhouette and seemed to be wearing some kind of hooded top. Distance, 3 meters. Danny surged forward. If he could harness the element of surprise, he could knock this figure out of the way, but his move was expected, and Danny was unsteady on his feet. The door slammed shut before he reached it. His sore body whacked against the inside, and although the door shook in its hinges, there was the sound of a bolt closing on the other side. The room spun. Danny blacked out again. A bright light woke him. It stabbed the back of his eyeballs. He was on his back. Looking up, he saw the light source was a halogen-bright torch being held about a meter from his face. There were figures looking over him, their faces obscured behind the light. He was too woozy to count them accurately. 4, maybe 5? An arm appeared in front of the torch. It was holding a camera. There was a fast sequence of clicking sounds as the camera fired off a burst of shots. The camera disappeared. The torch lowered, leaving multicolored dazzle lights on Danny's retinas. There was a scuffling and a commotion. One of the men had what looked like a baseball bat in his fist. Danny registered it just a moment too late to roll away. The baseball bat hit him squarely in the pit of the stomach. He heaved and retched as the wind shot from his lungs. By the time he'd managed to inhale, the man had left, and the door was shut. He was alone in the dark again. Time passed. Danny did what he could to keep track of it, mentally ticking off the minutes in the darkness. But he was in a bad state. He kept drifting in and out of consciousness, so he didn't really know how long he'd been in there when the door opened again, casting an oblique rectangle of light across the floor of his cell. There were 3 of them. They all had baseball bats this time. Danny could tell that they were avoiding his face. Instead, they pummeled him hard in the guts and the genitals. They ground their heels into his knees, and they laughed harshly while they did it. Each time Danny tried to fight back, or even to move, he felt another numbing blow in his abdomen. They were beating him to a pulp. Suddenly, it stopped. Danny lay on his side, fetus-like in the recovery position, his breath noisy and strained as he tried to get some air into his system. A face drew close to his, just inches away. Danny could smell the stink on his breath and the sweat on his clothes. He was panting slightly, as though the process of beating Danny up had taken it out of him. Then he spoke, a thick Arabic accent, almost impenetrable, but not quite. "Danny Black," he said. For a moment, Danny felt like his lungs weren't working. The man laughed. "Danny Black," he repeated. Danny shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about," he muttered. His voice was dry and hoarse. It was hard to get the words out. The man stood up. He and his mates left. Danny's skin had turned clammy. His mind rocked with panic. Nobody outside the security services knew he was here. How could they? This was a black op, completely deniable. Then he remembered the photograph they had taken of him before the beatings had started up. But how could they have identified him so quickly? "Get a grip," he told himself. "You can't think when you're panicking." He closed his eyes, tried to ignore his aching body. "Think, Danny, fucking think." Suddenly he took a sharp intake of breath again, as a deeper, more sinister fear crept through his body. These bastards knew his name, and a serving regiment man's name is a cause for secrecy, not for his own safety, but for the safety of those closest to him. Dulfakar had men in the UK. That was why Danny was here, and now that his captors knew his identity, they had the ultimate hold over him. Danny bowed his head, cold dread seeping through his veins. All of a sudden, he wasn't thinking about himself, the pain he was in, the danger. He wasn't even thinking about his unit. He was thinking about a young woman in a tiny flat, thousands of miles away, and the baby daughter she was looking after. Chapter 17. Hereford, Dawn. It had been a bad night. Rose had woken 3 times, and it had taken an hour to settle her on each occasion. And when the baby had let her sleep, Clara's dreams were disturbed. They always were when Danny was away. She had got up just after 5, and crept silently from the bedroom to avoid waking Rose, made herself a cup of tea, then cradled it in the hallway as she stared at the soft toy Danny had bought, curled round the handle of the pram. She moved to the front room and sat on the sofa, staring at the window that looked out onto the road, absent-mindedly flicking through her phone. Her fingernails, she noticed, as the grey dawn became gradually lighter, were sore and chewed. She sat there for an hour. Her tea grew cold. She knew she should try to sleep again, to give herself a better chance of making it through the day without crying, but she couldn't. She kept thinking of Danny's friend, who had turned up unexpectedly the previous day. His words had chilled her. His warning to stay here and not venture up to London. She'd called her mum and dad to check that they had no plans to visit the capital, and she'd worried about the sort of world she was bringing her little girl up in. "You're safe," she told herself. "Rose is safe, and so is Danny." What had his friend said? "Don't worry about him, love. He can take care of himself." And Clara knew that was true. It was only when she heard Rose crying in the bedroom that she snapped out of her reverie, spilling some of the cold tea over her hands. She swore, placed the teacup on the floor next to her phone, and hurried back to the bedroom. Her baby was lying in her Moses basket. She'd managed to unwrap her swaddling cloth and was all tangled up. Her angry little face softened, though, when she saw her mum standing over her. And Clara's heart melted, as it did 10 times a day, when her baby flashed her a tiny, crooked smile. She lifted Rose out of her Moses basket and held her up against her shoulder, cooing and rocking her very gently. Rose gurgled happily for a moment, but it soon morphed into a cry again. She was hungry. She needed feeding. Clara carried her back into the front room and settled down on the sofa again with the baby at her breast. She closed her eyes as Rose fed. It was the sound of footsteps that roused her. Somebody was walking up to the front door. Clara frowned and glanced down at her phone. It was only just gone 6:30 a.m. Who could be calling this early? The doorbell rang. Clara gently disengaged Rose from her breast and carried her to the front door, gently tapping the baby's back as she went. She was about to open it, but something stopped her. The security chain was hanging loosely. Clara slotted it into position. Then she unlocked the door and opened it the couple of inches that the chain allowed. There was a man on the doorstep. He wore a woolly hat with a bobble and was clutching a cardboard box to his chest. In one hand he had a handheld electronic scanner. "Amazon delivery," he said. He had a distinctly foreign accent. "I'm not expecting one," Clara said. The delivery guy shrugged. "Christmas present, maybe. Lots of them this time of year. Need the signature, please." Clara nodded. Silently she wondered if this was something from Danny. Then she told herself not to be stupid. Wherever he was in the world, he wouldn't be sending Amazon parcels. "1 minute, please," she said. She took Rose back into the front room and laid her on the hearthrug. Then she returned to the front door, closed it, undid the security chain, then opened the door again. She knew, instantly, that she'd done the wrong thing. The delivery guy wasn't carrying the parcel or the scanner anymore. They were stacked neatly to one side of the door. He was carrying a gun, and the gun was pointing directly at Clara's forehead. Clara's immediate instinct was to slam the door shut, but the gunman already had one foot over the threshold, blocking it. She staggered back as he forced his way in and closed the door behind him with his foot. He pulled a knife, long, wickedly sharp. "If you scream," he said calmly, "I'll take your baby's eyes out. I have done it before. It takes a few seconds." Clara almost choked in horror. "What do you want?" she whispered. "My purse is in the bedroom. It's all the money I have. You can take it." Her voice faltered. It wasn't just that the gunman was smiling, as if he found ridiculous the notion that all he wanted was her money. She had noticed something else now that he was no longer clutching the parcel. The man had an angry, ugly scar at his throat, which almost mirrored his smile. It was grotesque, and for a moment Clara couldn't take her eyes off it. "Where is the child?" the gunman demanded. Clara shook her head. It was the one question she couldn't bring herself to answer. She didn't need to. Rose started to cry. It was obvious from her thin wail that she was in the front room to the left of the hallway. The gunman twitched his weapon in that direction. Clara understood the gesture. She entered the room. Rose had her angry face on. Her little lungs were bellowing. "Shut her up," the gunman said. I can't. When she starts crying like this, she—" "Fine," the gunman said. He stepped up to the baby and pressed the tip of his knife against the soft skin under the eye. "Left one first," he said. A pinprick of blood appeared. "No!" Clara breathed. She bent down and grabbed her daughter, holding her closely to her chest. Quiet, baby, please." She rocked her as gently as her frightened body would allow. To her relief, Rose calmed down, but it still looked as if she was weeping blood from her left eye. "The only reason you're alive is to keep the baby quiet. If you fail to do that, I'll shut her up myself." He put away his knife. "Then I'll deal with you." Is this to do with Danny?" Clara said. The gunman swiped her hard round the side of her face. She gasped in pain. "You don't speak." He pointed to the window. "Do you see that van?" he said. Clara looked and saw a red parcel force van parked just outside. She hadn't noticed it arrive. She nodded. "We're going there now." Clara looked down at her clothes. Nightie, dressing gown, slippers. I need to change," she said. Another swipe round the face. She felt blood trickle from her nose. Rose grizzled. "I'm going first with the baby. Then you follow. If you make a noise or try to run, I'll kill the child. Do you understand?" Clara stared at him, too afraid to speak.
"Don't make me ask a question twice."
I understand."
"Good. Give me the child."
She couldn't do it. She shrank back from him, cuddling Rose as tightly as she ever had, smearing the trickle of blood on her tiny left cheek. The gunman gave an impatient hiss. He changed the position of his weapon so that he was holding the barrel. Then he stepped forward and struck the pistol handle hard across Clara's rapidly swelling cheek. She gasped in pain, and her knees buckled. The gunman stepped up to her and yanked Rose out of her arms. Immediately the baby started crying again. Clara lunged at him and was rewarded with a solid blow to the pit of her stomach. As she collapsed, she was vaguely aware of a spatter of blood streaking across the mirror above the fireplace from the gun swipe. The gunman shoved a rough hand over the baby's mouth and nose to muffle the sound of her crying. Then he bundled her under his coat like she was an embarrassing package.
"You follow in 10 seconds, otherwise you know what happens."
He was about to leave the room, but then he saw the phone on the floor. He smashed it violently with his heel, then left. Clara got to her feet. She was dizzy and in pain. She saw the gunman through the window. He was approaching the parcel force van. He opened the side door and climbed in. She looked towards the row of terraced houses on the other side of the street, desperately hoping that there might be a neighbour at one of the windows. But all the curtains were shut, and the street looked deserted. Clara felt like she was being ripped apart. To follow this man was suicide. In the back of her mind, she thought about trying to escape. There was a back entrance to the flat. She could make a run for it. Maybe if she'd been alone, she would have done. But he had Rose. There was nothing else she could do. Her legs felt empty with dread at the thought of what this monster might do to her child if she disobeyed him. She left the flat, staggering, tearful, gasping. Icy air hit her as she left the apartment. She looked left and right along the deserted pavement, hoping there might be someone to see what was going on. But there was nobody. The only other person she could see was another man behind the wheel of the van, but she couldn't make out his face. The gunman was sitting by the transit's door, the grotesque scar on his neck very vivid. She could tell he was still holding Rose under his coat, and felt an almost magnetic pull towards her baby. Clara took a sharp intake of breath as she entered the parcel force van. There was an unpleasant, sickly sweet smell in here. Having worked in war zones and hospitals, she recognized it. Her eyes were drawn to a heap at the back of the van. She saw arms and legs splayed out, a face etched into a horrific rictus expression, and a throat brutally cut, the blood congealing slightly. The dead man had black skin and short hair. He was wearing a red jacket, and Clara could just make out the insignia on the breast, which said Amazon. The man uncovered the baby and thrust her into Clara's arms. For a moment, she forgot about the dead body. She forgot about everything except holding her child, whose punctured skin was still bleeding gently. The gunman jumped out. The side door slid shut. It was pitch black in the back of the van. Clara collapsed in the front corner of the cab, as far away from the corpse as she could be. She hugged the baby with one arm. Rose wailed. With her other fist, Clara thumped against the side of the van. She screamed, "Let me out! Let me out of here!" The van started to move. "For God's sake, let me out of here!" The vehicle accelerated. "Danny!" she cried, her words barely audible through the sobs. "Where are you? Please, Danny, help us! Where are you?" They entered Danny's cell on the hour, every hour. Even in his weakened, pummeled state, he knew that. When they entered for the first time after revealing that they knew his name, Danny had found the strength to go at them with every ounce of aggression he possessed. He'd slammed one guy against the wall, crushing his face into the brick. But then a figure in the doorway had discharged a round into the cell. It sparked against the stone floor just a few inches from Danny's feet. The two remaining guys had laid into him, kicking him hard in the groin and the ribs, and even stamping on his face this time. They weren't good fighters or even particularly strong, but Danny knew that with a shooter at the doorway he had no way of overpowering them and escaping. Better to let them have their fun, appear compliant, wait for them to make a mistake, to think that they didn't need the backup of a shooter. So he'd absorbed the blows, sucked up the pain. On the hour, every hour. His kidneys throbbed, his face too. He reckoned he'd managed to avoid a broken nose, but he knew that his skin was swollen, broken, and bleeding. He could taste the blood. When the time for each beating approached, he curled himself up into a little ball, protecting his head and his vital organs, focusing on his slow, steady breathing as the militants beasted him. On the hour, every hour. Sometimes they had a dog, snarling, straining on the leash. It would strain even more when they screamed at him in Arabic. Danny didn't know what they were saying. He recognized their shouts for what they were, a psychological exercise designed to break him down. It was beginning to work. He kept getting flashbacks to the Malinois that had attacked Caitlin. At some point, the interrogation proper would start. Then his body and his mind would really know about it. During the 6th beating, while the door was open and the gunman stood in the doorframe, he thought he heard Spud roar in agony. Maybe he was supposed to hear that. Mind games. Now 9 hours had passed. 9 beatings. Danny reckoned it must be about midday on the 23rd. He expected the next beating in about 5 minutes. He crouched down in the far corner of the room, putting the pain in his abdomen out of his mind, and waited. They arrived just when he expected them to, on the dot. The door slammed open. Danny counted 3 men entering. He recognized their swagger. It was the same guys who'd been laying into him each time. The same brutal guards who had laughed harshly at him when he offered up no resistance. One of them had even spat a little English at him. "Big, strong soldier, eh? Big, strong Danny Black." Danny looked past them. The door was still open. There was nobody standing in the doorframe. No dog. Mistake. 2 of the men grabbed him under his armpits and yanked him to his feet. The third stood half a metre in front of him, a leery shadow whose hot, bad breath Danny could feel on his face. He spat at Danny. As the spittle hit Danny's face, the regiment man attacked. He was still being clutched by the 2 guards on either side. When they felt Danny move, they clutched even harder. It meant that the force of Danny's heel, as it connected with the pit of the third man's stomach, was even stronger than it might have been. It was a proper kick. The kind of kick that would have knocked a football out of the stadium. The kind of kick a man like Danny had trained for and practiced for moments like this. And it had its effect. There was a solid, dull groan as the guard exhaled sharply and, winded, staggered back towards the open door. The 2 remaining guards were on either side of Danny, facing him side on. Danny yanked his head to the left, smashing the side of his skull squarely into the face of the first guard. There was a crack as his nose bust. Danny yanked his head to the right. The second guard found his face being sandwiched between Danny's head and the brick wall. Another crack, and the guard slumped, suddenly limp, down to the floor. Danny quickly turned and grabbed the head of the first guard, who was staggering, dazed, to his left. He thrust his thumbs into the guard's eye sockets, which gave way in a mess of blood and jelly. With a sharp yanking movement, he twisted the man's head. There was a silent twitch as his spine cracked, and he slumped to the ground like his buddy. Which left 1 more guard. He was still bent over, staggering, winded, gasping for breath. Danny strode up to him, grabbed a clump of his hair, and almost nonchalantly slammed him against the wall face first. The guy slumped, but Danny kept hold of him and slammed him against the wall for a second time, then a third. He told himself that he was ensuring his target was dead. In truth, the pent-up anger of the last few hours was boiling out of him. The dead guard had got the brunt of it. Danny let him fall to the ground. He examined the 3 bodies to see if any of them were carrying weapons. They weren't. Unarmed, he headed to the door, stopping just short of it to listen carefully for any sounds in the adjoining room. All he could see of it was a concrete floor and breeze-block wall 10 metres away. Silence, but not for long. He heard someone burst into the adjoining room. Footsteps. They were moving quickly. Danny hid to one side of the open cell door, hoping that this newcomer would enter the cell quickly and that Danny could attack him as he did so. But the bastard was cuter than that. He stood opposite the door, but at a distance from it. Danny could tell from the shadow he cast into the cell. He could also tell from the shape of the shadow that he was armed. Danny suppressed another surge of anger. His escape attempt was fucked. The newcomer was shouting something. Danny didn't understand what he was saying, but he sensed that the guy was calling to his mates, and when they didn't reply, the shouting got more aggressive, like he was speaking to Danny. He sensibly didn't get any closer. Danny estimated that he was 6 or 7 metres from the cell, far enough away to take a shot if Danny went for him. 2 options: stay where he was and hope the gunman would advance, or show himself and hope another opportunity to attack arose. After a few seconds, he could tell the guy wasn't going to advance, so he chose the latter option. Danny stepped into the doorway of his cell with his hands up. He was looking at a windowless room. To his left were 2 more cells. They weren't enclosed, like Danny's, but had bars at the front and bars dividing them. Set in the back wall of each cell were 2 metal rings, about 8 feet high. Whatever torture they were intended for, it looked medieval. To his right there was a door. It was open, and it led outside. Straight ahead was the gunman. He looked half scared, half angry. His Kalashnikov was pointing straight at Danny. Danny took a step forward. A ferocious bark from the man opposite stopped him in his tracks. The gunman made a gesture that Danny understood to mean he should lie down on the ground. Danny gave him a "be reasonable" look, but that just invited more shouting. "Keep shouting, arsehole," Danny thought. "The more you keep shouting, the less you're concentrating." He dropped to his knees, then looked stubbornly, arrogantly at his adversary. The gunman continued shouting at him. His voice was getting hoarse, and he took a step closer. Danny lay on the floor, front down, his head to one side, watching the guard. The guard wasn't shouting quite so much now, but he was still talking. His words, still incomprehensible to Danny, were a constant flow of spitting, bile-ridden invective. He had lowered his gun so that it was still pointing at Danny, and he was taking another step forward. Distance, 4 metres. Danny knew that the span of one arm was approximately 75 centimetres. Another 3 metres, just over, and he would be within reach. He was still talking. Danny could see that he was sweating. Did he know his mates were dead? Was he planning to send Danny the same way? He was certainly gesturing forcibly with his weapon, but he was also getting closer. 3 metres. 2. Just a little further, buddy. Danny kept his arm very still. He didn't want to give the guard any premonition of what he had in mind, but he kept his gaze fixed on the guy's ankles. As soon as he was close, he'd stretch out, hook his arm round whichever ankle was closest, and then... A metre. He was almost in reach. His right foot was moving. Someone entered the room. A female voice spoke harshly. The guard froze. Another instruction from the woman. He stepped back. 2 paces. 3. Danny felt himself burning up with frustration. He remained very still, but his eyes flickered towards the new arrival. It was the woman who had betrayed them. She stood over Danny at a safe distance of 3 metres. "I've told this idiot," she said, "that if you move a single muscle without being told, he must shoot you. And please don't imagine he's going to be stupid enough to get that close to you again." Danny didn't reply, but there were alarm bells in his mind. Whoever this woman was, she had outfoxed him twice. She showed a load more tactical awareness than Danny would have expected of her. Who the hell was she? She didn't wait for a reply, but stepped into the cell Danny had just vacated. 10 seconds later, she emerged again. "I see you've been busy, Danny Black." "That's not my name," Danny said. "If you insist," she said. "Now stand up very slowly and put your hands on your head. Dulfakar wants to see you.
and he doesn't like to be kept waiting.
Chapter 18. It took 3 gunmen to usher Danny into the elaborately furnished room that he had identified as Dulfakar's living quarters. As he stepped out of the cell complex, he realized immediately that he was on the northern edge of the compound. The reservoir was to his right. The 2 dead guards in the observation tower had been removed and replaced with 2 of the remaining armed personnel. As Danny passed, they climbed down from their towers and started concerning themselves with a large bundle on the ground. He couldn't see what. The rain had stopped, but it was still cloudy. Danny identified the bright patch in the clouds that indicated where the sun was. His timing had been slightly out of sync. The position of the sun told him that it was mid-afternoon. It might as well have been midnight in Dulfakar's living quarters. The candle still burned, and the open fire still smouldered. There was no natural light apart from what came through the open door. The smell of incense was sweeter and thicker than before. Spud and Caitlin were there. It was clear that they had undergone the same treatment as Danny. Their faces were a mess of bruises, cuts, and swellings. They were kneeling on the floor, shoulders hunched. Each of them had an armed guard pointing a rifle directly at their head. Caitlin had been stripped down to her tight grey vest. The wound on her arm was exposed. It looked like the guards had been beating it. It was bleeding, puffed up, and pus-filled. Her face was drained white, and she was sweating badly. Danny clocked the unit's packs and weapons, piled up along the right-hand wall of the room. Next to them, still tied to the post by her metal collar, was the slave girl. She wore the same flimsy clothes and the same expression of helpless despair. Her eyes flickered towards Danny as he entered, but really all her attention was elsewhere. Sitting between Spud and Caitlin and the slave girl, in a low, comfortable chair, and wearing a plain white dish-dash with white socks and comfortable leather sandals, was a short man, slightly plump, with a long black beard that was turning grey at the tips. He had an iPad on his lap, and his face glowed slightly from the light of the screen. He was an unremarkable-looking man, but clearly the boss. Danny instinctively knew that this must be Dulfakar. He remembered what Hammond had said about this arsehole not wanting anyone to look him in the eye, and it was true that nobody else in the room seemed to be making eye contact. "Fuck that," he thought, and he stared directly at him. Dulfakar watched with flat, expressionless eyes as Danny was forced to his knees a metre to the right of Spud. Danny felt the hard metal of a Kalashnikov barrel against the back of his head. He stared at Dulfakar and waited for him to speak. Dulfakar looked at the screen on his lap, then directly at Danny. "Danny Black," he said, in stuttering but serviceable English. "British Special Forces. Mother deceased. 1 father, 1 brother." He cleared his throat. "1 daughter. Name Rose Black. Mother's name Clara MacLeod. Place of residence Hereford." Danny felt his blood turn to liquid fear. It was all he could do to control his breathing. He could feel Spud and Caitlin's eyes on him. Dulfakar looked up and smiled. His lips glistened in the candlelight. The woman with almond eyes stepped up to him and whispered something in his ear. Dulfakar nodded gently. "If he tried to deny it, he is more of a fool than he looks," Dulfakar said. He held up the iPad. "Your CIA file, Black. It makes very interesting reading. You are a hero, although I'm not sure that is quite how they see you." Danny didn't reply. He was too busy trying to master the dread so that he could make sense of what Dulfakar had just told him. His CIA file? How the hell did an IS kingpin have that in his possession? A memory clicked in his head. Ray Hammond, their ops officer, briefing them before they went after the migrant boat in the Med. "The Yanks seem to think Santa and Rudolph might have terrorist intentions on UK soil, so why they haven't shared this with us is anyone's guess." And later, while they were being briefed in the Hercules before their drop into Turkey, "All I know is the Americans are holding back from attacking certain targets." "There is something else I want to show you," Dulfakar said. He stood up from his low chair and carried the iPad towards Danny. When he was standing right in front of him, he tapped the screen, then turned the iPad round and held it at the height of Danny's face. There was some video footage playing, shaky close-up of a man's face, Middle Eastern, hard to make out his features because the camera was so close. He was talking in Arabic. As he spoke, the footage panned out. Danny saw that this man had a very distinctive scar across the entire width of his throat. The camera panned to the right to show the rest of the room. Danny knew what he was going to see even before it appeared. Clara was sitting on a stool. Her eyes were puffy and red. She had clearly been crying. She was wearing a dressing gown and cradling a bundle in her arms. The camera moved closer. A hand appeared and roughly grabbed the blanket that was covering the baby. The child started to cry. Danny saw a glimpse of his daughter. She had a cut under her left eye. It was bleeding, like she was weeping blood. The camera moved away and returned to the close-up face of the man with a scar at his throat. He continued talking in Arabic. Dulfakar stopped the video footage. He walked back to his chair. Danny followed him with cold, hard eyes. He felt like stone. All he wanted to do was kill the man in front of him. His limbs twitched, but the gun was still pressed hard against the back of his skull. He could do nothing. "You will all die, of course," Dulfakar said. "Eventually, and at a time of my own choosing. We will hang you from our cranes as a warning to anyone else who wishes to trespass on our territory. But not before you have served a very useful purpose to us. 3 members of the famous British SAS. If we celebrated Christmas, I could not ask for a better gift. After our attack in the UK, this will be, what is the phrase you use? The icing on the cake. The footage of 3 soldiers suffering all the humiliations that the Quran demands we inflict upon the infidel will be a fitting follow-up to our Christmas celebrations. You will be what I believe they call a publicity coup." Dulfakar fixed Danny with his piercing gaze again. "So far, you and your Kurdish friends have killed 11 of my men," he said. "Not to mention my Turkish business associates whose deaths are, I will admit, a difficulty." Danny forced himself to count carefully. The guy at the checkpoint had said there were 17 men in the compound, including Dulfakar. 11 down left 6. 2 guys in the observation tower outside, 3 guards in here, plus Dulfakar. The women were probably extras the guard hadn't taken into account. Dulfakar had made a big mistake giving them this information, because now they knew how many hostiles they were dealing with. "Ordinarily, I would expect to exact payment in return," Dulfakar said, oblivious to the calculations whirring in Danny's brain. "Your child and her mother would seem a good place to start." He turned to the woman in Western clothes. "Don't you agree, Malinka, my dear?" "Yes, Dulfakar," Malinka purred. "It would be a very good place to start." She looked hungry as she walked up to stand beside him and put one arm round his shoulders. "The baby first." Dulfakar raised one hand. "I am a reasonable man," he said. "Your family will remain safe so long as you do not try to escape. When you are finally dead, Sergeant Black, they will be released. But if you cause us any trouble—" He gave a regretful gesture. "Our friend Mujahid, he with He traced a finger across his neck to indicate the scar of the man in the video. "He will be very happy to be distracted from his Christmas Day plans to travel west and put an end to your child's life. He will document the process, of course." An exaggerated shadow fell across Dulfakar's face. "I imagine you would find it a trial to watch such a scene, so I beg you not to force us all into a situation we would rather avoid." Danny forced himself to show no emotion. His body was trembling with frustration and fury. He concentrated on calming himself. "Shall I return them to their cells?" Malinka asked. "Just 1 minute, my love," Dulfakar said. "We have another matter to discuss. Haven't you wondered why these 3 are here in the first place?" It was strange the way they spoke to each other in English. Danny could only think that it was for the unit's benefit. Malinka frowned, but she didn't reply. "Isn't it clear that the British have found out something about our forthcoming plans? My guess is that they do not know enough to stop it, and so they have sent these soldiers to find me. But how did they know the strategy was mine in the first place? How did they know to find me here?" He looked up, and Danny realized he was staring at the 3 men who had the individual members of the unit at gunpoint. "How else?" he said quietly. "Unless we have a traitor among us." A thick, nervous silence descended on the room. Dulfakar stood again. He turned to Malinka. "Call the others in, my dear," he said. Malinka nodded and left the room. Dulfakar walked towards the unit, but his eyes were still on the guards who kept them at gunpoint. Danny looked straight ahead. He didn't want to give any indication of how hard he was concentrating, waiting for the split second of chaos that might occur if Dulfakar was foolish enough to reveal one of their guards as a traitor right in front of them. Malinka returned with the 2 remaining guards from the observation towers. It was clear that they understood what was happening because they looked terrified. They took up position on either side of the door. "Do not look so worried, everybody," Dulfakar said quietly. "I know which one of you is a traitor. If you have done nothing wrong, you have nothing to worry about." Why is he speaking in English, Danny thought. Whose benefit is that for? A tense pause. "I gave each of you a name," he said. He pointed to Caitlin's guard. "You?" he said. "I gave the name Jacob Hakim." Spud's guard. "You?" "I gave the name Aslan Hussein." Danny's guard. "And you?" "I gave the name Kailash Makafari. I told you all that I was giving you the identity of a person who is important to us. I'm afraid I lied. Those 3 individuals are of no importance to us whatsoever. They are entirely disposable." Danny looked at Malinka. She was looking at each guard in turn, her almond eyes narrowed nastily. He wished he could see through those eyes. If one of the guards was a traitor, right now he was their best friend, and if he was nervous, Danny would be able to see it in his face. "News has just reached me," Dulfakar said, "that one of these men has gone missing. He is probably dead at the hands of the British security services, or he is being tortured." He waved his hand as though swatting a fly. "That doesn't matter, of course. He knows nothing, and we all serve Allah in whatever way we can. But the only reason he has been killed is because his identity was passed on by one of you." Another smile. "You are probably wondering who it is." Dulfakar looked at Caitlin's guard. "It was not Jacob Hakim," he said. "Jacob is alive and well." Malinka's eyes flickered between Spud's guy and Danny's. Danny focused on the sensation of the gunmetal at the back of his head. Was it wavering? No, it was solid. Dulfakar turned to Spud's guard. "It was not Aslan Hussein," he said. A pause. Dulfakar turned to Danny's guard. It was McCaffrey. Poor Kailash McCaffrey. I wonder what happened to him. Malinka stood up. She pointed towards Danny's guard and looked over at the two men by the door. She barked some instructions in Arabic. One of the door guards strode towards Danny, weapon pointed directly at his head. The other bore down on Danny's guy. There was a scuffle behind him, but Danny couldn't take advantage. He was still at gunpoint. "And now," Dul Fakar announced, "we shall see what happens to traitors." Danny's guy started jabbering in Arabic. Danny didn't understand the words, but he could hear the terror in his voice and sensed the tension among the other guards. Dul Fakar listened with a bland look on his face. Then he recovered his iPad from where he was sitting. He approached Danny again, tapping the screen. Danny heard the familiar sound of a Skype ringtone. Dul Fakar turned the iPad so that Danny and the guards behind him could see the screen. The ringtone stopped. Video footage appeared. There was an old lady in a dark room strapped to a chair. She was Middle Eastern, wrinkled, leathery skin, a rag stuffed in her mouth, unbelievably frail. Danny's guy let out a gasp. "His mother," Dul Fakar explained pleasantly to Danny. "I will explain to him that if he does not confess, we shall have to watch her die. You would do well to watch, Danny Black, because this is what your own family can expect if you cause me any more trouble." He looked over Danny's head at the guard and spoke in Arabic. The guard replied. Dul Fakar inclined his head. Then he raised the iPad slightly and spoke an instruction clearly intended for whoever was at the other end of the Skype call. The reaction was immediate. A figure in a black balaclava appeared to the side of the old woman and thumped her hard on the side of the face. Danny's guy shouted out again. The old woman's eyes rolled and blood trickled from her nose. The figure struck her again. She started to cry. Dul Fakar was staring intently over Danny's head at his suspect. The IS leader had a strange expression all of a sudden, uncertain. He spoke another word in Arabic. On the screen, the man in the balaclava stood behind the old lady's chair, grabbed her hair with one hand, and pressed a knife against her throat. "Confess," Dul Fakar said quietly, "and she lives." There was a horrible silence in the room, broken only by the frightened mewing of the old lady on the screen. Dul Fakar's eyes narrowed. "Confess," he repeated. Danny's guard replied in Arabic. His voice, suddenly, was strangely calm. Danny didn't understand the words he spoke, but he thought he got their meaning. He was denying Dul Fakar's accusation. Malinka was at Dul Fakar's shoulder. She breathed something into his ear, but Dul Fakar shook his head. He issued an instruction in Arabic. Danny had time to see the man on the screen lower his knife from the old lady's throat before Dul Fakar turned the iPad round. "He passes the test," Dul Fakar said quietly, his eyes on Danny. Malinka was looking warily at Danny's guard. "My love," she breathed, "you are in danger." "Danger?" Dul Fakar said. "Certainly, but not from him." "Dul Fakar, you must be careful." "There was another person in the room when I revealed that name to a friend here," Dul Fakar interrupted. Malinka turned to look at the slave girl tied to the post. The girl's eyes were wide and frightened, but she clearly had no idea what was going on. "Her?" Dul Fakar said. "You think I have anything to fear from a pathetic creature like that? No." He turned to look at Malinka. "I am talking about you, my dear. You are the traitor." Danny knew in an instant that Dul Fakar was right. It was the momentary tightening around her eyes and the way she glanced quickly towards the exit. It was as if the whole room was holding its breath. Total silence, total stillness. Malinka put on a slightly forced smile. "My love, what are you saying?" "I think I have been very clear." "But, my love, I have been by your side for years." which makes your treachery all the more disappointing. Dulfakar looked towards the guards at the door and clicked his fingers. It was clear what he meant, and it was also clear that the guards took great pleasure in advancing towards Malinka and seizing her by both arms. Dulfakar stepped up to her and held her by the chin. "I think you are either British or American," he said. "Not British, now I think about it. If you were British, our guests would have known about you. American, then." He nodded to himself and murmured, "Never trust an American." For the first time, their eyes met. "I won't kill you yet," he breathed. "My men will have their fun first. Then, when you are no more use to them, when you are just an empty, raped husk, then I will put you out of your misery, you pig-faced American whore." Danny's head was spinning. Everything was moving too quickly. He still felt the debilitating nausea from seeing the footage of Clara and his little girl. He was totally confused about the scene unfolding in front of him. Was Dulfakar right? Was Malinka really an American agent? He knew they should take advantage of that confusion, but he couldn't even think straight. "You're probably wondering how I came across your CIA file, Danny Black," Dulfakar announced. "Would it surprise you to learn that it was from the CIA themselves?" His eyes shone with triumph. "A gift from one ally to another. But real allies do not spy on each other, as it seems the Americans have been doing. With one hand they give," he held up the iPad. "With the other they take away." He indicated Malinka. "My love!" Malinka breathed again. Dulfakar took a step towards her. With a sudden, brutal swipe, he hit her cheek with the back of his hand. There was a hiss of surprise from the assembled guards, and Danny saw a bead of blood trickle from her right nostril. "You know what's coming, American whore," Dulfakar said very quietly. "Do not make it worse for yourself." He stepped towards the unit members. His face was contorted with hate. "I have a little something waiting for you back in the cells. I hope you enjoy it." He addressed his guards, and now he no longer bothered speaking in English. His instructions were curt and aggressively delivered. The guards acted on them immediately. The 3 members of the unit were forced out of the room at gunpoint. So was Malinka. There was no escaping. They were ushered across the open ground by the reservoir back towards the incarceration unit. Danny noticed that the guards were back in their observation towers. The bundle on the ground was no longer there. At the door to the incarceration unit, they were told to line up in single file. Danny was at the front. He noticed a noise coming from inside that hadn't been there before. A low, constant, monotonous buzzing. The nausea in his gut grew stronger. He knew what that sound was and what it would mean. One of the guards barked at him to enter the incarceration unit. Danny stepped in. He saw the source of the buzzing immediately. A body was strung up at the front of the 2 cage cells, about a metre off the ground. Its arms were spread wide, so the hands were just above the doors of each cell. The body was female and naked. The stomach had been split horizontally with a knife, and its contents had spilled out. The buzzing was caused by the hundreds of flies that were crawling over the glistening offal. Blood had dripped onto the ground, and tied to the front of the cells on a very short rope was a mongrel dog licking at the blood. Danny forced his eyes from the wound to the corpse's face. It was grotesquely contorted, but recognizable. A young girl, spots on her face. Nazar. A guard opened the doors to the 2 cage cells. The door to the enclosed cell that had been Danny's was still ajar. Danny noticed as he passed that nobody had bothered to clear out the dead bodies. Not that he cared. His attention was on Caitlin, now walking at gunpoint beside him. Her eyes were glazed. She hadn't yet recognized the kid. And then suddenly she did. It was as though someone had flicked a switch. Caitlin suddenly lashed out against the nearest militant, grabbing the barrel of his rifle. "You cunts!" she shrieked. "You fucking cunts!" A second guard ran up to her and thumped the wound on her arm with the butt of his weapon. Caitlin screamed again, but with pain this time. Danny grabbed her. She was struggling badly. The dog started to bark. Danny held up a conciliatory arm to the gunman. Any movement now, he knew, and they would start squeezing triggers. "It's okay," he shouted. "It's okay. She's not going to do anything." The gunmen were nervous and sweating. They started shouting and forcing them towards the two cage cells separated from each other by thick iron bars. Malinka was thrown into the left-hand one. Danny, Spud and Caitlin into the right. Danny understood the logic of separating them like this. These militants wouldn't want anybody killing anybody else before their boss gave the word. It would be more than their own lives were worth. At the same time, they didn't want to use Danny's original cell because they wanted the psychological effect of Naza's body to do its work. The doors to the cage cells clanged shut. The militants locked them. With dismissive sneers at their incarcerated prisoners, they left the block. There was silence, broken only by the grotesque buzzing of the flies that swarmed on Naza's body, the sound of Caitlin hyperventilating, and the occasional growl from the dog. Spud turned immediately to Danny. "They said they're holding your kid to keep you compliant. But you know that's bullshit. The moment you're dead, they're going to kill Clara and Rose. You know that, right?" Danny barely trusted himself to speak. "Of course," he said. He moved to the front of the cage and examined the lock. It was a sturdy mortise bolt, deeply inset, difficult to pick, even if they had the right tools. "We've got 5 militants, plus Dulfakar," Spud said. "For now," Danny replied without emotion. "They'll call for reinforcements." He was only half aware that Caitlin was utterly silent. She looked like death warmed up. Her wound must be badly infected. No question, it was bringing her down. He turned towards the other cell. Malinka was in the far corner. She was pale, frightened eyes, sweat on her brow. She was staring into the middle distance. One of the flies was crawling across her face, but she didn't appear to notice. Danny couldn't help a creep of revulsion. If Dulfakar was right, and this was an American spy, she was in so deep that she was hardly any better than the IS scumbags whose ranks she had infiltrated. She'd been more than happy to sacrifice Danny, Spud and Caitlin, and she had encouraged Dulfakar to kill his daughter. It was almost as if Spud was reading his mind. He put one hand on Danny's arm. "Easy, mucker. We might need her." His voice seemed to bring Malinka back to the here and now. She looked sharply towards them. "We're dead," she said. "We're all dead." "You stupid bitch," Danny breathed. "We could have had you out of here." She gave him a contemptuous look. "You think I was just waiting around for my knight in shining armor? You don't know what I've had to suffer to infiltrate these animals." Danny looked towards Naza's body, still hanging at the front of the cage. "More than her," he said. Her eyes steamed with anger. "You don't understand." She strode towards the bars. She was suddenly close enough for Danny to reach through, and he felt a bomb of anger blow inside him. He slammed violently against the bars, pushing his hands through to grab her. Malinka jumped away just in time. The dog barked loudly. "I should fucking kill you right now," Danny whispered. "What difference would that make?" she replied, her voice hoarse. "Look at you, so arrogant. You don't know what's coming, do you? You saw that Yazidi girl tied to the post? You know how she spent the last 2 months? Raped every day, vaginally, anally, sometimes twice a day, till she bled like a slaughtered pig. If Dulfakar is in the wrong kind of mood, she gets half the life beaten out of her, and when he grows bored of her, which he will very soon," she pointed at the body of the strung-up Kurdish girl, "you've seen how he and his men get their kicks."
Why didn't you help her? Caitlin asked. Although her voice was distinctly slurred, she still managed to sound threatening. Because it would have blown my cover, Malinka spat. But what she went through, that will be nothing compared to what's waiting for me. She paused. And for you, it will be even worse. Maybe not, Caitlin muttered. She sounded weak. Malinka spat again. Caitlin walked to the front of the cell. Here, Nazar's left ankle was tied by a rope to the bars. Caitlin untied it, ignoring the growling dog. Nazar's leg fell stiffly away. Holding the half-metre length in her hand, Caitlin turned to Malinka. "When they come," she said, "we can use these to throttle them." She pointed at the rope tying Nazar's right ankle to the front of Malinka's cage. "I need that one too," she said, her speech slurred. "Untie it for me." Malinka looked at Danny, who was still by the bars. She clearly didn't want to get anywhere near him. Caitlin turned to him. "Get away from her," she said. What was she doing? These ropes would be no good when they were at gunpoint, and Caitlin surely knew that. She must have something else in mind. Danny stepped back, Spud too. Caitlin turned again to Malinka. "They're not going to touch you," she said. "Now get me that rope." She staggered slightly against the bars, and for a moment her eyes glazed over. Malinka hesitantly advanced towards Nazar's body. She was trembling and kept looking anxiously towards Danny. "Hurry," Caitlin hissed. "They could enter any minute." Malinka reached Nazar. With clumsy, trembling fingers, she loosened the rope. "Give it to me," Caitlin said, and she passed her bad arm, which was still carrying her own piece of rope, through the bars. Still carefully watching Danny, Malinka stepped towards Caitlin. Caitlin moved like lightning. She thrust her good arm through the bars and quickly hooked it round Malinka's neck. Malinka slammed forward against the bars, which shuddered and clanged. Caitlin swiftly wrapped her rope round Malinka's neck and pulled the loose ends back through the bars. "What the hell's she doing?" Spud demanded. "We might need her." He surged forward to pull Caitlin away, but Danny stopped him. Caitlin might be going downhill fast, but she was still managing to think smart, and Danny reckoned he knew what she had in mind. "She's buying us a way out of here," he hissed. Chapter 19. A sick, throttled sound escaped Malinka's throat as Caitlin twisted the two ends of the rope. Her hands flew up behind her head, and she tried to grab hold of Caitlin. Her red-painted nails were chipped, but they were still sharp enough to dig into Caitlin's skin and draw blood. "Wait," Danny said. "Loosen it a bit." "We need to do it quickly," Caitlin mumbled, her dirty hands bleeding. Yes, they're going to move us from here any minute. As soon as we're reported missing, this place is a target, and they'll know that." She was right, and as soon as they were trussed up and bundled into the back of a vehicle, their options would be severely limited. But Danny needed to get something straight. "How did he get my CIA file?" he demanded. "Did you give it to him?" When Malinka didn't reply, he strode towards her and whispered in her ear, "You want to live, you'd better answer me." "Why would I have your CIA file? I'd never heard of you before today." "Then who?" He made contact with Langley while you were in there." She pointed to the cell in which Danny had been incarcerated. "He demanded to know why he was under attack by Western forces. Langley denied all knowledge, so he emailed your photographs. The other two came back a blank, but the CIA identified you and supplied your file." She drew a deep breath. Danny could tell the rope was still tight by the constricted tone of Malinka's voice. "Why would they do that?" he demanded. "They're doing a deal," she croaked. "The CIA want IS out of northern Iraq and into Syria." "Why?" To destabilize the Russian-backed Syrian government and to give America control of the Iraqi oil fields." "Jesus," Danny breathed. He glanced at Spud and Caitlin in turn.
They both looked thunderstruck.
"Fucking Yanks," Spud hissed. "How many boys do we know who've been killed by IS, and the Americans are getting into bed with them?"
He looked sickened. Danny felt the same.
"What do IS get in return?" he demanded. "What's in it for them?" "The Americans agree not to target the oil fields they control in Syria. At least that was the plan. Now he knows I've been spying on him for the Americans. Things will change."
Danny let that sink in for a couple of seconds. His mind was spinning with this new information.
"Focus," he told himself. "What do you know about my daughter? Where is she? Who's got her?"
Malinka let out a heavy wheeze, and then,
"He never shared that kind of information with me."
Caitlin twisted the rope harder.
"I swear."
"What about the strike on London?"
"Westminster,"
she gasped.
"Christmas Day."
She was trembling. "Are you the CIA's source for that information?"
"Of course."
The dog started to bark. Danny glanced nervously at the door. Then he looked at Caitlin and nodded. Caitlin twisted the rope a full revolution, plus a little more, until the rope squeaked. Malinka's neck squeezed hard against the metal bar. A desperate croaking sound escaped her throat. Her hands shot up to her neck, and she tried to worm her fingers under the rope. Impossible. Caitlin twisted it harder. Her knuckles were as white as her face, and she was sweating badly. The flesh of Malinka's neck grew thicker, bulging out from the edges of the rope. Her skin turned blotchy and purple. She was flailing her arms now, but weakly. Caitlin gave the rope a final twist. It only turned a few millimeters, but it was enough. Malinka's arms fell to her side, and her body slumped.
"That was for the women," Caitlin whispered.
"Keep it tight," Danny warned her. He put his arms through the bars and grabbed Malinka's left wrist, feeling for a pulse. It was weak, but it was there. She wasn't dead yet. Seconds passed. The buzz of the flies crawling over Nazar's body seemed to grow a little quieter. Danny kept his fingers pressed into Malinka's wrist for another 10 seconds until— "She's dead," he said. "Ease her down to the ground slowly. She needs to stay close to the bars." Caitlin loosened the rope, but did not untie it completely. She kept a grip on it as Malinka's body slumped down the bar into an awkward heap on the floor. She unwound the rope and staggered back. "Want to tell me what's going on?" Spud said. "Dulfakar only has 5 guys left," Danny replied. "He's not going to waste more than 1 guarding us when he knows we're locked up, and whoever's on the other side of the door isn't going to want one of us to snuff it on his watch. When he sees her like that, my money's on him entering the cage to try to revive her. When he does—" Danny left it hanging. "We need to stand away from the body until the right moment. Spud, make some noise." Danny and Caitlin moved to the far side of the cage. Spud moved to the front. He pounded his fist against the cage door, which rattled in its frame. It disturbed the flies on Nazar's corpse, which swarmed momentarily before settling again. It also disturbed the dog, who went into a frenzy of barking and growling. "Oi!" Spud called. "Abdul, you might want to look at this." Silence. Spud rattled the doorframe again. The flies swarmed for a second time. "Hey! Get in here!" The door to the incarceration block opened. One of the militants entered. He wore an irritated frown and barked something in Arabic. His AK was hanging carelessly across his front. Spud pointed to the crumpled form of Malinka in the adjoining cell. The militant peered over at it. His frown deepened, and he couldn't disguise the look of worry on his face. He closed the door with his heel and ran over to Malinka's cell, opening it quickly with a sturdy key on a chain clipped to his camouflage trousers. He lunged inside, and seconds later was kneeling by Malinka's body, 2 fingers pressed against her jugular. Distance to the bars that separated the 2 cells, 4 meters, 3 paces. Danny was a big man, but he could move fast. He estimated it would take him a second. Then he'd need to get his hand through the bars to grab the militant. Another second. Ordinarily, he wouldn't like his odds. 2 seconds was ample time for someone to retreat from Danny's reach if they saw him coming, But this guy was panicking badly. If Danny moved now, he had a chance. He thundered across the cell. He was practically against the bars by the time the militant looked up. He thrust his right arm through the gap in the bars just as the militant started pushing himself to his feet. The militant was angling backwards, but Danny managed to catch his left wrist in a firm grip. And that was all he needed. Danny yanked hard. The militant tripped over Malinka's body as his face crashed against the bars. He shouted out in surprise and pain. That was the last noise he made. Danny thrust his left arm through the bars and hooked it round the back of the militant's neck. Then he released his right arm, pressed the heel of his hand against the man's forehead, and gave a sudden, sharp, brutal push. The militant's head snapped back, and there was a crack as the top of his spinal cord split. He went into a crazy spasm, arms and legs flailing, body shuddering. Danny kept his arm crooked firmly round his neck, the face pressed up against the bars as the spasm subsided. 5 seconds later, the militant was still. The tally in Danny's head changed. 4 guys left. He allowed the corpse to slide down the bars, just as Caitlin had done with Malinka, and carefully released the man's neck at floor level so the body rested at the foot of the bars. They needed his weapon first. Their captors could notice at any moment that the incarceration unit was unmanned. If that happened, they'd be in here. Danny unclipped the dead man's AK from the sling round his neck, held it vertically, and pulled it through the bars. Spud was at his shoulder, ready to accept the firearm. Danny handed it over and was aware, in his peripheral vision, of Spud moving to the front of the cell, kneeling down in the firing position and poking the barrel through the front bars in the direction of the door. Danny himself focused on the dead man's keys. They were still hanging from a chain in the pocket of his camo trousers. A solid tug, and they were away. He moved to the front of the cage. Unlocking the door would be awkward. There was no keyhole on the inside. He had to crook his arm through the bars again and insert it from the opposite side. The dog went crazy. Constant, aggressive barking. Anyone who heard it would know something was happening. The main door opened. A figure entered. His weapon was raised. Danny didn't even glance towards him. He knew Spud had them covered. There was a pause of a fraction of a second as Spud let the guy cross the threshold, then a loud report from the unsuppressed AK as he released a single round into the newcomer's chest. The militant fell to the ground just as Danny got the cage door open. The dog continued to strain, growl, and bark. Spud turned his weapon towards the animal and silenced it with a single round. 3 militants left, plus Dulfakar. With Spud still covering him, he ran to the bloodied form of the new corpse and helped himself to the man's rifle. Then he looked back at his unit mates and jabbed a single finger towards the exit before installing himself in the firing position at the threshold of the door. Evening had arrived. The light was failing. Danny could hear the engine of a vehicle turning over somewhere off to his left. Caitlin was right. Dulfakar and his men might be preparing to move. They would have decided that this location was heavily compromised. Danny realized there was a chance that the sound of the engine had masked the report of Spud's AK. From the doorway, he had line of sight across the open ground towards the 2 observation posts. They were unmanned. There was no movement anywhere that he could see. Options. Move out of the incarceration unit, methodically search the compound until they came across the 3 remaining militants, then make a move on Dulfakar, who would probably still be in his personal quarters until it was time to leave. He felt his eyes narrowing at that option. Only he and Spud were armed. Caitlin was fading. They couldn't leave her alone, but she'd be a hindrance if they started to comb the area. Option 2, stay here, draw the guards in. Picked them off as they entered the incarceration unit. The engine suddenly stopped, and a different noise reached him. Screaming. A woman. It could only be the Yazidi slave girl. It sounded to Danny very much like Dulfakar was having a final bit of fun before the time came to leave. It meant that for the Yazidi girl, time was running out. "Shit!" Spud hissed from behind him. Danny turned just in time to see Caitlin, who was crossing the incarceration unit towards the door, roll her eyes and suddenly collapse. Spud moved towards her immediately and checked her pulse. but Danny could guess what the problem was, surely a blood infection from her wound.
"Pulse is there," Spud said, "but not strong. Move her to the side of the room, out of sight of anyone entering."
While Spud did that, Danny dragged the dead guard further to the side of the door. Caitlin's collapse had made his decision for him. With only 3 guards left, their best bet was to wait until they realized the incarceration unit was open and unmanned, then pick them off individually as they came to investigate, but not with a gun. If the others heard rounds being released, they'd take precautions. Danny took up position by the side of the door frame. Silence descended. It was broken, a few seconds later, by a distant, inhuman shriek from the Yazidi slave girl. It seemed to echo eerily across the whole compound, and it turned Danny's thoughts, which had been momentarily distracted, back to Clara and his daughter. He felt his skin prickling and his blood heating, and an unsuppressed knot of panic in his gut. Then he heard footsteps, running, getting nearer. He tried to estimate the distance. 15 meters. 10. 5. He recognized the militant who appeared in the doorway as the guy who had held Caitlin at gunpoint in Dulfakar's room. The man was slightly out of breath as he entered the incarceration unit. He never even saw his killer. Danny grabbed him from behind, swung him round, and smashed his face hard into the wall. There was a smear of blood where flesh met concrete. Danny hooked one arm round the unconscious man's neck and snapped his spine with the same ease with which he'd dispatched his mate minutes before. The body went limp. Danny dragged it over to the rapidly increasing pile of IS corpses, let it fall, then took up his position again. 2 guards left. More screaming from the Yazidi girl. Danny was sweating badly. He tried to calm himself, but his eyes fell on the eviscerated corpse of Nazar. If they'd captured her, they'd probably captured the other Kurdish militants, and most probably killed them. Unlike the SAS unit, they were of no publicity value to Dulfakar and his men. When, there was no if in Danny's mind, the unit got out of here, their ride to the Turkish border was gone. Their extraction plan depended on getting back into Turkey, since Whitehall was so nervous about sending aircraft into northern Iraq, which meant they were now stuck in the middle of the IS heartland with no obvious means of escape. And every second they wasted stuck in the badlands of northern Iraq, the danger to his daughter increased. Footsteps again. A hoarse voice called something out in Arabic. Danny pressed himself against the wall to the side of the doorframe once more, waiting for the footsteps to get nearer. Spud was leaning over the recently dead militant, scavenging the rounds from the magazine of his AK. Danny hissed at him to be silent. 5 seconds later, their next guy appeared. This one was not so easy to deal with. He entered warily, his weapon in the firing position, clearly expecting the unexpected, which was what he got. As soon as the militant entered the incarceration unit, Danny grabbed the leading barrel of his rifle, fixing his arm so that the weapon's trajectory was clear of him, Spud, and Caitlin. The militant fired, and Danny felt the weapon kick back as the round ricocheted dangerously off the front bars of the right-hand cage cell. Still clutching the weapon, Danny reached out with his free hand to grab the militant's neck. But the militant was strong, and with a ferocious twist of his body, he managed to push Danny away, knocking him off his balance and ripping the gun barrel from his grip. Danny cursed. Everything seemed to slow down. The militant was facing him, and the weapon was pointing directly at Danny's chest, the end of the barrel just inches away. A cruel sneer spread across the militant's face as he prepared to take the shot. Gunfire! For the briefest moment, Danny thought he was hit, but the gunfire had come from behind him. The militant slumped against the wall by the door, half his face blown away, and a river of blood gushing from the wound. Looking over his shoulder, he saw Spud with his weapon still engaged, covering the door. "I'll make that one to go, plus Dulfakar," Spud said. "Roger that, but he'll have heard the shot. We can't count on him just walking in here." "Then let's go find the fucker. We'll come back for Caitlin." Danny engaged his own weapon and turned to face the door. More shouting, but it wasn't the Yazidi girl this time. 2 male voices, perhaps 20 meters distant. One of them sounded like Dulfakar. The second was male, the remaining guard taking instructions from his boss.
"Let's kill two birds with one stone," he growled. "Hold your fire on Dulfakar, mucker," Spud reminded him. "Remember why we're here. We need his intel on the London hit." "We need more than that," Danny muttered, as the iPad footage of Rose and Clara flashed across his consciousness. "Let's move." He stepped out into the half-light of the Iraqi evening, leading with his weapon. The weather had dramatically changed. The sky was very clear, a deep blue, no sign of clouds, and a half-moon visible in the sky. He immediately turned 90 degrees anti-clockwise, so he was facing towards Dulfakar's building. Distance, 30 meters. He could see that the door was open, and as he scoped it, he heard the sound of panicked shouting from the two men again. "Keep panicking, guys," he thought to himself. "Panic suits me just fine." He advanced at a fast walk, keeping the weapon fixed precisely at the open door. He knew that if a threat was to come, it would come from there. He was aware of Spud following him. Though he couldn't see his mate, he knew he would be walking backwards, covering left, right, and behind, just in case they were making the wrong call about the location of their final target. But they weren't. The target appeared in the doorway when Danny was 15 meters out. Danny didn't fire immediately. He needed to be certain that this was Dulfakar's remaining guard, not the man himself. But the image of Dulfakar, with his white robe, sandals, and greying beard, was burned into Danny's mind. It took a fraction of a second to make the positive ID, and even less time to squeeze the trigger and nail the guy in the doorway. The gunshot echoed across the compound, and a flock of birds rose with a screech from the reservoir to his left. The guard went down. Danny continued to advance implacably on Dulfakar's quarters. 5 meters out, he stopped, holding his breath to eliminate any unnecessary noise. The door was open, but it was dim inside, and he couldn't see much apart from the shadows cast by a flickering candle. He could hear the sound of desperate whimpering, though. The Yazidi slave girl was still alive. Danny would give almost anything for a flashbang, but their packs had been taken from them. He'd have to make do without. "Spud, are you with me?" Danny breathed. He didn't look back. "Roger that. I think he's using the slave girl as a human shield." Danny's mate advanced past his left shoulder, weapon engaged, until he was just to the left of the open door. He fired a quick round at the door itself, which splintered and swung open on its hinges. Then he fired 2 more rounds in quick succession into the room above the top edge of the door. He nodded at Danny, who advanced carefully through the doorway. Danny saw immediately that he'd been right. Dulfakar was backed into the far corner of the room, distance 6 meters. He had the slave girl in front of him, his left hand clutching her hair, his right hand holding a knife to her throat, which had been released from the metal collar. The blade was long and thin, maybe 9 inches, twice the width of the girl's throat. The girl herself was naked. By the dim candlelight and the orange glow of the fire, Danny could see the bruises and welts all over her breasts and abdomen, and blood streaks down her inner thigh. She was shaking, crying. Danny didn't think he'd ever seen anybody look so terrified. But Dulfakar ran her a close second. His sleazy eyes were wide and alarmed. His knife hand shook. "If you take another step," he said, unable to stop the quaver in his voice, "I slit her throat." Danny didn't move, didn't lower his weapon. He stared directly into Dulfakar's eyes. In his peripheral vision, he saw flames licking up from the fire, which had just been smouldering when they were last in here. Something had just been thrown on it. Paper. But Danny focused on Dulfakar and the girl. "Go ahead," he said. "Kill her. Saves me a job." Silence. Danny sent Spud moving into the room behind him, and saw Dulfakar's frightened eyes glance towards his mate, then back to Danny. He licked his lips nervously. "Drop the girl, mucker," Spud breathed from behind him. "He's going to kill her anyway." Danny hesitated for just a moment. Then he advanced. He disagreed with Spud. Dulfakar wouldn't kill this girl. She was all he had, his only negotiating tool.
As Danny crossed the room, Dulfakar's eyes grew wilder and his hand shook more violently, but he didn't slice the girl's neck, and within a few seconds Danny had the barrel of his rifle inches from Dulfakar's forehead. He kept his voice level, reasonable. "Drop the knife," he said. "I'm not going to kill you. I'm not even going to move you from here. You know I don't want you dead, but you've got to work with me. You have to drop the knife first." Dulfakar didn't move. His eyes flickered towards the door. "All your men are dead," Danny continued. "You don't have any other option. Drop the knife. You and me, we're going to work this out." Dulfakar's face twitched. He lowered the knife a couple of inches. "You've got to drop it, buddy," Danny said. Dulfakar opened his fingers. The knife fell to the floor. He was still clutching the girl's hair in his other fist. "Let the girl go," Danny said. Dulfakar's fist loosened. The slave girl scrambled away from him. Dulfakar suddenly shrank further into the corner of the room. Maybe he'd seen something in Danny's eyes. Maybe he knew what was coming. Danny's anger, which he had suppressed so well, burst out. Shooting Dulfakar wouldn't be enough. He wanted to hurt him, badly, so badly that he'd be begging to tell Danny who had his daughter and where she was. Danny flicked the safety switch on his rifle to the safe position, then advanced suddenly and angrily. He spun his weapon round so that the butt was facing Dulfakar and crushed it hard into the side of his head. There was a nasty crack as the man's nose broke, and a spray of mucus and blood showered across Danny's face and the surrounding walls. He let the weapon fall, grabbed Dulfakar by the throat, and raised his knee sharply into his groin. Dulfakar bent double with an agonized groan and immediately received Danny's knee on the underside of his jaw. Danny heard teeth go and a sharp, hissing intake of breath as Dulfakar staggered back against the wall, his eyes rolling. "Don't like people looking at you, you piece of shit. Well, how about I gouge your fucking eyes out so you can't tell either way? Leave him!" Spud was there, right behind Danny, grabbing him by the shoulders, pulling him back. Danny rounded on his mate and jabbed the heels of his hands into Spud's chest, knocking him back. He knew he was out of control, but he couldn't stop himself. He turned back to Dulfakar and was on the point of moving in again, ready to pummel him with his bare fists, when Spud pulled him back for a second time. Danny's anger swelled. He felt himself burning, ready to go for Spud himself. He was bearing down on his mate, fists clenched, his face set like iron. "You're going to kill him," Spud hissed. "What then, Danny? How do you find your kid when he's dead?" Danny stopped. He was breathing heavily, sweating. Spud was right. He needed to get a grip, to control himself. "No!" Spud shouted so loudly that Danny was momentarily taken aback. His mate was raising his gun, and Danny suddenly realized that he'd made an unforgivably basic error and turned his back on his opponent. He spun round, fully expecting to see Dulfakar coming for him with his knife. He saw something very different. The Yazidi girl, naked, bleeding and battered, had a look of animal desperation on her face. She also had Dulfakar's knife in her fist. She was crouching to one side of Dulfakar, holding it low, the blade pointing upwards, just inches from his midriff. Danny lunged towards her, but too late. She stabbed the blade hard into the side of her abuser's body, deep into his ribcage. It slid in with atrocious ease and out again as she stabbed him for a second time before Spud could release his round. A deafening gunshot resonated round the room. Spud's round slammed into the side of the Yazidi girl's head. She collapsed immediately, leaving the knife buried deep in Dulfakar's guts. His white robe was wet with blood. It was pissing from the wound. Dulfakar was staring down at himself with a look of mingled horror and astonishment. Then he tried to breathe. It was immediately clear to Danny that the long blade had punctured one lung, maybe both. there was a dreadful gurgling, gasping sound as Dulfakar collapsed to his knees, trying unsuccessfully to get breath into his damaged lungs. Neither of them looked at the body of the poor Yazidi girl, her head bleeding and shattered. All Danny's attention was on Dulfakar as he surged towards his enemy. Spud was with him. They wordlessly got the IS commander onto his right-hand side in the recovery position, so the wound was facing upwards. Danny pressed his hand hard onto the punctured skin, trying to stem the flow of blood, but it was useless. Thick and sticky, it oozed relentlessly out between his fingers. Danny tried to picture the route the knife had taken through Dulfakar's body. It wasn't just the lungs that would be damaged, stomach, kidney, liver. Major organ failure. Without a full med team on hand, there was zero chance of him surviving. He grabbed Dulfakar by the face and twisted his head so they were looking at each other eye to eye. "Where's my daughter?" he hissed. "Who's got her?" Dulfakar didn't reply. A couple of seconds passed. Then a fountain of blood and foam erupted from his mouth as his body went into spasm. Danny rolled him onto his back and started pumping his chest vigorously, 1 compression per second. The ribcage sank 2 inches with each pump, and Danny thought he felt the breastbone breaking. But as he tried in vain to keep Dulfakar alive, he knew that each chest compression was pushing him closer to the grave as it forced more blood from his wound, each wave less copious than the last. After 10 seconds, he knew he was pumping the chest of a dead man. "Mucker, he's gone," Spud said from behind him. Danny stopped pumping. He stood up and stared at the corpse at his feet, then at his own hands, which were covered in blood, sweat, and dirt. The firelight flickered in the room. Danny and Spud were breathing heavily. Danny's anger erupted again. He started kicking the body and head of Dulfakar's fresh corpse, pointless, but the only way he could think of to release his frustration. He dealt the dead man 6 solid blows to the head, and only stopped there because Spud dragged him away. Chapter 20. "Did you have to kill the girl?" Danny said bitterly. "She could have told us something." He instantly regretted saying it. Spud had a sickened, haunted look on his face. He had taken the course of action the situation demanded. He'd refused to let emotion get in the way. A bad soldier would have hesitated. That didn't mean he had to like it, and he obviously didn't. In any case, this was a mess of Danny's making. He'd taken his eye off the ball. He'd done what Spud hadn't, and let emotion cloud his judgment. "Go check on Caitlin," Danny said, by way of unspoken apology. Spud nodded wordlessly, leaving Danny alone in the bloodbath that was Dulfakar's quarters. He knew that he, Spud and Caitlin, were the only people alive in the compound now. How long for, he couldn't tell. People up on the main supply route could have heard gunshots. Dulfakar might have called for reinforcements. Bottom line, they couldn't stay here. It wasn't safe. They needed to extract. But not yet. Not before Danny had searched Dulfakar's quarters. He looked around and picked out their packs and gear, which had been stashed along the wall. He had to step over the Yazidi girl's body to reach them. He selected his own rifle, which was propped up against the wall, and detached the surefire torch from its rack. He switched it on and turned back towards the centre of the room. Spud entered, carrying the unconscious Caitlin. "Get some meds inside her," he said, nodding back towards the packs. "We need to get out of here," Spud said, laying Caitlin carefully on the ground. "In a minute." "Mucker, we could be overrun by more of these twats any time." "I said in a minute." There was a table in the centre of the room. It was littered with books and papers, all in Arabic. Danny shone his torch on it and shuffled impatiently through the contents, looking for the iPad that Dulfakar had used to show him the footage of Clara and Rose. There was no sign of it. He took a step back from the table, and his torch illuminated something on the floor, black, rectangular. He bent down to pick it up. It was Dulfakar's iPad, but the screen was smashed like a window with a bullet hole. Danny tried to switch it on, but the device was dead. He cursed, but kept hold of the iPad. Something else had caught his eye on the table, half hidden under some other documents. It looked like a British Ordnance Survey map. Danny pulled it towards him and shone his torch at it. The map had been opened up, then refolded to expose 4 rectangles of terrain. It had clearly been well used, because the mapping was worn away at each crease. Even without examining the place names, Danny recognized London by the shape of the River Thames. One place name in particular, however, had been circled in black marker pen: Westminster Abbey. But there was nothing else that gave Danny any more information about the hit. Then he remembered the fire. It had been burning brightly, but now the flames had died down. Danny cursed. He should have checked before to see what Dulfakar had been so keen to burn. There was a pile of crisp black embers on the coals, which Danny realized had been a sheaf of papers. One piece of paper, however, had fallen to the front of the fire and was only half burned. Danny removed it, then examined it carefully. "Spud," he breathed, "look at this." Spud joined him. He was carrying a med-pack, ready to minister to Caitlin. He looked at the paper. It was a printout from a UK weather website, a forecast. Temperature, cloud cover, and, circled in black pen and translated into Arabic lettering beneath, wind speed. Danny double-checked the location for the forecast: Sandringham, Norfolk. He glanced back at the map of London on the table. His mind was working quickly, picking out various moments from the past few hours and days. He remembered talking to Malinka just before Caitlin had killed her, asking her about the strike on London. "Westminster," she had said. "Christmas Day." But as Dulfakar had suspected Malinka of being an American agent, he would never have let her have that information in the first place unless it was inaccurate. And why had he been so eager to burn this slip of paper while leaving untouched the map of London with Westminster Abbey so clearly marked? "That's where the Christmas Day strike is," Danny said quietly. "He's targeting the royals. It's where they spend Christmas." He paused. "Maybe that's why Tony was dispatched to pick up Yellow 7. Maybe 5 heard some whispers and wanted him back in the country." A pause. Spud was eyeing him uncertainly. "I'm hearing a lot of maybes, Danny." Danny jabbed the weather report with his forefinger. It left a smear of blood on the paper. "Wind speed and wind direction translated into Arabic. What would we use that information for, you and me?" "Taking sniper shots," Spud said immediately. Danny gave him a look that said, "Got it in one." "You don't know any of that for sure, Mugger," Spud said carefully. "Yes, I do," Danny said, because something else had just clicked in his mind. Something Dulfakar had said when they were being held at gunpoint. "Our friend Mujahid, he will be very happy to be distracted from his Christmas Day plans to travel west and put an end to your child's life." "He told us his guy Mujahid would travel west. You'd only say that if you were somewhere east. Sandringham's in Norfolk." "I dunno, mate. What about the IS guys on the migrant boats?" "Patsies," Danny said. "Put right into our path to feed us false information. That's how Dulfakar operates. He sacrificed one of his people to flush out Malinka. He sacrificed Santa and Rudolph to make us think the strike was going to be in London. But it's not. Think about it. You see it on TV every year. The royals going to church on Christmas morning, and with every military resource focused on London, it'll be the easiest hit in the world." He stared at Spud. "The British royal family massacred by IS. I can't think of anything those bastards would like better." Spud looked unconvinced. "Hereford are waiting for our communication," he said. "Phone all this through, tell them what you think, then they can make the call." He turned his back on Danny and returned to their gear, clearly about to get their sat phone from one of the packs. "No," Danny said. Spud stopped. "What are you talking about?" "Don't make the call," Danny said. "Not until we've worked out what we're going to say."
I told you, They've got my daughter, Spud, and Clara too. I've got no leads, no way of finding them. Mate, Except one, Danny said. A pause. What? Spud asked. This guy, Mujahid, he knows where they are, and we know where he's going to be on Christmas morning. If we let the regiment know, their first priority will be to shoot him on sight. I can't let that happen. Spud's eyes widened slightly as it dawned on him what Danny was suggesting. You want to keep it from them? Mate, they find out, they'll chuck us in prison and throw away the fucking key. Danny stayed silent. Just tell them everything you know. Tell them this Mujahid guy has to be taken alive. Right, Danny said, because we all know what happens to people who need to stay alive if they get in the way of a regiment mission objective. And he looked meaningfully over at the Yazidi girl Spud had shot just minutes previously. Jesus, Spud breathed. He shook his head. You haven't got a chance of catching this guy, Danny. If there really is going to be a hit at Sandringham, you've got no way of predicting how it's going to happen because you don't know what the Royals' movements are. Maybe not, Danny said quietly, but we know a guy who does. For a moment, Spud looked confused. Then his eyes widened. Tony, you've got to be fucking joking. He hates you. The cunt wouldn't give you the steam off his piss. We'll see, Danny said, but we've got to get out of here first. He nodded towards Caitlin. If we tell them we got no intel out of Dulfakar, Caitlin's a goner. We know how nervous the firm is about breaching Iraqi airspace at the moment. They won't risk it just for a medical evacuation of a single soldier. It could take us weeks to get to the border, Spud said. Well, we've got hours, not weeks. We need to dangle a carrot, make them think it's worthwhile getting us picked up. Spud pinched the bridge of his nose. What have you got in mind, Danny? Are you with me? Spud bowed his head. He obviously didn't like any of this, but Spud owed Danny, big time. Now that it was Danny's turn to call in the favour, he could hardly refuse. What do you want me to do? He said. Find us a vehicle we can use. I'm going to make a call. We leave in 2 minutes and we'll be home tomorrow. I guarantee it. Spud oozed reluctance, but he didn't argue. Danny moved over to the packs, selected his, and hurried to the exit. Spud hauled Caitlin over his shoulder again and followed. Outside, everything was still. Danny strode up to the edge of the reservoir. It was fully dark again, and a cloudy moon reflected on the dark water. Danny removed the sat phone from his pack, inserted the battery, switched it on, waited a few moments while it powered up, then speed-dialed their contact number. It was answered within a single ring, a male voice, very clear. Go ahead. This is Delta 3 Tango. Wait out, Delta 3 Tango. A crackly pause of 20 seconds, then a new voice. What do you know? Danny recognized the voice immediately, Ray Hammond. He wondered if their ops officer had made it back to the UK. Target acquired and eliminated. We have 3 names. Please transmit. Danny paused. The success of his plan depended on Hammond not knowing that Clara had been abducted. He couldn't ask him outright, not if he wanted to track down his daughter on his own, so he kept it obscured. Do you have anything to tell me? Now it was Hammond's turn to pause. What are you talking about? He sounded genuinely bewildered. That was enough for Danny. Transmit the names. Negative, Danny said. Silence. Transmit names, Hammond repeated. You want names? You need to send a pickup to extract us. You know that's not possible. Make it possible. We have wounded personnel. They won't survive without a medical evacuation. Negative, Delta 3 Tango. Transmit names immediately. Take down the following location, Danny said, and recited the GPS reading that he'd intended to be their RV point with the Kurds. We'll be there in 1 hour. He switched off the sat phone and pulled out the battery. He knew he'd just dropped a bombshell on the headshed. He knew they'd make him pay for it back in the UK.
They'd talk about RTUs. They'd probably even be court-martials. Danny didn't care. If the Ruperts thought they'd failed to extract any intelligence out of Dulfakar, they'd leave them to find their own way out of Iraq. Danny hadn't been lying when he said Caitlin wouldn't make it, nor would his daughter. He sent Spud behind him. His mate had returned to retrieve his and Caitlin's packs. "You got a vehicle?" Spud nodded. But suddenly he wasn't looking at Danny. He was staring into the distance across the reservoir. He pointed. "What the hell's that?" he breathed. Danny looked. He immediately saw what Spud was pointing at. Several black shadows flying low over the water, only visible because they blocked out the stars and because their downdraft formed white horses on the water illuminated by the clear half-moon. For a sickening moment he looked at the sat phone in his hands. Had someone been listening in to his conversation? Had the encryption been so easily hacked? Impossible, he told himself. He'd only finished talking a few seconds ago. Nobody could mobilize that quickly. Then he heard the banging sound from the incarceration unit, and he understood. "Americans," he hissed. "Malinka must not have clocked in with her handlers. They know something's gone wrong. They're here to extract her. They're not going to let us leave knowing what we know." He turned to Spud. "Run!" he hissed. Spud hoisted the 2 packs over his shoulders and sprinted. Danny followed him across the open ground and past the incarceration unit. They could hear the choppers now, the low thrum of their engines and the regular beating of the rotor blades. The Hilux that Spud had selected was parked at an angle on the far side of the incarceration unit. There were several bullet holes in the side, but it was turning over. The left-hand rear passenger door was open, and Danny glimpsed Caitlin lying there unconscious. The rear window had been shattered, probably by gunfire. Danny and Spud hauled their packs into the back. Spud sprinted to the driver's seat, Danny to the passenger side, slamming Caitlin's door as he passed. Seconds later, they were moving. No headlamps, so they didn't draw attention to themselves. Spud floored it, the engine screaming as he made his way up the gears, the poorly suspended chassis juddering and bumping over the rough ground. Danny leaned out of the side window, his weapon engaged. Looking back towards the buildings, he could see the threatening form of one of the choppers hovering over the open ground by the side of the reservoir, while 2 others held back over the water, their downdraft kicking up clouds of spray. Figures were fast roping out of the belly of the chopper that had made landfall. "American SF!" Danny shouted. "Faster!" The vehicle juddered badly as Spud spun it off the rough ground and onto the narrow road that led to the perimeter fence, past the 2 checkpoints and up to the main supply route. From the corner of his eye, he could see in silhouette the corpses still hanging from the cherry-pickers along the perimeter fence. Up ahead, the vehicles belonging to the middlemen were still positioned in the road, and nobody had bothered moving the corpses of the men the unit had eliminated on the way in. 10 meters from the perimeter fence checkpoint, a flock of birds rose suddenly from the corpses on which they had obviously been scavenging. Spud didn't slow down. As they hit the checkpoint, there was a bump and a crunch as the wheels of the Hilux steamrolled over one of the bodies in the road. Spud yanked the steering wheel left and swerved sharply out of the way of the middlemen's vehicles before directing the Hilux back onto the road. Up ahead, there were the lights of headlamps on the main supply route. It wasn't busy, but they would only be safe once they reached it and could merge into the traffic heading north. He kept the speed up as Danny looked back towards the compound again. The chopper was still hovering. It had been there for about a minute. The troops would have found Malinka's body by now. They'd be expecting to find Danny. What would they do when they discovered he was missing? Danny didn't know the answer to that question. All he knew was that they couldn't hang around to find out. 15 seconds later, they reached the checkpoint nearest the main supply route. Spud burst through it. Distance to the road, 500 meters. The speedometer was tipping 120 kph. It would take 15 seconds to cover it. Looking back, Danny saw the chopper rising. The flight crew had switched on a searchlight. "I got it," Spud breathed before Danny could point it out. The searchlight was panning across the compound, obviously looking for something. Obviously looking for them. 200 meters. The chopper was rising higher. Danny's gut went cold. The higher it was, the greater its field of view, and the better its chance of seeing them. 100 meters. 50. There was a groaning sound from the back. Caitlin stirred, but then closed her eyes again. Spud didn't slow down until they were 20 meters from the main supply route, nor did he switch on the headlamps. Danny gripped his seat hard. An articulated lorry was trundling along the main road at a stately 60 kph. For a horrific moment he thought they were going to collide. There was a loud klaxon sound. The lorry driver was clearly thinking the same thing, but Spud's skills were good. At the last moment he hit the brake. The Hilux decelerated just in time for them to swing onto the road less than 2 meters behind the lorry. Spud quickly switched on the headlamps and allowed the Hilux to fall back. Suddenly, they were just another vehicle on the road. Danny looked back towards the compound. The chopper had killed its lights. It obviously hadn't found what it was looking for and seemed to be banking back towards the reservoir. He allowed himself a moment of relief as the Hilux headed north. "I told them to pick us up at the RV point we identified with the Kurds," Danny said. Spud nodded. "It could take a long time for them to get a pickup to us, Mucker. You know that, right? They were jumpy as fuck about breaching Iraqi airspace when we inserted. They've got stealth choppers, and they think we've got the key to stopping a major hit on the capital. Something tells me they'll work it out pretty quick." He looked straight ahead. The tarmac of the main supply route flew past as Spud headed towards the RV point. Danny was right. It took them just shy of an hour to make their way up the rough track into the mountains that the Kurds had shown them to the RV location. When they stopped, Danny double-checked that their GPS coordinates matched those he'd given over the sat phone. They did. Now they just had to wait. They drove the Hilux off the track, hiding it behind a rounded, weathered boulder that was twice the size of the vehicle. There was a freshwater stream about 30 paces to the west. Danny and Spud carefully carried the unconscious Caitlin to it. Danny removed her top and did his best to wash the wound. It was in a very bad state. The flesh was mushy and bloodied, and it oozed with the telltale white pus of infection. Her body temperature was high, her breathing shallow. They tried to make her comfortable and safe by lying her back in the vehicle, but she needed serious medicine, and fast. Danny and Spud took up covert defensive positions. Danny in the shadow of the same boulder that hid Caitlin and the Hilux, Spud on the other side of the track, belly down amid some thick gorse bush. Danny was bone-tired and sore from the beatings he had endured at the compound. Covered in blood and sweat and dirt, maybe a couple of broken ribs. It certainly hurt to breathe. He put the pain from his mind. The call he'd made on the sat phone hadn't lasted longer than 30 seconds, but he'd been obliged to transmit the coordinates of their RV location. It was unlikely that the Americans had intercepted that call, but if they had, he and Spud needed to be prepared for company. But their only company, as 2 hours passed, and then 3, was the occasional scratching of unseen wild animals in the vicinity, and just before midnight, the ominous thunder of a fighter jet somewhere off to the south. The noise they were waiting for, hoping for, arrived 20 minutes after that. It seemed to come from nowhere. 1 minute there was silence. The next there was a subdued hum, close yet somehow distant, like the ghost of a chopper. The ghost itself appeared in the sky moments after that. It was not the first time Danny had seen the sleek, angular contours of a stealth Black Hawk. The very existence of this aircraft was routinely denied by the MOD, but the sight of it, with its downward-pointing rotors designed to reduce noise and radar splash, was like a balm to Danny. He didn't move, however, or make any attempt to show himself as the bird touched down. Spud lay low too. It was only when the side door opened and a figure in camouflage fatigues appeared, whose top clearly displayed a one-para flash, that Spud emerged from his gorse bush and ran with full pack and rifle towards the soldier. Danny started to extract Caitlin from the Hilux, and within 20 seconds he had help. Spud and 2 others were there. Together they carried Caitlin and all their remaining gear from the vehicle towards the strangely quiet chopper. A medic was waiting for them inside, saline drip at the ready. He instantly took over Caitlin's care, while the loadie, a severe-looking man with a shock of ginger hair, closed up the door and gave the all clear to the pilot. As the Black Hawk rose effortlessly from the ground, the loadie turned to Danny, holding a headset and boom mic. "Hereford HQ," he said. Danny felt Spud's eyes on him as he accepted and donned the headset. "Go ahead," he said.
"Give me the names, Black."
Ray Hammond, sounding angrier than Danny had ever heard him. Danny caught Spud's anxious glance. "You get the names when Caitlin's on British soil, boss," he said.
"For Christ's sake, Black, we haven't got time for this."
"Then get us home, quick!" He ripped off the headphones, handed them back to the loadie, and looked out of the dark window at the mountains of northern Iraq, a fast-moving, moonlit blur below. December the 24th. Chapter 21. Joe didn't think of it as stealing. He thought of it as survival. He was slowly chewing a chicken sandwich that he'd taken from a branch of Pret-a-Manger during the morning rush hour. Even though he had a little money, courtesy of Galbraith's wallet, he knew it had to last. The less he spent, the better. He had waited until now, nearly midnight, when his hunger pangs were unbearable, to eat the sandwich. He had no way of knowing where his next meal was coming from, and it had been risky taking it. He had thought, as he left the shop, that one of the staff had shouted out after him. He had run away without looking back. The expensive laptop, whose screen he was staring at, had, ironically, been easier to steal than the sandwich. He had walked into a public library, found someone working at a machine that would suit his purpose, and waited for the owner to go and find a book from a nearby shelf. It took 5 silent seconds to close the laptop and swipe it. Nobody even looked at him as he left the library. Outside, he had checked the battery charge. 38%. Not good. And he had no charger, so he had to work fast. Which was what he was now doing. He sat in an all-night cafe somewhere in the middle of London. He didn't know where he was exactly. There were a few feeble lengths of silver tinsel along the counter, and the radio softly played the same Christmas songs that Joe had heard relentlessly since his escape from Galbraith and Sharples. The guy behind the counter was whistling along tunelessly. Earlier that day, Joe had overheard someone say that they didn't feel all that Christmassy. He wasn't quite sure what they meant. But he had decided that whatever Christmassy did mean, it wasn't a good description for how Joe himself was feeling. He felt like there was a policeman on every corner, as though Galbraith, or even worse, Sharples, would put one hand on his shoulder at any moment. Galbraith's handgun felt heavy and leaden in the inside pocket of his coat. He didn't like carrying it. He couldn't shake the feeling that everyone knew it was there and was staring at him. But he had decided it was necessary to hold on to it. He had bought himself a small coffee, using Galbraith's money, not because he wanted the drink, but because he needed to use the cafe's internet connection. It would have been possible to hack into a random Wi-Fi network elsewhere, of course, but that would have taken time, and with only 38% battery, he didn't have the time. "Did you buy that here?" Joe looked up. The guy from the counter was standing by his table, pointing at his pret-a-manger sandwich. "You can't eat what you didn't buy here, son." Joe frowned and nodded. He carefully packed up the remains of his sandwich and put it in the pocket of his red hooded top, then took a sip from his coffee. "What you doing here this late, anyway?" the man said. "You're not one of them immigrants, are you?" The real reason for the lateness of the hour was that the emptier the cafe, the more bandwidth on the Wi-Fi. But Joe didn't say that. He just muttered, "College work." It seemed to satisfy the man, who returned to his place behind the counter. Joe had several windows open on the laptop. 2 of them had black backgrounds and were running lines of the code that Joe was using to hack into certain servers by brute force. He could see his face reflected in them. A third window had opened what looked like a Facebook page filled with Arabic. It was in fact a dark web equivalent of Facebook, open in the Tor browser, highly encrypted, available only to those who knew the relevant ciphers and passwords. It lurked on a corner of the dark net that was almost impossible to access if you didn't know how. Inaccessible to security services and curious individuals alike. Joe knew all this because he had put it there for his Daesh controllers. The fourth window showed a Google map of the UK. A blue dot pulsed on Joe's position in central London. He scanned the Arabic text on the Facebook clone, his jaw set as he did so. He was reading a conversation between a person he knew and that person's boss. Nobody would be so foolish as to put a picture of themselves on this site, nor to use their real name. But having been forced, on pain of death or worse, to set up these networks and modes of communication, Joe knew quite well that the real name of the user, who had given himself the handle that roughly translated as God's truth, was Mujahid. That he had a scar that spanned the full width of his neck, like a gruesome smile. That this was the same man who had stripped his father naked, hooded him, and hung him from a tree. That he had raped Joe's mother in front of him before killing her. A memory flashed in his mind. He had just got off the train that had smuggled him into the UK. An aggressive soldier had said, "Here for the handouts, are you?" A grim look crossed Joe's face. If only the soldier had known how far off the mark he was. Joe wasn't here for the handouts. He hadn't made that journey and risked so much for a few pounds a week. Mujahid's messages were obscure. Joe knew that his correspondent, who styled himself Warrior King, was an IS commander by the name of Dul Fakar. They always gave themselves names like that. Joe had never met this guy. He had been based over the border from Syria in northern Iraq, but it had been Mujahid's habit to use that name as a threat. Do as we say, or you will have Dul Fakar to answer to. As Joe scanned hurriedly through their conversation, he tried to piece together what they were talking about. There was talk of an event. It was to take place on the 25th of December, Christmas Day. His eyes passed over a string of numbers that meant nothing to him. And there was talk of a man named Black, a soldier. The conversation suggested that Dul Fakar would be sending details of this man to Mujahid on a separate private network. One sentence caught his eye and made his stomach turn. He read it slowly. "Take the child," Dul Fakar had instructed Mujahid. "Keep her safe for now." He was still wondering what those words could mean when the lines of code running on the windows with black backgrounds suddenly stopped scrolling, an indication that his brute force hacking was complete. Joe's eyes flicked away from the conversation and became fixed on the Google map. The laptop's hard drive whirred. A few seconds later, a number of red pins appeared on the map. Joe experienced a moment of great satisfaction. This was the information he really wanted. He knew, of course, that most smartphones track the location data of the user on a continuous basis, and he knew that Daesh used this facility to keep track of their agents abroad. What he had not been so sure of was his ability to access that data on a stolen computer in the scant time he had available. He needn't have worried. Mujahid had been busy. There were several pins dotted around London. As Joe hovered the cursor over them, a date and time popped up on each. The Daesh militant had been moving constantly around the capital during the past week. Joe's eyes were drawn to a lone pin a good distance to the northwest of London, a town called Hereford. It appeared that Mujahid had been there that very morning. From Hereford, it appeared he had moved northeast to a city called Birmingham, where he had been at 1 p.m. After Birmingham, he had moved a few miles south. But then the trail died away. Joe experienced a moment of bitter disappointment. Perhaps Mujahid had destroyed his phone, or removed the battery in case he was being tracked. He wondered what could have happened to make him suddenly nervous. But it didn't matter. The trail had gone cold. Joe glanced at the battery indicator. It had diminished quickly to 6%. His eyes returned to the Tor browser and the conversation between Mujahid and Dulfakar. He scanned the conversation again, searching for anything that might be of use to him. He Googled Soldier Black, but that returned nothing of any interest. Then his eyes fell on the seemingly meaningless string of numbers that he had all but ignored so far. Hardly expecting much, he keyed those numbers into his web browser, and he took an involuntary intake of breath when he realized that they were not meaningless at all. They were very specific. They were coordinates. His search had returned a link to a new Google map. Joe clicked it. Another pin appeared on the map of the UK. It was superimposed on the symbol of a cross, which Joe understood to represent a place of worship. The laptop screen went black. The battery had died. But Joe continued to stare at it. He knew with absolute clarity where Mujahid, the man he hated more than any other in the world, would be on Christmas Day, and he had a pretty good idea what he intended to do when he got there. Should he tell someone? Alert the authorities? His mind turned to the memory of Galbraith and Sharples. After his encounter with them, it was more likely that Joe would be locked up than listened to. His fingers edged towards the heavy handgun in his inside pocket. They traced its outline. Suddenly, the weapon did not feel so cumbersome. He closed the laptop and slid it into his shoulder bag. His coffee was still full and slightly warm. He gulped it down because it was a cold night out there. As he drank, another customer entered the cafe. He took off his heavy puffer jacket and draped it over a seat near the entrance before putting his phone and keys on the table. He then walked up to the counter and started to talk to the guy. Joe was almost on autopilot now. He stood up and headed to the exit. As he passed the newcomer's table, he swiped the phone and dropped it in his pocket. Then he left. You sleep only when it's safe. That was a lesson Danny had learned well over his years of active service. He was as safe as could be expected in the confines of the stealth Black Hawk. He forced himself to rest as it hummed quietly along the Turkish-Syrian border towards the eastern Mediterranean coast. Not easy. The footage of Clara and Rose kept replaying itself in his head, constantly repeating until he fell into a disturbed sleep, haunted by a nightmare of a little girl with a tiny tear of blood. He woke as they hit the med. The medic was no longer fussing over Caitlin, who was laid out on a stretcher bed with a saline drip above her, its surface tension vibrating with the movement of the aircraft. 25 minutes later, they were touching down at the British military base in Cyprus. The unit weren't on the ground for more than 5 minutes. A Hercules was waiting for them as they landed. The paras on the Black Hawk carried Caitlin off the chopper and up the tailgate into the belly of the plane. Danny and Spud followed, carrying packs and weapons. They didn't speak. Danny could tell Spud didn't like what they were doing, that he was worried about the reception they'd get when they touched down in Blighty. Flight time to RAF Bryce Norton, 3 hours 15 minutes. Danny found it harder to rest on this leg of the journey. He was burning with adrenaline and anxiety. What if he was wrong? What if he was making a bad call? What if, by going it alone, he failed to save Clara and his daughter? What if Mujahid, the man with the evil scar on his throat, had already killed them? He pushed those thoughts from his head. They had no place there. He would not consider the possibility of failure. 0900 hours. The aircraft had been losing height for at least 10 minutes. Danny looked through the window. It was light. England looked as vividly green as it always did on his return from an overseas job. 3 minutes later, they were touching down. As the aircraft screeched along the tarmac, Danny caught a glimpse of flashing lights, an ambulance, but also several police cars waiting for them. And Ray Hammond. As Danny and Spud followed Caitlin's stretcher bed down the tailgate into the cold morning air, he was standing there, arms crossed, his face more thunderously angry than Danny had ever seen it. The black rings under his eyes looked like they'd been painted on. A few meters beyond him, 6 police officers in high-vis, armed. Hammond glanced momentarily at Caitlin and nodded to the soldiers carrying her. They hurried her towards the ambulance, which was waiting with its rear doors open. Hammond turned to Danny.
"You don't make it easy for me to stick up for you, Black," he said. "Give me the names now."
A beat. "There are no names," Danny told him. "Dulfakar died before we could get anything out of him." Hammond said nothing. A vein pumped in his neck. "Once we realized the mission was a dud," Danny said, "my first priority was the safety of my team. Caitlin needed a medic."
"You've had medical training, damn it!"
Hammond spat. "She wouldn't have made it," Danny persisted.
"Have you got any fucking idea the risks we ran getting you out of there?"
Hammond turned to the police officers standing behind them.
"Relieve these gentlemen of their weapons,"
he instructed, and as they approached, he turned back to Danny.
"I'd have some regiment personnel here to deal with you, but every fucking man-jack of them is in London working on this job, standing by to pick up these people whose names we thought you were going to give us. These police officers are going to escort you back to Hereford. You'll be debriefed there. You'd better hope to hell I can call off the MOD's lawyers between now and then."
He started to walk away, but then turned back almost immediately. He pointed at the armed officers, then at Danny and Spud.
"Don't even fucking think about it," he told them.
Danny understood what he meant. They were in the back of a white transit van, sitting on benches along either side, facing each other. Their packs and personal weapons were being transported in a separate vehicle. 2 of the armed police officers sat by the rear door. The remaining 4 sat either side of Danny and Spud. Danny estimated their speed at 95 kph. At this rate, it would take them another 2 hours to reach Hereford. The police officers had been tense at first, like they were escorting 2 dangerous weapons, which, in a way, they were. But Spud and Danny had offered no resistance, and now the officers seemed more relaxed. They'd stopped staring curiously at their bruised, beaten, dirty faces. One of them even had his head leaning back against the side of the van and was staring aimlessly at the ceiling. Spud gave Danny a questioning look, a raised eyebrow, a slight incline of the head. He glanced towards the rear door, then back at Danny. Almost imperceptibly, Danny shook his head. Sure, they could overpower these police officers in a matter of seconds, but then there'd be wanted men, hunted men. No, Hereford first. Hammond was waiting for them in the yard at RAF Credenhill. One look told Danny that he'd regained none of his good humour. Danny felt disorientated. It was midday. 24 hours previously, he'd been at the mercy of Dulfakar's men, being badly beaten in that dark cell. Now he was in the familiar surroundings of SAS headquarters. Danny strode up to Hammond and jabbed his thumb back to indicate the armed police, who were following him uncertainly. "You can lose them, boss," Danny said. "Me and Spud aren't going anywhere. We're not stupid." Hammond seemed to consider that for a moment. Then he looked towards the police officers. "Get back to London," he said. "You're needed there." He pointed at Danny and Spud. "You two, with me." Credenhill was clearly being manned only by support staff. Danny, Spud and Hammond's footsteps echoed down the empty corridor as their ops officer led them towards his office. Once there, he silently pointed at 2 chairs on the other side of his desk. He sat down, pressed his fingers together, and looked severely over them at his 2 soldiers. "Caitlin will be fine," he said, and then, rather grudgingly, "It looks like you 2 might have had a point. The medic said it was touch and go." He sniffed. "You 2 look like shit, especially you, Black." Danny inclined his head. "Talk," Hammond told them. Danny drew a deep breath, willing Spud to keep quiet. He reckoned he had his story sorted. With the practiced skill of an operative who had been in more debriefs than he could count, he explained the events of the past 48 hours, the Halo insertion, the border crossing with the Kurds, the Spetsnaz contact, the assault on Dulfakar's compound, Malinka,
the Yazidi girl, their capture and escape. Hammond listened quietly and intently. Only when Danny explained the CIA's involvement with Dulfakar and the arrival of American special forces to extract their mole did he ask Danny to repeat himself. Danny understood why. For the security services, intel like this was solid gold, and it might just buy him and Spud out of a court-martial. The CIA were brokering a deal with IS, Danny said. It's why they were holding back on supplying any information on the London hit. The Americans wanted to persuade him to move his forces out of northern Iraq and into Syria to help destabilize the Syrian regime. If the firm want more intel on Westminster Abbey, they should turn the screw on the Americans. They know more than they're letting on. Hammond nodded. "What else?" he said. "That's all," Danny said. He sensed Spud give him an anxious look. Hammond looked from one man to the other. It seemed that he was trying to decide whether or not to believe them. Danny stayed silent. There was certain information he wasn't prepared to share. His daughter's abduction, his belief that the London strike was a red herring, because he knew that as soon as he offered up that intelligence, the one man who could lead him to his daughter would have the crosshairs of 22 SAS aimed firmly at his skull, and that story was only going to end one way. "I want you both to return home," Hammond said. "You don't leave your houses." Danny nodded. Silently he told himself that Hammond wouldn't have given that instruction if he knew anything about Clara and Rose being abducted. Good. "You've left me a fucking mess to sort out," the ops officer continued. "If the security services like your information, there's a chance, mind you, that you'll have a job after Christmas. If not—" He left it hanging. "Now get out of here." Danny and Spud stood up. "Black," Hammond said, "is there anything you're not telling me?" Danny paused. "No, boss," he said. "Spud?" "Nothing, boss." They made to leave the room, but as Danny's fingers touched the doorknob, he stopped and turned. "Boss, what is it?" "Any news of Tony?" Hammond gave him an impassive stare. "What is he, your best buddy all of a sudden?" "I just need to know what to expect next time I see him." Hammond stood up. "Looks like there's some kind of love-in between him and Yellow 7. The Palace have requested that Tony be assigned to his CT team. I'm fighting it. We don't have the resources. But for now, he's cozying up with the Royals." "Sandringham?" Danny asked. "What is it, Black? You think of sending him a Christmas card?" And when Danny didn't reply, "Yes, Sandringham. Now get the fuck out of here. I've got work to do." Danny and Spud left, closing the door quietly behind them. "What now?" Spud hissed as they walked back along the corridor, their footsteps echoing as they went. "We go home like Hammond said. Sit and play with our dicks all Christmas." "Of course not." "Then what do we do? Where are we going?" "To the armory." Spud closed his eyes. "Jesus Christ, Danny," he breathed. Dusk was falling as they crossed to the separate building that was the regiment armory. With Credenhill all but empty, Danny knew there was little chance that the armourer would be there. Having taken a detour to their bunk room to change into the civvies they'd left here before leaving for the op on the migrant boat and to fetch a sturdy sports bag, he and Spud loitered in the shadow of B Squadron hangar all the same, keeping eyes on the armoury building for a full 5 minutes to check there was no movement of personnel in and out of it before making their approach. Access to the armoury required a 6-digit code on a numerical keypad by the main door. Danny tapped it in, and the heavy door clicked open. They entered, quietly. The familiar smell of gun grease and cordite hit Danny's senses. He moved quickly to the rack that ordinarily housed his personal rifle. The weapon had been returned since they got to Credenhill. Danny made to take it, but then stopped before his fingers touched the gunmetal. If anyone noticed that his and Spud's personal weapons were missing, questions would be asked. Better to take a couple of anonymous rifles. They would have the opportunity to zero the sights before the weapons were needed.
That was not all they took. Suppressors, handguns, ammunition, laser sights, covert radio equipment. Danny had a very specific shopping list, and he packed it all carefully into the sports bag, first stripping down the rifles into their constituent parts so they would fit. The chances of any of this stuff being missed this side of Christmas were slim. Spud hung at the doorway, nervously scoping the exterior for any sign of movement. "We should go back to Hammond," he said finally, as Danny zipped up the bag and lifted it easily despite its weight. "Tell him everything. Mugger, if the hit's going to be on the Royals on Christmas morning, they'll need a whole bunch of shooters. The chances of just two of us stopping them are tiny. It'll be a fucking JFK moment." "I don't care about the Royals," Danny said, his voice sounding bleak even to himself. "I just care about my kid. If you don't want to come, say the word. I'll go it alone." For a moment, Danny thought Spud was going to take him up on the offer, but Spud shook his head. "Let's get out of here," he said. Danny's BMW was one of the few vehicles parked up in the Crudden Hill car park. It beeped loudly as Danny pressed the button on his key fob, and its hazard lights flashed, illuminating the two SAS men as they approached. Danny stowed the sports bag carefully in the boot. A minute later, the MOD policeman at the camp entrance was waving them out of base. Danny floored the accelerator and could sense Spud's eyes on the speedo. "Take it easy, eh?" Spud said. "Let's not get pulled over tonight." Danny barely heard him. "I'm going to drop you off at a car hire place," he said. "Get a vehicle, meet back at mine. I don't want to use this car." "Why not?" "If they find out we've gone AWOL, they'll try to track us using this number plate. I don't want anyone to know where we've gone." Spud nodded and stared straight ahead. Danny walked alone from room to gloomy room in his ground-floor flat. He was wearing a long coat. It was a suitable garment for hiding an assault rifle. He felt like he was reading the story of Clara and Rose's abduction. In his bedroom, the bed was unmade. There was still an indentation in the pillow on the side where Clara slept. On the same side of the bed was Rose's Moses basket. The blanket Clara used to swaddle the baby was still there. In the sitting room, a cup lay on its side on the carpet, next to the stain its contents had made as it spilled. There was Clara's phone, smashed. On the mirror, above the fireplace, a narrow spatter of blood. Almost on autopilot, he opened a wooden box on the mantelpiece and removed a wad of notes, an emergency fund he always kept there, and shoved them in his back pocket. Then he stood in silence. He expected to feel anger, determination, but he felt something else, sickness, dizziness. That damn image of his daughter, with her bleeding eye, kept playing in his head, making him lose his focus. He looked at his hand. It was shaking, and for a moment he thought he might vomit. He mastered it, tried to quell the frustration. He wanted to act now, this very minute, but he needed patience. He closed his eyes and drew a deep, tremulous breath. How long since he'd slept? Apart from a couple of hours shut-eye on the flight back from Iraq, days. He couldn't let Spud or anyone see him like this. He had an old laptop. It was in its usual place, shoved under the sofa. He powered it up and got online. Then he navigated to the website for the Sandringham estate. One more click, and he was looking at a colourfully drawn plan of the estate, clearly designed for tourists. The North Garden, the West Lawns, the visitor centre. Not that the public would be allowed onto the estate at this time of year when the royals were in residence. He noted the position of the main gates on the northern edge of the estate, and another set on the southeastern perimeter. He tried to identify which part of the estate would be set aside for Tony and any other security personnel. Either the eastern wing of the main building or the separate group of buildings by the southeastern gate. Either way, that gate would be closest to where Tony would be sleeping if he was on the estate. A strategy began to form in Danny's mind. He shut down the computer and gathered up the power cable, the map already burned indelibly on his mind. The doorbell rang. It was Spud. Christ, mate, you look like death warmed up. Danny didn't answer or ask him in. He just put his laptop and cable into the sports bag containing the hardware they'd taken from the armory, picked it up, and stepped outside into the cool night. You got the motor. Spud nodded and pointed to a black Honda Civic parked up in front of the flat. Good, Danny said. Let's go. Chapter 22. Yellow 7 had told Tony there was nowhere more boring than Sandringham. In the 48 hours that he'd been there, Tony hadn't seen much to make him disagree. The regiment man had been assigned quarters in a small house 50 metres to the east of the main residence. This was where all the security personnel were housed, but Yellow 7 had pulled some strings to get Tony a pad to himself. Not that it was any great shakes. It looked swanky and ornate from the outside, all red brick and manicured gardens. Inside, it was shabby. Moth-eaten furniture that couldn't have been less than 50 years old, dusty hunting prints hanging crooked on the wall, a smell of age and neglect. At least there was a TV. Tony was sprawled on a lumpy old sofa in front of it, a glass of scotch at his side. Decent stuff. Yellow 7 had pressed it on him when they'd arrived at Sandringham, and it was already half gone. Tony flicked through the channels with a bored, glazed look. One moment there was a rerun of some twat dancing the tango. The next there was footage of hungry Syrian civilians starving in some town under siege by government forces. Tony found them both equally tedious. He thought about leaving. Truth to tell, he'd thought about leaving since the moment he'd arrived and delivered a shaken-up Yellow 7 to the royal family's CP team. But each moment he was on the point of jacking it and heading back home to Hereford, he reminded himself why he was here. Proximity to the royal family was an asset that a man like Tony could use to his advantage. Fuck the army, fuck the regiment. If Yellow 7 wanted Tony by his side, and if Tony had enough dirt on his new royal friend to bury him, which he already did, he reckoned he could name his price. So he'd made the best of it. He'd got in with all the royal protection officers on site, and all the minor security personnel. To a man, they were pissed off that they'd be spending their Christmas keeping tabs on this bunch of overprivileged twats. It hadn't taken much to cosy up to them. A few well-chosen comments about the royals, and they were putty in Tony's hands. Half of them were in the grounds now, supposedly combing the place for intruders, more likely loitering out of sight and smoking cigarettes to make the evening pass quicker. Talk about a crappy way to spend Christmas Eve. He flicked the TV off and drained his scotch. He thought about calling his missus, but decided against it. Stupid bitch had played hide-the-courgette with Spud Glover, for Christ's sake. She could sit by herself all fucking Christmas as far as Tony was concerned. Yellow 7 had asked that Tony accompany him on a clay pigeon shoot on Boxing Day. Should be good for a laugh watching those inbred cunts trying to handle a shotgun. His phone rang. Tony glanced at it. At the sight of the name on the screen, he felt a wave of dislike so powerful it made him sit up. Danny Black. What did that piece of shit want? He let the call ring out. Tony felt his pulse rising. What was it about Black that did that to him? 10-second silence. Then the phone rang again. This time he picked it up. "What?" he spat. The connection cut in and out. Crappy signal in this part of Norfolk. "You still in Sandringham?" Black's voice sounded different to usual. No expression. Tense. "What the fuck difference does it make to you?" "We need to talk," Black said. Tony frowned. He could only think of one thing that Black would want to talk to him about, and that was the events on the migrant boat 4 nights ago, the little fracas between him and Spud. And Tony had a pretty good idea of how that conversation would go. "You'll have to come to me," Tony said. "We already did." Tony's eyes panned across the room. His sidearm, holstered up, was hanging on the back of an old dining chair on the far side of the room. "Where are you?" he asked carefully. "Sandringham Estate, north entrance. Come alone, and don't tell anyone. There's something in it for you. Sure, Tony thought, like one behind the ear. Tempting, Black, Tony said, but I think I'll take a rain check. That's your call, but then you won't find out why everyone was so jumpy about getting Yellow 7 back to the UK. Laters, Tony. Wait, Tony said. He paused. If Black was waiting at the north entrance, it would take him 3 to 4 minutes to get to the southeastern entrance, whereas it would take Tony 45 seconds. He could get there first, rather than walk into some clumsy trap of Danny Black's. There's an entrance to the southeastern perimeter. I'll be there in 5. He hung up and hurried to grab his sidearm. Seconds later, he was outside. Mist had descended, thick and freezing. Tony sprinted through it towards the southeastern gate, keeping to the cover of the trees by the side of the road that led up to it. He knew that the estate grounds were being patrolled by security personnel. He'd been introduced to them, and they knew his face, but he didn't want any of those muppets stopping for a chat, slowing him down, so he kept hidden and moved quietly. The gates were a good 12 feet tall, impressively constructed from black wrought iron and incredibly ornate. They were covered with a thin film of frost. The CCTV camera covering the gates was situated atop a post a couple of meters inside the perimeter, no attempt to conceal it. Beyond the gates, a road, but the visibility was so poor that it was impossible to see as far as the forest on the far side. There was a smaller pedestrian gate to the left, electronically locked and with a video intercom. Tony approached the intercom and pressed the button. Security was high tonight, so he needed to buzz out as well as buzz in. A few seconds later, a voice came from the speaker. "What's up, Tony?" Tony recognized the voice. He'd been introduced to its owner earlier in the day, youngish bloke with a beard to make him look older. He'd looked like he might jizz his pants when he found out Tony was regiment. "All right, Matt," Tony said, remembering his name just in time. "Let us out, would you? Got a bird waiting for me down the road if she fucking shows up in this weather." Matt chuckled. "Give her one from me," he said. There was a buzzing sound. Tony pushed the gate open, scurried 10 meters to the left to get himself out of the range of the CCTV camera, and quickly started looking for a place to conceal himself before Black arrived. Now he could just make out the trees on the opposite side of the road, distance 20 meters. They would afford him enough cover. He moved towards them. Then he stopped. The red pinprick of a laser mark was dancing squarely on his chest. Its beam cut a faint red line through the mist. Tony drew a deep breath. He even smiled, though not pleasantly, as he realized that Black had lied about which gate he was waiting at. The silhouette of a figure appeared, emerging from the misty tree cover on the other side of the road, breath condensing in billows around his head. Tony couldn't make out a face, but he didn't need to. "You were there all the time?" he called. It wasn't a question. The figure kept walking. The laser dot stayed on Tony's chest. "You're a devious cunt, Black, I'll give you that." The figure was crossing the road. 10 meters. Danny Black's dark features became visible. He walked right up to Tony, dead-eyed. "Takes one to know one, Tony." "What the fuck's happened to you? You look like a corpse." "Give me your gun, Tony." "What makes you think I'm carrying?" "Give me your gun." A pause. Tony put his hand to his holster, pulled the sidearm, and handed it to Black, handle first. Black took it, then raised one hand. The laser sight disappeared from Tony's chest, but he wasn't stupid enough to think he wasn't still a target. He peered towards the trees. "Spud?" he said. Black nodded. He looked towards the Sandringham grounds. "Security?" "Of course." "Get to the trees. Don't worry about Spud. He won't be squeezing triggers unless you do something stupid, so try to break the habit of a lifetimer." Tony walked. Danny followed. They reached the cover of the trees in 10 seconds. Spud was visible 5 meters back, the butt of his rifle pressed into his shoulder, mist curling around him like dry ice. Danny gestured at him to lower it. "It's okay," he said. "Tony's going to try very hard not to be a dickhead. Plus, I've got his gun." Spud lowered the rifle. He and Tony glowered at each other. "I see you brought the work experience," Tony said. "He'd probably miss if he tried, but since I'm still breathing, I take it you're not here to nail me." "We can help you," Danny said, "and you can help us. Simple as that." "You can help me do what?" Tony said. He sounded like the idea was ridiculous. "I know how you think, Tony. You're always trying to work out how to turn a situation to your advantage. You didn't want to go babysit Yellow 7, but now you're with him, you're thinking, what's in it for you? Am I wrong?" Tony sniffed, but didn't answer. "The security services think there's going to be a hit at Westminster Abbey on Christmas morning. They're wrong." "Like you'd know," Tony snarled. "The hit's going to be here, at Sandringham on the royal family, while everyone's attention is on London. At least one sniper, probably more. We're going to stop it. You're going to take the glory. I'm going to take the shooter. Simple as that." "Nothing's as simple as that. Why don't you inform the head shed? They'll put a stop to it in a second." "There are reasons," Danny said. "Yeah? Well, unless you tell me what they are, you can fuck off." He turned and made to leave. Danny paused. He felt the skin round his eyes tightening. "Because one of the guys involved in the hit has my daughter," he said. As he spoke, he had to suppress the nausea again. A pause. If Tony was concerned or shocked, he didn't show it. "How'd you work that out?" Tony said. "It's not the sort of thing I'd make up." Tony seemed to accept that. "Are you in?" Danny said. "Maybe." "Maybe's no good to me. Best you're gonna get," Tony said. Danny paused. "Talk me through the security arrangements around the grounds," he said. Tony gave a dismissive hiss. "Piss poor," he said. "These Royal Protection officers need a kick up the arse." "The security arrangements, Tony." "The perimeter's fairly secure," Tony said. "High fencing all around, CCTV on the weak spots. There's a security room in the south wing of the main house where the camera monitors are, but just one guy watching them." "The public are allowed into the church on Christmas morning, right?" "Right," said Tony. "Security checks?" "Of course. Handbag searches and metal detector sweeps. So, none of the public can get a weapon through the perimeter." "A ceramic knife, maybe, but no firearms." Danny thought for a moment. "How long have the Royals been in residence?" he asked. "About a week. That's the thing. When they're not here, the security isn't even 10% of what it is now." "So," Danny said, "if you were going to take out a hit on Christmas morning, you could get your hardware on site weeks beforehand." Tony nodded. "Months even," he said. "There are plenty of places to hide it. It's all fucking trees and lakes." It was a strange thing. The animosity between them seemed to have fallen away as they spoke. It was as if the regiment men were suddenly on autopilot, forgetting their differences for a moment as they focused on what they did best. "I checked out the map," Danny said. "The route from the house to the church is direct, right?" "Right, along the northern edge of the West Lawns, distance about 400 metres. The old ones drive most of the way, the younger ones tend to walk it." "From what I saw," Danny said, "there's tree cover on either side of the road for about 150 metres, halfway along the route." "About that," Tony said. His eyes were fixed on Danny, and it looked as if he'd just come to the same realisation that Danny had. "So, if you're going to take a shot, that would be your best place to take cover." "What about the church itself?" Danny said. "There are trees in the vicinity, and it's close to the exit when you need to get away." "Maybe," Tony agreed. "But the armed security will be heavier there because it's where the oldies will get out of their vehicles. If you're going to take out a hit, you definitely want to do it before you got to the church." Danny nodded. There was a long silence as he considered his options. "Can you get us into the grounds now?" he asked. "Of course." "Are there security personnel in the grounds at the moment?" "Yep." "Me and Spud are going to do a recce. Try to find any positions the shooters have set up. You need to keep the security personnel off our backs. If we locate the firing positions, it means we'll be able to put our hands on the shooters when they take their positions in the morning.
I get the information I need out of my guy, while you keep the other security away from us, then I hand the fucker over to you, and you can do what you want with him. Nail him for all I care. Stand back and bask in the glory. Danny could tell Tony liked the idea of being a national hero, though he was doing a good job of not letting it show in his face. "I'll do what I can to keep security off your back," Tony said. "But if anyone finds you, as far as I'm concerned, you're a couple of creeps trying to break into the old girl's bedroom." He looked at his watch. "I'm going back in," he said. "Give me exactly 5 minutes. I'll get you 45 seconds to scale the gate. Be careful, it's icy. Be a fucking shame if you were to fall." Danny and Tony raised their watches, set the timers for 5 minutes, and simultaneously started them. Without another word, Tony turned and ran back across the road to the gates. They watched his shadowy figure through the mist, speaking into the intercom. The side gate clicked open, and he disappeared into the grounds. "Do you trust him?" Spud breathed. "If there was nothing in it for him, of course not, but there is. He'll be the Royals' golden boy. Man like Tony could make a career out of that." "He's a bad soldier," Spud muttered. "We shouldn't have anything to do with the fucker." "No," Danny said. "He's a good soldier. He's just a bad man." He checked his watch. 4 minutes, he said. "What do you know, Matt?" Tony said. "Stupid cow didn't even show up." "Can't trust these Norfolk lasses," said the voice at the other end of the intercom. "Her father's probably her brother-in-law." The gate buzzed and Tony opened it, but he carried on talking to Matt. "I've got a bottle of scotch at my place," he said. "Fancy a Christmas sharpener?" "Can't leave my post," Matt said, the regret in his voice very plain to hear. "I'll come to you," Tony said. "Give me a couple of minutes." Once he was inside the perimeter, Tony kept behind the tree line again. Knowing that he was out of sight of anyone patrolling the ground, he sprinted back to his house. The mist felt even thicker now, like it was clinging to him. He was there in less than a minute. He grabbed the half-finished bottle of scotch and checked his watch. 2 minutes 50 to go. He left his digs again and hurried towards the main house. He knew where Matt would be, in the monitor room in the south wing. 90 seconds later, he was outside the door. Time check, 1 minute 20 to go. He knocked softly on the door and entered. Matt was sitting in front of a bank of 8 screens, lounging on a swivel chair. He spun round casually as Tony entered. His eyes lit up at the sight of the bottle of scotch. "Not really supposed to be drinking on the job," he said. "Quick nip never hurt anyone," Tony said, "especially in weather like this. Freeze the bollocks off a brass monkey out there." He looked around, found a couple of coffee mugs, and drained their contents into the pot plant in the corner of the room, before pouring a good slug of scotch into each. Matt still had his back to the screens. Tony quickly examined them as he handed him his drink. Of the 8 screens, 5 were constantly changing camera. The remaining 3 showed clear footage of the northern gate, the western gate, and, crucially, the southeastern gate, shrouded in mist but perfectly visible, that Danny and Spud would be scaling. Matt took a sip of his drink. "Compliments of the season," he said. "Look, I'd better keep one eye on these sodding screens." "Course," Tony said, as Matt turned to face the bank of monitors. He glanced at his watch. 20 seconds till the 5 minutes was up. He looked at the screen that showed the gate. No movement. But in 15 seconds... 10 seconds... "Hey?" Tony said suddenly. "Check this out." Matt turned again on his swivel chair as Tony pulled his phone from his pocket. "So, I was outside the main house a couple of hours ago," he said, "just doing a security sweep, and I was by the window to one of the small rooms next to the ballroom, and I heard the sound of a bird panting." His eyes flickered to the screen. Movement. 2 figures running towards the gate. "So, I had a little shufty, and it's only Violet too, giving it to his missus under that big fuck-off Christmas tree." Matt grinned. "Dirty bastard," he said. The 2 figures were scaling the gates. One of them had a bag over his shoulder and was moving a bit less quickly than the other. "So, I recorded it on my phone. Want to listen?" Matt's grin grew a bit wider. "Yeah, of course." Tony swiped his phone and navigated to his voice memos. On the screen,
Both figures were descending the other side of the gates. Tony frowned. "Fucking phone," he said. "It was here a minute ago." The figures were on the ground, disappearing out of the camera's field of view. "Must have deleted it," he said. "Stupid bloody machines." "Bet she's a right screamer," Matt said. "Too right, buddy," Tony chuckled. They clunked their cups together and drained their scotch. "Look, I'd better get back." Matt pointed at his screens again. "Course, mate. I should get some shut-eye myself. Got to take the kiddies to church in the morning. Better be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed." "More than you can say for Violet, too." Tony forced himself to laugh. He pointed at the scotch. "Keep that if you want," he said. "You're a gentleman." Tony winked at him, then left the room. "Fucking muppet," he muttered to himself as he closed the door behind him. Danny and Spud stood stock still in the dark cover of the trees just to the right of the gate, mist curling around them. Danny was sweating hard, but he kept his breathing steady as they waited. 3 minutes passed. A car drove along the road outside the Sandringham perimeter fence. It made their shadows and those of the surrounding trees longer as it passed. The sound of its engine faded into the distance. "So, you made it in?" a voice said from a distance of about 5 meters. Tony stepped out from behind a tree. "Keep your voice down," Danny said. "If you want to recce that bit of the route from the house to the church where the trees are," Tony cut across him, "you don't want to take the direct route. Too much open ground. You'll be seen. Better to follow the perimeter fence. It's got tree cover all along. Just don't get too close to the fence itself. CCTV. "What about you?" Spud said. Tony feigned a look of surprise. "It talks," he said, and before Spud could respond, he continued, "I'll follow the same route as you, but I'll stay outside the tree line. Keep an eye on me. If we come across any security personnel, I'll head them off in a different direction." He pointed north. "That way," he said, before turning his back on them and moving out of the trees. "I don't trust him," Spud hissed. "Since when was Tony Wiseman so fucking helpful?" "Since there was something in it for him," Danny murmured. "I still don't like it. We're AWOL. We're in the grounds of Sandringham, and we've stolen half the Hereford Armoury. That cunt decides to shop us, we're fucked." "He won't, not so long as he gets a chance to act the hero." It was impossible to move completely noiselessly, too many twigs underfoot which kept cracking, but they kept the sound to the bare minimum. It was a skill Danny had learned on the training fields of Salisbury Plain and used all over the world, but he'd never expected to find it useful in the heart of Norfolk. They were little more than shadows skirting the perimeter of the grounds, grey men, invisible. Danny kept glancing left, trying to spot Tony in the open ground towards the tree line. The night was too dark, however, the mist too thick. It was only when he heard the sound of someone whistling "God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen," or some tuneless version of it, maybe 15 meters to their left, that he was sure their regiment colleague was nearby. They had been carefully picking their way through the trees for 5 minutes, however, when the whistling stopped. Danny instinctively held up one hand. He and Spud halted. Danny found himself holding his breath to avoid the clouds of condensation and listening hard. Silence. Then Tony's voice, filled with what Danny instantly recognized as a false bonhomie. "Jerry, fucking hell, mate, didn't see you there." A pause. "Tony?" The second voice sounded a little uncertain. "Is that you?" "Yeah?" Danny heard Tony sniff. "Fucking typical, eh? The Royal Highnesses get to sleep off their Christmas Eve brandies, and we get to freeze our nads off out here." "I thought I heard something in the trees." "Probably just me, mate," Tony said. "Needed a slash. Dick feels like an icicle now. Nearly snapped it off. You look fucking freezing and all." "Roger that." "You know Matt, in the CCTV room? He's got a bottle of scotch on the go. You should go join him. No point both of us freezing. I'm on it out here." A pause. "You sure?" "Yeah, of course. Have one for me." There was a moment's silence. Then Tony's whistling started up again, and the sound continued to move round the perimeter. Danny and Spud followed. They reached the north gate 5 minutes later. Here they crossed 20 metres of open ground, keeping well clear of the gate and its CCTV camera before regaining the tree line and continuing to skirt the perimeter. They advanced for another 100 metres. The whistling stopped again. This time, however, Tony appeared in front of them 10 seconds later. He pointed south. "That way," he said quietly. "You'll cross one open path, then enter another copse. Then you hit the road to the church. I'll take up position on the road itself. You two can search the trees on either side." Danny nodded his agreement. He and Spud followed Tony across the first path into the copse and up to the road that interested them. Tony stepped onto the road and started walking east, fading slightly into the mist towards the main house. "We'll check this side first," Danny said. They were looking for a firing position. It was unlikely that a sniper would already be in position. Danny expected them to arrive on Christmas morning, when members of the public were let into the grounds. But there would be a limited number of positions from which they could take a shot on the Royals. Danny expected such a position to be raised from the ground and to offer a direct line of sight onto the road where the royal convoy would be passing. It also needed to offer a place to hide weapons for a period of weeks. It meant their assassins really had only one option. "We're searching the trees, right?" Spud breathed. He'd clearly come to the same conclusion. Danny nodded. "Every tree that's easy to climb, and which forms a natural platform where the main branches diverge." Spud nodded his understanding. He moved west, while Danny headed east, examining each tree that lined the road. They either had long, smooth trunks with no notches below a height of 3 metres, or the branches formed a dense knot where they spread out from the trunk, impossible for a kid to sit down on, let alone for a fully grown sniper to establish a firing position. As Danny rejected each tree along the path, he found himself having to suppress a mess of panic in his gut. He had felt so sure they were on the right track, but now what had seemed so obvious a few hours ago began to feel improbable. It was instantly clear when he rejoined Spud that his mate was having the same thoughts. He spoke carefully, as though not wanting to antagonize Danny. "Nothing, mate. They're just, I don't know, the wrong kind of tree." Danny pointed towards the road. "Other side," he said. Tony was walking back towards them now. When he saw them waiting on the edge of the tree line, he nodded. They ran across the road and into the trees on the southern side. Danny headed east again, Spud west. Danny rejected the first 3 trees he passed, but the 4th one made him stop. He knew at a glance that he could climb it in seconds, to a height of at least 5 metres. More importantly, there was a natural platform where the branches diverged. Danny felt a small surge of adrenaline. He ran back to Spud, brought him back to the tree, and dumped his bag of hardware at his mate's feet. "Watch that," he said quietly, before grabbing one of the lower branches, finding himself a foothold, and launching himself easily up the tree. He was clambering onto the platform within seconds. It was covered in a thin frosting of ice crystals. Leaves had gathered in the hollows and turned into a fungal-smelling compost, now frozen hard. Danny felt and looked all around him, convinced that his fingers would at any moment touch the cold, hard steel of a rifle strapped to one of the branches, or locate an ammo stash in one of those leafy hollows. He found nothing. Tony's whistling grew nearer. Danny looked down to see him 5 metres from the base of the tree, looking up. His expression was almost amused, as if he was watching a child. Danny drew a deep breath and climbed back down the tree. "Mate," Spud started to say, but Danny stormed away from him, examining the remaining trees on this side of the road, but none of them were suitable as firing positions. Disappointment crashed in on him. He returned to Spud. A moment later, Tony joined them. He had a characteristic sneer on his face. "Let me guess," he said. "Nothing doing. Surprise, fucking surprise." He seemed to have forgotten that 20 minutes ago he'd been agreeing with Danny that this was the obvious location for an ambush. Spud glowered at Tony, then turned to Danny. "Mate, this was always a long shot. We've got no real evidence there's going to be a hit here anyway. We should get the hell back to Hereford, tell the head shed the truth about your kid. They can put out a certain—" "No," Danny said. He closed his eyes. "No!"
He opened his eyes again. "They must have stored their hardware somewhere else in the grounds. Where do you—" "Nah, fuck this," Tony interrupted. He was looking at Danny like he was crazy. "Never thought I'd ever say this, but Spud's right. I've had enough of this shit. You two twats want to play boy soldiers. You can do it without my help." He turned his back on them. Danny grabbed him. It was almost like an electric bolt had been forced through Tony's body. He spun round and fronted violently up to Danny, their faces inches apart. "Get your fucking hands off me," he hissed. Danny loosened his grip. "You're an arrogant cunt, Black. You think you're the king of the fucking regiment, don't you? Well, one word from me, and you know what you are, a sad twat on Civvy Street." And with a nasty, vicious glance at Spud, he tore away, disappearing into the mist without looking back. Silence. "Danny, you've got to listen to me," Spud said. "We have to get out of here. We can't trust Tony. He'd love to screw us over." "No." "Mate, we've got it wrong. The hit's in London. The security services are all over it. You're never going to find your daughter like this. It's not going to happen." "Fine," Danny said. "Leave." "Mate, when they let the public in tomorrow morning," Danny cut in, "one of them is going to be the shooter, maybe even Mujahid himself. We have to have eyes on. Till then, we hunker down." "For fuck's sake, Danny, you're clutching at straws." They stared at each other. "Look, buddy," Spud said, "I can't pretend to know what you're feeling at the moment with your kid missing and everything, but you've got to see sense. The hit's in London. You know it is. There's nothing we can do here, and Tony Wiseman is a danger to us. We've got to leave." Danny blinked. He stared at Spud. "Mate, are you okay?" Spud said, his voice suddenly full of concern. "You don't look good. Look, we've only had a few hours kip in the last 3 days. I'm fine." But he wasn't. Nausea was coursing through him. For a horrible moment it was all Danny could do to keep standing. "It's a bad plan, mate," Spud was saying. "It stinks." "I know," Danny replied. He was feeling dizzy, overwhelmed with exhaustion. His voice sounded slurred. "I know it's a bad plan, but it's the only one I've got." He snapped himself out of his nausea. "You don't have to stay," he said. He turned his back on his mate and walked away. December the 25th. Chapter 23. London. Dawn. From somewhere on the other side of the river, a solitary bell was ringing. Happy fucking Christmas, Barker thought to himself. He was standing on the south side of Millbank, watching the mist curl lazily over the Thames. Apart from that bell, London was almost silent. It was as if the old city was holding its breath. He turned his back on the river, crossed the deserted road, and headed up towards Westminster Abbey. This whole situation was ludicrous. They should be cancelling the Christmas morning service, cordoning off the whole area. There couldn't be a terror attack on an event that wasn't even happening. But word was that the PM had put his foot down. The service would go ahead as usual. He and his family would attend. To consider anything else would be to hand a victory to the forces of terror that wanted to threaten our way of life, or whatever politician's bullshit he'd come out with. Barker couldn't help wondering how he'd feel about his way of life if his teenage daughter was massacred on Christmas morning by some Islamic State scumbag. The front of the church had been cordoned off into various approaches, one for the public, one for the VIPs and anyone requiring extra security. The exterior was crawling with police in high-vis jackets, perhaps 30 of them. But there were also an equivalent number of plainclothes guys like Barker. He saw his mate, Andy Connor, talking into a covert microphone on the lapel of his jacket up by the west door. Barker and Connor were in the doghouse after the fuck-up with Kailash McCaffrey, but the general situation was too serious for anyone to be truly out in the cold. The security services needed all available personnel present. Though what they were supposed to do, Barker wasn't sure.
The Abbey had been cased more times than he could count. There wasn't a square inch of that building that hadn't been searched for IEDs, chemical weapons, biological agents, ammo caches, weapons stashes. MI6 drones had examined and photographed every last spire and turret. Sniffer dogs were in constant attendance. There had been background checks run on every single member of the clergy or support staff who would be present for the Christmas service. By 8 a.m., there would be regiment snipers in the rooftops of the buildings surrounding the Abbey and armed guys inside. Barker would be one of them. His position would be at the end of the front pew, 5 places along from the PM himself. Not that the PM would know him from Adam. While the congregation were praying or singing, "Oh, come, all ye fucking faithful," Barker would be constantly scanning the interior of the Abbey, picking out faces, searching for that suspicious activity, that telltale movement that could precede an attack, the gesture that you couldn't predict, but which you'd know when you saw it. And if you didn't see it, Barker was trained to think positive, difficult on a day like today. He heard a noise overhead. A chopper had hovered into view against the grey dawn sky. Barker figured he'd be seeing a few more of these before the morning was out. He knew why it was there. It was an unspoken warning to the people behind the attack. We're expecting you, and we're ready. A show of force. Barker didn't have much faith in it. Sure, there would be bag checks as the congregation entered the church, and as many members of the public as possible would be scanned with handheld metal detectors. And though the thought left a bad taste in Barker's mouth, the reality was that those with darker skin would be more thoroughly searched than others. But there was a hole in every net. The security services knew full well that there were IS sympathizers with white skin, and if a terrorist was willing to lose their own life to make their deadly, bloody point, the possible countermeasures were limited. A voice from behind him. "What are you, Barker, a fucking sightseer?" He recognized the voice of his boss, Wallace Conlin. Barker was not in Conlin's good books. If ever there was a time to tread softly, now was it. "Just trying to think what we've missed, boss," Barker said. "Yeah, well, leave the thinking to those who can do it. The PM's CP team will be here in 20 minutes to review the arrangements. I want all our guys in position. That means you." Barker knew better than to argue. He hurried up towards the front entrance of the Abbey. The armed police officer monitoring entry into and out of the building recognized him and allowed him to pass. It was warmer inside than out, though only slightly. A clergyman in a white frock was lighting huge candles on the altar, and there was a lingering smell of incense. Barker's footsteps echoed as he walked up the aisle towards the front of the church. His eyes flickered up, left and right, and he caught sight of several faces he recognized. Armed regiment men preparing their positions overlooking the main congregation, ready to take a shot with the advantage of height if the situation demanded it. And as he took his place on the front pew, he retrieved his own weapon from the holster under his jacket. SIG 9mm. It felt a hell of a sight better in his hand than it did in its holster. "Excuse me!" Barker looked up to see the clergyman who had been lighting the candles. The guy was standing right over him. He had jowly features, rimless round glasses, and a film of sweat on his upper lip. "This is a holy place. Please put that thing away." Barker stood up and looked meaningfully around him. "Won't be the only holy thing around here," he said. "You fellas don't let us do our job." He holstered the SIG. The clergyman gave a complacent smile. "The Lord will protect us," he said. "Course he will," Barker replied. "That's why he got us on board." From the corner of his eye, he saw 5 broad-shouldered men in suits walking up the aisle, the PM's security without a doubt. He turned his back on the clergyman and went to meet them. Time check, 0700 hours. The rising sun failed to burn the mist from the grounds of Sandringham. It clung to everything. To the ground, to the buildings, to the trees, and to the 2 soldiers hunkered down among the thick, thorny bushes 30 metres from the west gate. They'd been scouring the ground since Tony had left them, or more accurately Danny, had been scouring the grounds. Spud had been on edge, jumpy. He didn't trust Tony not to raise the alarm. Intruders in the grounds. So while Danny had searched every bush, ditch, and outbuilding in the vicinity of the road leading from Sandringham House to the church, Spud had stood guard, peering into the mist, checking for security personnel. At one point, just after 0400 hours, he'd heard footsteps along the road. He and Danny had gone to ground, keeping eyes on. 2 figures, warmly wrapped in black jackets, gloves, and hats, had sauntered past. Danny could tell from their body language that they weren't looking for anyone in particular, but their presence only served to put Spud even more on edge. As the hours passed, Danny's search for weaponry remained fruitless. Each time he saw a mound of thick foliage through the dark and the mist, he experienced a surge of hope, and each time that hope faded, it was replaced by a new knot of panic. Spud had stopped telling him that they'd made the wrong call. He didn't need to. It was becoming increasingly obvious. Now, as daylight arrived, they had no choice but to stay hidden. The hard, frosty ground had sapped all warmth from them. Danny's body felt numb. So did his mind. His eyes kept rolling with tiredness. Then, on the verge of sleep, his mind kept replaying Dulfakar's video of Mujahid, Clara, and their daughter, snapping him back to reality. He had to keep awake. From their OP in the patch of thick evergreen bushes almost as tall as Danny and several times as deep, they had line of sight towards the little church where the Christmas morning service would take place. Distance 100 metres to their 10 o'clock, across a well-kept lawn and a narrow road. Through the mist, he could make out the silhouettes of 3 figures in the vicinity of the church, Royal Protection officers performing a quick security check. His mind turned to London. He wondered how many of his colleagues would be in situ at Westminster Abbey at this very moment. He wondered if he should be there with them. His eyes rolled again. Stay awake. The weapons from the armoury were laid out in front of them, fully assembled. Suppressed rifles, sidearms, the works. Any of these security guys find us with all this gear, they'll take a shot, mucker. Spud had warned him. You know that, right? Yeah, Danny knew that. He looked to his 2 o'clock. At a distance of 75 metres was the western gate where the public would be entering. Danny estimated that security would open it in 2 hours' time at 0900 hours. That would give the public an hour before the royals arrived at the church. He reckoned the royals themselves would leave Sandringham House at 0945 hours. If anyone's going to take a shot at them, they'll want to be in position by 0930 hours, he muttered to Spud. Spud didn't reply. He looked as exhausted as Danny. So I think our man Mujahid will walk through that gate between 0900 and 0930. Yeah, Spud said. Either that or we're in a prime spot to watch all the old ladies of Norfolk waddle past on their Zimmer frames. His voice trembled somewhat as he spoke. He was obviously as cold as Danny. Danny didn't bother answering. He panned between the church and the gate, watching, waiting, forcing himself to keep alert. Big Ben struck 0900 hours. Barker hardly heard the 9 solemn echoes. His covert earpiece was a buzz of activity, stressed, serious voices. Some he recognized, some he didn't.
All units, this is Unit Base. We have secured transport waiting outside number 10. The PM and his family will be leaving at 0940. Estimated arrival 0955.
From his position at the front of the Abbey, he looked back along the aisle. The place was already a quarter full, well-heeled Londoners in heavy winter coats, a low chatter emanating from the pews.
All units, this is Sniper Team Red Commander. We have all personnel in position. Repeat, all personnel in position.
He wondered how many of the public now filtering in for their Christmas morning worship realized that the front of the Abbey was being covered by the most highly trained snipers in the world.
All units, this is Sniper Team Blue Commander. Target interior is covered. Repeat, target interior is covered.
He glanced up. The balcony was closed to the public, but there were people there, grim-faced men conducting constant, unflinching surveillance. Would any of the congregation twig who they were or why they were there?
This is SCO-19 Command. We have armed personnel covering all entrances.
Barker's mate Andy Connor walked up to him, dark bags under his eyes, concern etched on his forehead. Get the impression someone's panicking? Too right, Barker said. Connor looked around. What have we missed? He muttered. Barker was thinking the same thing. It didn't matter that Westminster Abbey was currently the best defended location in the entire country. He couldn't shake the sneaking suspicion that something was being overlooked. There are no IEDs, Barker said. The head shed's sure of that. They're scanning every member of the congregation as they come in. The only person not getting fleeced is the PM. But Connor's gaze had drifted up towards the altar. No, he murmured. Not just the PM. He was eyeing the clergyman Barker had spoken to earlier that morning. He was standing at the altar, wiping an ornate golden chalice with a crisp white cloth. Barker stared. You can't be serious, he said. Connor looked deadly serious. Check out the robes, he said. You could hide enough C5 under those to take out half the abbey. He's a fucking vicar, mate. As Barker spoke, the clergyman looked up and saw them staring at him. He looked suddenly flustered. He put the chalice down rather clumsily, then turned and shuffled hurriedly away from the altar towards the oak-panelled vestry at one side. Barker and Connor looked at each other, then towards the clergyman. They followed him. The organ started to play. Gentle music filled the cavernous space of the abbey. It barely registered with Barker. Suddenly, all his attention was on the sweaty clergyman now disappearing into the vestry 10 metres from their position. "Barker, Connor, what the hell are you doing?" The men stopped. The voice was behind them, but Barker recognised it well enough. Wallace Conlin, when Barker turned to face him, had a face like a thundercloud. "I thought I told you. I wanted you in position." Barker and Connor exchanged a sidelong glance, a glance that said, "Should we tell him what we think?" Barker stepped forward. "Boss," he said quietly, "we found a weak spot." "What are you talking about?" "The priests. They need to be searched. They could be hiding anything under those—" His voice trailed away as he saw the expression on Conlin's face. "The priests," Conlin said, "are as white as you or me. Boss, we know there are white IS sympathisers. It's not just about skin colour." "I thought I told you," Conlin interrupted, and his voice was dangerous, "to leave the thinking to the people who know how to do it. Boss, I'm just saying." He blinked. What was he saying? A thought crystallised very clearly in his mind. "Boss, the people who are most likely to bring a device into the Abbey are the people who've had access to it for weeks, months." He looked back towards the entrance. "No member of the public's going to get an IED in here today, not with all this security." "All this security," Conlin cut in. He waved one finger around, vaguely indicating the security personnel all around the Abbey. "You know why there's all this security, Barker? Because of you. We had a direct lead to a UK-based IS cell, and you two idiots killed the fucker with a badly placed fist. Now you seem to think you have a better handle on what's going on here than the combined brain power of the UK security forces. I promise you, gentlemen, that you don't. So do us all a favour, leave the fucking vicars to fondle the choir boys and get the hell back to your positions before I have you both RTU'd. Barker and Connor both glanced towards the vestry. "Now!" Conlin said. They didn't have a choice. Barker returned to his place in the front pew. Connor took up a position on the other side of the aisle. Time check 09:25. T minus 35 minutes. Time check 09:27. Danny and Spud had watched members of the public entering the grounds without exchanging a word. Danny estimated that there were just shy of 100 people. The visibility was appalling. Mist as thick as soup made it hard to discern individual figures. Nevertheless, he had used the rifle scope from his bag of gear to focus in on every member of the public as they passed through the west gates. Old ladies, mostly. A few younger couples with kids. A handful of toddlers. several babies in prams, woolen hats and heavy coats. Danny's vision went blurred. All the faces merged into one. He shook his head, snapped out of it, focused in on individual faces again. Not a single face that looked remotely Middle Eastern. Not a single person who Danny could even begin to think might be the animal who had his daughter. Until now. He was a tall man, broad-shouldered, dark skin. He wore a black beanie hat, black gloves, a navy puffer jacket. But it was the man's scarf that jumped out at Danny. He could just make it out despite the mist. The man was not wearing it in any of the usual ways, two tails hanging down or knotted under the Adam's apple. The thick woolen material was very precisely wrapped, swaddling the neck, as though it were hiding something. "That's him," he hissed. Spud inhaled sharply. "Are you sure?" Danny cursed. His hands had gone shaky, probably just the cold. He realigned his sights so they were fixed on this new target, who had raised his arms and was being scanned by the security guys at the gate. The guy held out a rucksack, which one of the security guys looked through. "He had a scar on his neck," Danny muttered to himself, still watching. "A bad one. He'd want to hide it." "Mucker, what are you talking about?" Danny let out a low hiss. "Watch. He's not following the others to the church. He's heading in this direction." And he was. The guy was looking over his left shoulder, checking that he wasn't being observed by the security guys on the gate. They were too busy searching a few new arrivals, however, and the guy easily slipped towards the tree line and out of Danny's sight. He lowered his scope. "I'm going to find him," he said, but his voice suddenly sounded slurred, and Spud was looking at him in a curious way. "Mate, I'm not fucking with you. You don't look—" "Just keep eyes on the latecomers. Check for anyone suspicious." Danny backed carefully out of the clump of bushes that formed his OP, rifle in hand, the freezing cold metal almost burning his skin. At least, he thought to himself, the mist was also obscuring him and Spud. Standing up, he hid the suppressed weapon under his long coat, and once he was fully clear of the bushes, he stood very still. Here among the trees, his sense of hearing would be just as important as his vision. His target had entered the tree line 50 meters north of their position, at a bearing of approximately 35 degrees. Danny estimated that he'd cross his line of sight in approximately 1 minute, before heading north to meet the road that led from Sandringham House to the church. Camouflaged by the thick trunk of an old oak tree, he waited for the telltale sound of footsteps shuffling through the forest. They didn't come. He peered out from behind the tree trunk and immediately discerned movement 30 meters distant. The mist meant he couldn't quite make out the figure, but he had a sense of someone picking their way east, but slowly, like a pro. Danny moved swiftly, cutting noiselessly from tree to tree, stopping behind each one to check he wasn't observed. His target was moving well, but Danny was moving better, closing the gap quickly. When it had closed to 15 meters, he removed his rifle, pressed the butt hard into his shoulder, and aimed it directly at the moving target. The target stopped with his back to Danny. Distance, 10 meters. Danny could see the clouds of the man's breath condensing in the cold air. He showed no sign of knowing he was being followed. He pulled his rucksack off his back, knelt down, and started removing unseen objects from the bag. Danny heard the gentle click and clunk of items being slotted together, a sound he knew well. Very calmly and quietly he spoke. "Hands in the air, you piece of shit." The target froze. He didn't raise his arms, but looked over his shoulder. Dark, hooded eyes widened. Then his arms shot up into the air. "I'm approaching," Danny said. "Don't make a fucking mistake." "I wanted to find the best place for a shot," the target muttered. "I bet you did, you piece of shit," Danny thought, as he took a couple of paces forward, but all he said was, "Take your scarf off." The target hesitated. "Take it off," Danny repeated. The target slowly lowered his arms. His hands were trembling. He slowly started to loosen the scarf. 3 winds, and it was off. Drop it. Put your hands on your head and stand up. The scarf coiled to the floor. The target followed his instructions and got to his feet. Turn round. He turned. Let me see your neck. Danny knew immediately, from his target's expression of confusion, that he'd made a bad mistake. The guy loosened the top of his coat and raised his chin to display his neck. There was no marking, just a little downy stubble. Danny looked at the ground. The gear that he'd been clicking together was camera equipment. "Who are you?" Danny growled.
Photographer," the guy stuttered. "But paparazzi. I just wanted to... Look, I can leave now."
He stepped back. Instinct took over. Danny surged forward, lowering his weapon as he moved. The guy obviously thought Danny was part of the royal security team. If he twigged that he wasn't, all hell could break loose. Danny needed to silence him, quickly. One hit was all it took. A solid, sharp blow to the neck. Not enough to kill him, or even to cause permanent harm, but enough to put him down, unconscious. The guy crumpled heavily to the ground. Danny was suddenly sweating badly, breathing heavily. He looked around, checking for threats. He was suddenly dizzy. Exhaustion, cold, panic, it was all catching up with him. He staggered towards a tree trunk and supported himself against it. The same nausea he'd experienced the night before came rushing back on him, only twice as bad this time. His knees weakened. He crouched down. Maybe if he just closed his eyes for 10 seconds... No! He opened them again, but everything became a blur. Bare, wintry trees, dark, evergreen bushes, and were there figures moving at a distance through the forest? Danny's eyes rolled. He felt his head against the tree trunk. Everything was dark. He saw a motorcade trundling slowly along the road. 2 black cars. 8 or 9 people walking alongside, shrouded in mist. Yellow 7 was there, and Violets 1, 2, and 3, and Tony. Suddenly, from the far side of the road, 5 figures appeared. They wore camouflage fatigues, balaclavas, black and white shemachs. They brandished rifles. They looked like they had walked straight out of the Badlands of Iraq, not emerged from the forests of Sandringham. One of them was holding a baby. It was screaming, a shrill, desperate scream that pierced everything. Nobody seemed to pay it any attention. Danny didn't understand it. Why was nobody helping the child? It was weeping blood. The militants opened up. A choking thunder of automatic rifle fire. The motorcade windscreen shattered. The rounds ripped twisted holes into the metal. Blood spattered over the tarmac as the walkers hit the ground. There were more screams, more automatic fire, but above it all the constant, horrible, desolate wailing of the baby. Danny's whole body started. He was still crouched down by the tree. The mist was surrounding him like a blanket. He forced himself to his feet. Mastered the exhaustion again. He looked over to check that the photographer was still down. He was. Then he realized he could hear something. A car engine, maybe more than one. Quiet, moving slowly northeast of here. Hard to tell the distance because the mist and the trees were messing with the sound. Time check, 0946 hours. Shit, the Royals motorcade. He picked up his weapon, inhaled deeply, checked his surroundings. No sign of movement. The road was 30 meters through the trees. Danny crashed through the forest, cold sweat dripping into his eyes, breath billowing all around him. He reached the edge of the tree line 10 seconds later, kept himself hidden behind a thick tree trunk again. A grey figure in the all-encompassing mist, he knew he would be invisible to those not looking for him, and from here he finally had eyes on the Royals. The motorcade was 30 meters from Danny's position, and it was moving very slowly, almost like a funeral procession. In his hallucination, there had been 3 vehicles. In reality, there were 2, one behind the other. He predicted that the front vehicle would be security. The senior Royals would be in the car behind. At the front of the motorcade was a TV camera guy, walking backwards with a camera on his shoulder, filming the convoy. Trailing the second car were all those who had decided to get to the church on foot. Danny instantly picked out Violet 2 and his missus. Violets 1 and 3 were walking in a little group on the far side of the vehicle. There were 3 CP guys. The unnecessary sunglasses gave them away, and Yellow 7 trailing at the back with Tony beside him. Tony was the only security guy not wearing shades. He appeared to be in deep, flamboyant conversation with his new royal buddy, but Danny, who had been trained to notice such things, and who now zeroed in on him with his scope, observed that even though he was making a show of paying attention to Yellow 7, his eyes were darting all over the place, into the trees on the left and right, up, down, straight ahead, and while he gestured with his left hand, his right was constantly resting by the buttons of his suit jacket. He was ready to grab his sidearm if the situation called for it. Tony was on high alert, no question. Danny, too. The weakness he had felt since arriving in the UK had fallen away. Everything seemed crystal clear. He had failed to locate the terrorists' shooting position. Now he only had one choice: wait for them to shoot, then follow the line of fire. He turned his attention from the motorcade towards the trees on the other side of the road. They were dark, gnarled shapes in the mist, easy to hide in, difficult to penetrate. If there was a shooter waiting, or more than one, Danny was still sure that they would be using the tree cover by the side of the route to hide. Motorcade distance, 25 meters. Danny lowered his scope and turned to peer through the woods on his side of the road. Nothing moved. Back to the motorcade. Yellow 7 was talking at Tony, 19 to the dozen. Tony was nodding vaguely, but Danny could see that really he was trying to look through the tree line on both sides. 20 meters. Danny's heart was thumping. There were no militants on this side of the road, he decided. He would have seen them by now, or they would have seen him. He decided to concentrate on the trees at the far side. With their mist-shrouded, gnarled shapes, some of them even looked like people. Spotting a shooter at this distance, in these conditions, was a massive ask. But when the motorcade was 15 meters distant, he spotted something. It moved. A grey silhouette, the height of a man. Danny trained his rifle, zoning out the thick knot of mist and trees, focusing on that moving silhouette. His finger rested carefully on the trigger. His eyes tightened. The figure had stopped. Danny had a decision to make. Should he fire? A suppressed round would be all but inaudible. He wouldn't give away his presence. He could stop an imminent attack. But he'd also lose the chance of getting a lead to his daughter. And what if this figure in the trees was entirely innocent, like the photographer he'd just put to the ground? Danny took his eye from the scope and checked the position of the motorcade. It was now almost adjacent to his position. Distance, 10 meters. Yellow 7 was laughing loudly. Tony was grinning, but also looking left and right, his gun hand still at the ready. He suddenly locked gazes with Danny. He had clearly picked him out behind the tree line, the only one of the Royal CP team who had done so. Tony raised an eyebrow. It was a sly, arrogant expression, but Tony couldn't hide his anxiousness. The slight twitch around the eyes, the way he momentarily bit his lower lip. But he did nothing to reveal Danny's location. Danny himself looked back through his scope. The motorcade passed in front of it. The black vehicles dominated Danny's field of view. He had to pull away again and watch the Royals pass with his naked eye. Tony glanced in his direction once more, then to the left. Danny's heart thumped. He was waiting for the shot, waiting for one of them to go down, waiting for the bastard militant who could lead him to his daughter to reveal himself. He could hear Yellow 7's braying voice barking a boorish laugh. Tony was still smiling, still glancing occasionally towards Danny, and now the motorcade had passed his position. Danny moved through the trees, keeping adjacent to the vehicles, every sense on high alert. The motorcade had another 30 meters to travel before it cleared the tree cover on either side of the road. He took a moment to scan the trees on the other side through his scope. Again, the gnarled, mist-shrouded trunks came into focus. Again, he thought he saw a figure mirroring Danny's own movement alongside the vehicles. The figure increased its speed, so now it was in position just ahead of the motorcade. Danny kept up, stopping when the figure stopped, raising his weapon, trying to see the face through his scope. The mist cleared momentarily. His target's features flashed across the scope's field of view. White skin, Headset, boom mic. This was no shooter. It was a member of the Royal CP team. Danny lowered his weapon. He was sucking in lungfuls of air. The motorcade cleared the tree line. The CP guy emerged from the trees on the other side of the road. Tony looked back over his shoulder, sneering dismissively at Danny. The motorcade entered the cordoned-off area in front of the church. The royals peeled off to shake hands with their adoring public. They were completely unharmed. Chapter 24. London, 09:58 hours.
All units, this is Unit Base. The PM has arrived. Repeat, the PM has arrived.
Barker stood up and looked back down the aisle of the Abbey. He could see the Prime Minister's entourage rather than the PM himself. A huddle of approximately 10 people entering the building. 3 CP guys to the front. 2 girls, the PM's daughters. His wife. The PM was in there somewhere, but Barker couldn't see him. More CP guys at the back. Everyone in the congregation, it was full now and buzzing, had turned their heads to take a look. Barker turned his attention elsewhere. The podgy clergyman with the sweaty upper lip had taken his place up at the altar. His ornate communion chalice was right in front of him. To either side, set slightly back, were 2 more clergymen. And behind them, in the facing choir pews, 50 or 60 young choristers, all boys. Barker's eyes shot back to the clergyman. Was it his imagination, or did they look nervous? He glanced over at his mate, Connor, who was standing by a column on the other side of the Abbey. He was watching the clergyman too, watching him very closely. "Move!" Barker started. The PM's entourage had reached him. One of the CP guys was nudging him. Barker stepped to one side, allowing the security guys, then the PM, then the girls, then the PM's wife, to take their seats. Barker took his own position in the same row in the seat next to the aisle. He had barely glanced at the famous face of the Prime Minister, which he was seeing in the flesh for the first time. The organ music swelled, then stopped. Silence in the Abbey. Someone coughed. It echoed around the vaults. Silence again. The clergyman at the altar raised his hands, palms outward. "My brothers and sisters," he announced. His voice, picked up by the small microphone on his lapel, echoed over the loudspeakers. "In the name of Christ, I—" Feedback squeaked over the loudspeakers. The sweating priest hesitated. He lowered his hands and moved them to his belt area, hidden by the altar. It was pure instinct that made Barker move his hand to his own holster, and from the corner of his eye he saw Connor taking several steps forward from his position in the wings. Just as Barker was feeling for his sidearm, however, his earpiece burst into life again. Barker recognized Conlin's withering voice.
"Relax, everyone. He's adjusting his microphone pack."
Barker let his hand fall to his side. The priest cleared his throat and tried again. "In the name of Christ, I welcome you. We have come together to—" Barker zoned out as the clergyman droned on. Hyper-aware, he sensed movement up on the side balcony, but a quick glance told him it was a regiment shooter shifting position. Movement to the right. It was just one of the PM's kids fidgeting. "Through scripture and silence, prayer and song." Movement behind the altar. Barker caught his breath. Everything went into slow motion, because he had suddenly realized, beyond question, where the threat lay. All of the choristers standing in the pews behind the altar were under 16, some of them much younger than that. All white, except one. He stood out, not just on account of his dark skin and black hair among the blue-eyed, blonde angels surrounding him, but also because he was the only one moving. As the priest droned on, he had bent down, looking nervously from left to right, and was now holding a navy-blue rucksack in front of him. One of the adjacent choir boys looked at his companion, confused, a bit irritated. He clearly hadn't been expecting this to happen. It was more than hijinks, it was unusual. It was as if everything else in the Abbey had become a blur. The only person on whom Barker was focused was the dark-skinned chorister.
Barker stepped out into the aisle. He strode up towards the altar. Somewhere on the edge of his perception, he sensed that the priest had stopped talking. He pulled his sidearm, unlocking it as he picked up pace towards the altar. Voices in his ear.
Barker, what the hell are you doing? Stand down! Repeat, stand down!
Barker did not stand down. He continued past the altar, running now, his weapon raised and held in two hands, the choir boy firmly in his sights. Someone screamed, several people. There was shouting all around. As Barker homed in on his target, the other choir boys fell to the ground like wilting flowers. His target, however, remained standing, clutching the rucksack close to his chest like it was the most precious thing in the world. Distance 10 meters. "Drop the bag!" Barker shouted, and his voice echoed dramatically around the abbey. "I said, drop the bag!" The kid didn't drop it. He clutched it. His face was suddenly twisted in an expression of humiliation and anger. Barker had seen that expression before, the look of a bad guy who knew he'd been thwarted.
Barker, stand down! That's an order!
"Drop the fucking bag!" The kid still didn't drop it. In fact, he seemed to be trying to open the zip. Barker's reaction was immediate and instinctive. He released a single round. The report echoed around the vaults of the abbey as the round slammed hard into the choir boy's left shoulder. Screaming everywhere, confusion behind him, the congregation rushing into the aisle. Barker's earpiece was a sudden burst of such confused shouting that he couldn't make out a single word. His target seemed to spin on his heels with the impact of the round. His white choir robe was suddenly splashed red. The rucksack flew into the air as the kid crumpled in a heap down onto his chorister companions. Barker lunged towards the rucksack, catching it a fraction of a second before it hit the ground. It was heavy. He held it to his chest as his own body thumped to the hard stone floor. He could hear sirens outside, above all the shouting in the abbey, the fierce barking of his regiment mates as they closed in on the altar area, screaming at everyone to hit the ground. He was breathing heavily, sweating. He closed his ears to the anguished shrieks of the chorister he'd just hit, and who was now writhing in agony just a couple of meters away. He ripped open the zip of the rucksack and carefully, gingerly looked inside. There was an iPad. Its screen was shattered. There were bags of sweets, Haribos, Maltesers. There was a hymn book and a phone. But there were no weapons, no explosives. He looked up. He was surrounded by armed regiment men, weapons drawn, faces fierce, but none so fierce as that of his boss, Wallace Conlin, whose jugular was pumping, and whose every expression and body movement told Barker he'd just made his last mistake as a regiment man. Danny Black was numb. He stared from his covert position behind the tree line. 30 meters away, the younger royals were at the cordon, shaking hands with members of the public crowded round to see them, smiling, laughing. The older royals were exiting their vehicle, royal protection officers loitering nearby. A priest was standing in the door of the church, white robes, prayer book in hand, a gentle smile as he surveyed the scene. Danny hardly saw any of it. He'd failed. He'd thrown the dice and lost. He should have listened to Spud, told the authorities what he knew, and enlisted their help in finding his daughter, rather than coming here and clutching at straws. The old nausea washed over him. He felt himself starting to shake, as if all his strength had been drained out of him. The younger royals turned from the members of the public. Still joking with each other, they turned towards the church. Danny collapsed to his knees. He put his head in his hands. Anger was suddenly burning through his veins. He thumped a clenched fist against the bark of a tree and didn't even wince when he felt his skin scraping away. There was a strange ringing sound on the edge of his hearing. It seemed to come from inside his skull. With his face clenched, he shook his head to get rid of it. The sound didn't go. It was high-pitched, needling, distant. He suddenly took a sharp intake of breath. His eyes shot open. He looked up.
The sound was not inside his head. It was airborne. He blinked. A memory crystallized in his mind. The half-burned weather report he'd found in Dulfakar's fire. Wind speeds. Danny had been so sure that piece of paper had indicated a sniper attack. He'd been wrong, because it wasn't just bullets that were affected by wind. He shifted into the firing position, one knee down. He raised his rifle and looked through the sight. All the while he forced himself to focus on the distant whining sound, trying to discern the direction it was coming from. He couldn't. There were footsteps crashing through the trees behind him. He quickly glanced over his shoulder. Spud was there, running towards him, face sweating, eyes wild. "It's a drone strike." Danny finished the sentence for him, getting his eyes back through the sights. That's what the wind report was for. He focused in on the Royals and their CP, particularly on Tony. He showed no sign that he had noticed the sound. "It must be coming from our direction," Danny said quickly. "Tony can't hear it." The high-pitched sound was getting louder. "It's close," Spud stated. Danny stood up. "Mate," Spud hissed, "you can't put yourself out there. Those CP guys see you with a rifle. They'll open up immediately. It'll be a fucking firefight, 10 against 1. Spud was right. Danny raised his rifle so he was covering the airspace above the crowd outside the church. Field of view was too narrow. He lowered the sight slightly to watch the airspace with his naked eye. "Keep eyes on Tony," Danny breathed. "Tell me when he notices the sound." "Roger that." The whining noise sounded like it was very close, grating, threatening. Danny forced himself to take slow, deep breaths to reduce his heart rate. He could feel the blood thumping in his head when, if the time came to take a shot, he needed to time it between those thumps to give himself the best chance of landing his round. "How do you think it's weaponized?" Spud said. "Could be anything," Danny said without taking his eyes off the airspace. "IED, big lump of C5. We're about to find out." A pause. The whining noise was directly overhead. "I didn't believe you," said Spud. "My bad. Just keep your eyes on Tony." Almost immediately Spud responded. "He's got it! He's looking up!" And even as Spud spoke, Danny saw it. The drone looked black against the sky, spider-like. It was about 2 meters in diameter, with 4 small rotor blades on the top, a circular spinning blur. On the underside were 2 landing skids, which made it look like a miniature helicopter, height above the ground approximately 50 feet. It moved at maybe 10 miles an hour in a zigzag formation. Danny's response was almost robotic. He raised his rifle and directed his sight at the patch of airspace through which the drone was speeding. It was a 60-meter shot, tough not only because of the distance, but also because of the erratic movement. It flashed across his field of view too quickly for him to take the shot. But it was enough for him to identify a GoPro camera fitted to the base of the drone and also a second item suspended between the landing skids. A curved bar of metal, chunky and dull-coloured, the convex side pointing towards the earth. Danny immediately recognized it for what it was. He'd seen one very recently in an IS compound in northern Iraq. "Claymore mine," he said tersely. "What about the detonation clackers?" "It must be modified. Remote detonation. If you hit it, the fucking thing'll blow. It'll take out everyone in the vicinity." Danny didn't need telling. The shot had to be right. It had to hit the drone, not the claymore, and he had to do it before the mine was detonated remotely. He panned his sights across the sky. The fast-moving drone crossed his field of view for a second time. His trigger finger twitched, but he didn't take the shot. The drone had moved out of sight again. "It's 20 meters from the crowd," Spud hissed urgently. "They're in the kill zone already." Danny followed the drone. His heart rate was increasing. He could hear shouting from the direction of the crowd. "Get down! Get down!" No screaming yet. The public didn't know what was happening, what danger they were in. "Tony's raised his weapon. He's going to try to take the shot." To take out a drone like that, at distance with a handgun, good luck with that. It needed a harder-hitting round. It needed Danny's rifle shot. The drone came into view again. It was yawing somewhat in mid-air. The claymore mine wobbled precariously. Danny caressed the trigger. Heartbeat. He knew he only had one go. The drone was practically above the crowd. It would detonate any second, but the shot had to be right. Heartbeat. "Take the shot," Spud hissed. "Take the fucking shot, Danny!" Heartbeat. Danny fired. Heartbeat. His suppressed weapon made nothing but a dull knocking sound as Danny expertly absorbed the recoil into his body. At exactly the same time, there was the much louder report of an unsuppressed handgun from the direction of the crowd. Danny knew instinctively that Tony had fired on the drone simultaneously with him. He was in no doubt, however, as to whose round had hit its mark. His. He lowered his weapon, breath held. The whining of the drone had suddenly become even more high-pitched. The rotors were failing. The drone itself was rocking from side to side, struggling to keep height. 40 meters. 30. Danny's eyes were fixed on the distant curved shape of the Claymore mine as it swung like a pendulum, 1 second pointing at the crowd, who were now all crouching on the ground as the Royal CP team started bundling their charges towards the safety of the church. The next second pointing clear of them before swinging back to the crowd, and then away from them again. The motor cut out. The whining stopped. The drone dropped like a stone. The Claymore pointing momentarily towards safety, but it still had the momentum of its last swing. As it hurtled to the ground, it started skewing back towards the crowd. The drone was 20 feet in the air when the Claymore detonated. There was a massive crack that reverberated across the Sandringham grounds as the hundreds of tiny shrapnel beads inside the Claymore sprayed down towards the earth at sickening velocity. The force of the blast knocked the drone up and sideways a couple of meters, while the shrapnel itself made a sound not unlike machine gun fire as it blistered into the metal and glass of the 2 black vehicles parked in front of the church. There was a moment of silence. Then the drone hit the earth with a distinct crash. The royals were still being bundled into the church. The public were on the ground. More security guys were running towards them from the direction of the west gates. Danny couldn't tell at first if any of the crowd had been hit by the Claymore shrapnel. His question was answered in seconds. There was sudden screaming. 3 people, maybe 4. Danny had heard the screams of the wounded enough times to know that he was listening to them now. "Those CP dogs are only interested in the fucking royals," Spud said, his voice slightly wild and highly strung. "We should get to the wounded." Danny turned. "No, we need to find the fuckers who are controlling that drone." A shadow fell across Spud's face. "They could be anywhere," he said hoarsely. "Those drones have a range of, 2 miles? We can't—" "I said we need to find the—" He was cut short by the sound of gunfire. It came from the west. A single shot that echoed across the misty morning. There was another surge of screams from the crowd. Danny barely heard them. He started sprinting through the trees towards the perimeter of the grounds. He gave no thought to silence or subtlety now. He crashed through the mist and the undergrowth, vaguely aware of Spud following just behind, his only objective to find the source of that gunshot. Perhaps someone had caught up with whoever had been controlling the drone. That thought was all he had now, his only lead to Mujahid and to his family. They hit the perimeter fence in less than a minute, about 25 meters from the west gate. They could hear shouting and chaos from the direction of the church. The gate itself, however, was unmanned. "We can't use the gate," Spud said immediately. "There'll be cameras. People will know we've been on site." Danny sniffed. He raised his rifle, looked through the sight, and in a matter of seconds had located the position of the security camera overlooking the entrance. A simple shot. He released a single suppressed round and immediately saw the camera shatter and fall limply to one side. "Move," he told Spud. They ran along the perimeter fence. When they hit the gate, Danny briefly glanced left. He could see the church 50 meters away. The crowd back on their feet, chaos, shouting. A good moment to slip away. They ran through the gates and across the road. There was a visitor center here. It was closed naturally, the environs deserted. Danny and Spud thundered past the little collection of buildings to find a car park beyond them. Maybe 50 cars, obviously belonging to the Sandringham visitors. And surrounding the car park, shrouded in heavy mist, was thick forest. Danny sprinted to the far end of the car park. This was the direction from which the gunshot had come. He burst into the trees again, Spud close behind. Visibility through the trees and the mist, 10 meters max. He forged 20 meters beyond the tree line. A dead body was slumped against the foot of a gnarled old tree. The man was clearly freshly shot, straight in the face. His features were unrecognizable, and the blood was flowing freely. He was still clutching something, a handheld screen in a tough, rugged case which was covered in spatters of gore. The corpse's hands told Danny that he was dark-skinned. Danny's stomach turned to ice. Was this Mujahid? Had he been killed before he could give Danny the information he needed? "Is that him?" Spud asked. Danny stepped up to the corpse. He put his hand underneath the sticky, dripping chin, lifted the head, and with his free hand wiped more blood away from the neck. There was no scar. "No," Danny said, letting the chin drop heavily to the corpse's chest again. "Not him." "Drone that size," Spud said, "needs 2 operators. One to watch the camera footage and navigate, the other to operate the controls." Danny stood up straight and looked around. His sharp eyes immediately picked something out. There was a tree sucker, 6 paces to the north, with several sharp thorns sprouting from the side. Hanging from one of these thorns was a thread of red fiber. Someone had brushed against it as they passed. "Someone must have been onto them," Danny said. "If they killed this guy, they'll be trying to kill Mujahid too." Danny couldn't let that happen. They started running through the forest again. The trees grew thicker all around, but there was a clear animal trail through them, the path of least resistance which anyone running in this direction would have followed. 30 meters from the corpse, Danny noticed that a tree branch crossing the trail had half snapped. The lesion was fresh, so it was pointing in the direction he was running, confirmation that he was heading the right way. More confirmation came 30 seconds later in the form of another gunshot. It was loud and close, and it was immediately followed by the sound of a scream, which faded away into a pained whimper. The sound stopped Danny in his tracks. He stared, breathing heavily through the thick trees. The mist was thick, like smoke, barely 5 meters visibility now. But there was no doubt about it. The pained sound was coming from straight ahead. Danny's best estimate was that whoever it came from was 20 meters from their position. He prepped his weapon, safety off, butt into the shoulder. Spud did the same. "If it's Mujahid, we need him alive," Danny reminded his mate under his breath. "Shame," Spud replied. They advanced, stepping more carefully now, keeping footfall to a minimum. He didn't know what he was about to stumble across, but he knew he had to be prepared to fight. So once more, his weapon was an extension of his body. If Danny turned, the weapon would turn, and whoever got in his way would be the half-inch of a trigger squeeze from death. Figures emerged hazily from the mist, just silhouettes, no faces. Distance, 15 meters. There were 2 people. One was on the ground, leaning against the tree as the previous corpse had been. The other was standing a couple of meters in front of him, one arm stretched out straight at right angles to Danny's trajectory, a handgun in his fist. Danny could tell at a glance that the person holding the gun was not a pro. The arm was locked and shaking, and Danny could tell from his stance that the recoil would knock him backwards. That didn't make him any less dangerous, though, so Danny trained his own weapon directly on the figure while he tried to work out what the hell was going on here. If the corpse they'd already encountered was anything to go by, the guy on the floor, who had just started moaning again, was dark-skinned and probably connected with the drone. Mujahid? Maybe. But who was the guy with the gun? Security services? Police? No way. He was holding that thing like he was scared of it. Distance, 10 meters. "Drop your weapon," Danny shouted. He kept his own rifle firmly trained on its target. The gunman didn't move. He just kept the weapon pointing straight ahead of him. Danny stepped forward. "I said, drop the weapon." As he spoke, the gunman's face, almost in profile, became a little clearer. Those features made him hesitate. They confused him. The gunman had dark skin. Was this Mujahid? It couldn't be. He was too young. 15, 16 at a push. He wore very ordinary clothes, jeans, trainers, an old red hooded top. His dark hair fell in a centre parting. He had on a pair of glasses with thick rims. Sideways on, Danny could just make out that those glasses were being held together by sellotape. He looked like a nerdy kid. Danny moved his gaze to the kid's target on the ground. He instantly felt himself burning up with hatred. This guy had obviously taken a round to the left shoulder and was clutching it with his right hand, but blood was seeping through his fingers. His body shook badly. He was wearing black clothes, a warm waterproof jacket, sturdy boots. Lying to the side of him was a drone control unit with a long silver antenna. Danny focused in on the target's face. He didn't even need to see this bastard's neck. He immediately recognized those features from the video clip he'd seen back at the IS compound in Iraq. He knew it was Mujahid, and it was very obvious that the kid with the gun wanted him dead. Danny took another step closer. He saw that the kid was crying, shoulders shaking, tears running down his cheek. "You need to listen to me very carefully," Danny said, in as neutral a voice as he could muster. "You have to put that gun down. If you don't, I'll have no option but to fire. And trust me, I don't want to do that." There was a pause. The gunman glanced in Danny's direction. Are you the police?" His sobbing voice trembled. "No, not the police, but you still have to drop that weapon." The kid was breathing heavily. He didn't move the gun. "You know what he did," he said. "You know what he did to my mother and father? He hung my father from a tree. He raped my mother and killed her and made me watch. I have tracked him all the way from Syria. It has taken me months. And you think I'm going to let him go now?" He gave a humorless, tear-filled laugh. Danny moved forward again, 2 paces. He was only 5 meters from the gunman, and he spoke with a sudden, quiet urgency. "Let him go. I promise you, my friend, that's the last thing I'm going to let happen to this man. By the time I've finished with him, he's going to wish you'd emptied every round in that weapon straight into his skull. That bullet in the shoulder, it'll be the least of his problems." Another step forward, 3 meters. The kid didn't shift position. His body shook even worse than before. "I can't trust you," he whispered. "I can't trust anyone here." "What's your name?" Danny said. "Joe." "That your real name?" "No." "Doesn't matter to me. You know those things this guy did to your family?" The kid nodded hesitantly. "He's going to do all those things to my family too. If you kill him now, I'll never find them." Danny narrowed his eyes, and then, knowing that Spud would have him covered, he took a gamble. He lowered his weapon. "You're a clever kid, Joe. I can tell that. You know what to do." Joe blinked at him, his eyes still heavy with tears. Then slowly, hesitantly, he let his gun arm fall to his side. The reaction from the kid's target was immediate. Still clutching the wound on his shoulder, he made a sudden and frenzied attempt to scramble to his feet, but Danny was there before he could even stand up. With all the force he could muster, he jabbed the heel of his right foot directly into the gun wound in the militant's shoulder. The guy inhaled sharply with the sudden pain and was clearly about to shout out again when Danny directed a second kick hard into the pit of his stomach, winding him so badly that Danny knew he wouldn't be able to shout out for at least 30 seconds. Danny bent down, grabbed a chunk of the target's hair and yanked his head back. There, clearly visible, was a scar the shape of a smile that spanned the entire width of his neck. "Hello, Mujahid," he breathed. He leaned in closer so that his lips were just an inch from his target's ear. "My name's Danny Black. Maybe it rings a bell." The effect of his name was immediate. Mujahid started to writhe and struggle, desperately trying to get away. It was a useless attempt. Still clutching his hair, Danny simply slammed his face against the rough bark of the tree, soft enough to keep the bastard conscious, hard enough to hurt. Badly. Then he leaned in again. "I think you've got something that belongs to me," he said. Chapter 25.
What was it? What the bloody hell was it?
Yellow 7 was stammering, his hands shaking. The rest of the royals were at the altar end of the church, surrounded by a ring of close protection officers. Yellow 7 had somehow broken free of them. None of the public had been allowed inside, of course, too great a security risk. Tony could hear their panicked commotion outside as he stood near the church's entrance with Yellow 7 tugging at his arm.
I said, what the bloody hell was it?
"Remotely controlled drone," Tony said. "Modified Claymore mine."
Someone was trying to kill us?
Tony gave him a withering look. "Yes, Your Grace. Someone was trying to kill you. If that drone had been a few meters high when it blew, it would have butchered all of us."
"And you shot that thing down?"
Tony kept his poker face. "Yes," he lied. Yellow 7 blinked.
"There's an honor in this for you, Tony. I'm going to see to it that there's a..."
"You need to get with the other CP guys. The threat could be ongoing."
"Where are you going?"
Tony sniffed. "Hunting for bad guys," he said. He left Yellow 7 standing there and walked out of the church. It was bedlam. Half the crowd was still crouching on the ground, ghostly amid the heavy mist. Mothers were clutching their children and crying. Everybody was avoiding the twisted form of the downed drone, but it was impossible to get away from the stench of cordite in the air, a remnant of the Claymore's explosion. A couple of security guys were tending to the wounded with the help of two men who looked like they might be doctors. A body was lying aside from the others, its face covered with someone's jacket. It looked small, probably a kid. Tony wasn't here to mourn the dead. He was here to find Danny Black. After all the work he'd put in on Yellow 7 and his inbred family, Tony was fucked if he was going to let Black take the glory. He gave the tree lines surrounding the area a cursory scan, but he knew he wouldn't see Danny or Spud there. Because even if everyone else in the chaotic aftermath of the drone strike had missed the sound of gunshots to the north, Tony hadn't. He knew that Danny Black would be following that sound. He started moving clear of the crowd, past the vehicles peppered with Claymore shrapnel, putting the screams of the injured from his head. After only a few seconds, he sensed someone at his shoulder. He turned to see Matt, the whiskey-loving kid from the CCTV room.
"Where are you going, Tony?"
he asked breathlessly. "Checking the perimeter. I'll come with you." Like hell you will, Tony thought. "Mate," he said, "you need to do me a solid. Get into the church, keep an eye on Yellow 7. Don't let him get a bad case of stupid and leave the church before we get the all clear." Matt's face became doubly serious. He nodded and ran back to the church, leaving Tony to start jogging towards the exit. He picked up pace as he drew clear of the crowd, knowing that he would be fading from their view as he headed off into the mist. It had been 3 minutes since the strike. Another 10 minutes, this place would be crawling with armed response units and buzzing with helicopters. He needed to catch up with Black before that happened. Make it clear to him who was running this show. He sprinted through the gates at full pelt. His instinct told him that the gunfire had come from the direction beyond the visitor center on the far side of the perimeter road. He shot through the collection of small buildings to the car park on the other side. He hesitated here for a moment. The car park was surrounded by trees. Where now? His directions came in the form of a second gunshot, directly north, beyond the far end of the car park. Tony didn't know what the hell the gunshot meant, but he followed it anyway. He burst through the trees into the forest, his breath steaming in the mist as he ran. 20 meters on, he came across proof that he was heading in the right direction. A corpse, slumped against a tree, a close-quarter bullet wound to its face, a smashed-up navigation screen in its fist. Tony gave it only the briefest of glances. He scanned the area to the north. his eyes instantly zoomed in on a tree sucker springing up from the ground with a red thread of clothing hanging from one of its thorns. He followed the direction that the marker indicated, surging along an animal trail that showed signs of having been recently followed, bent back branches and the occasional footprint in the softer patches of earth. After 45 seconds, he stopped. There were figures in the mist up ahead. 20 meters, 4 of them. They were just silhouettes, but Tony could make out the squat form of Spud Glover with his back to him. Another figure was slumped up against a tree, and the remaining 2 were close to each other, apparently talking. Muffled voices drifted through the mist towards Tony, but he couldn't hear them clearly. He drew his weapon and stepped forward, slowly, silently. Sudden movement up ahead. One of the figures, Tony could see now that it was Black, had rushed over to the person slumped at the base of the tree. Black had grabbed the figure's hair and was slamming his face against the trunk, bending over to whisper in his ear. Tony was 10 meters from them now, and only 5 from Spud. He saw that the 4th figure was a Middle Eastern-looking kid with thick-rimmed glasses and a shabby red hoodie, awkwardly carrying a handgun. Tony gave himself a moment to take in this scene, to get straight in his head what he thought was happening. Then he cleared his throat. Spud spun round. Instant dislike spread across his face, but that didn't bother Tony. The kid with the glasses shrank back a little. He looked like he was thinking of running. Fine, let the fucker run. Black was the only one Tony was interested in. And as Tony stood there, Black turned towards him, still holding the figure by his hair. Even Tony was surprised by the appearance of his regiment mate. His eyes were bloodshot. His bruised face was pale as death. And when he spoke, his cracked voice was hoarse. "Get out of here, Tony." Tony gave a bleak smile. He stepped forward. Spud stood in his way, weapon raised. "You never were one of life's thinkers, Glover," Tony said. "But even you're not that stupid." With a contemptuous flick of his hand, he brushed Spud's weapon away. Spud didn't stop him as he paced towards Black. "So?" Tony continued coolly. "Looks like you got your man. Has he given you the location of little baby Black yet?" "This is nothing to do with you," Black said. "Take my advice and fuck off out of here. You can tell your new friends it was you who stopped the hit. Let them puncture your chest with medals." "I already have Black. You don't need to worry about that. Of course, that doesn't mean there isn't a bit of unfinished business." Black yanked his prisoner to his feet. The guy's face was scraped bloody, and he looked like he was going to piss himself with fear. "I haven't got time for this," Black said. He looked over at Spud. "Let's move," he said, and he nodded at the young kid with the glasses too. "Come with me," he said. "We need to get you away from the police." Black gave Tony a look of contempt before turning his back on him and facing further into the forest. Tony moved fast while he still had the opportunity, and to stop that moron Spud Glover doing anything stupid, he raised his handgun and fired. There was no question of missing, not at a range of 5 meters, not for Tony. The 9mm round from his handgun slammed straight into the back of Danny Black's prisoner. Tony knew that the round would enter his heart from behind and kill him instantly. The sound of Tony's weapon resounded through the forest. Mujahid collapsed. Danny jumped back as he fell. The world seemed to spin. He fell to his knees, preparing to administer CPR to try to keep his prisoner alive, but it was totally obvious that Mujahid was dead already. No breathing, no pulse, blood seeping from his back. Danny got to his feet again, deadly slow. He turned to Tony. Spud looked genuinely panicked, like he didn't know what to do. For a moment, Danny thought he saw a twinge of fear in Tony's face. Like the sight of Danny walking slowly towards him had got him thinking he'd maybe gone too far. But the expression died quickly and was replaced with Tony's regular arrogant swagger. A sudden scuffle. Spud had kicked Tony behind the knee. It was impossible for Tony to remain standing. He collapsed. A moment later, Danny and Spud were standing over him, weapons pointing down at him. What the hell? Danny could hardly talk. He felt like he was hyperventilating. That man, my daughter. You knew! Tony slowly got to his feet. Poor Danny Black, he said, as insultingly as possible. But let's look on the bright side. Not only did I shoot down the drone that was going to take out, 150 people, I also just stuck around in the heart of the fucker responsible. That's got to be worth a bit of a celebration, for me at least. I'd say this is turning into my day. Danny pressed the barrel of his rifle into Tony's chest. Maybe, he breathed. Your day's about to take a turn for the worse. Tony looked meaningfully at the two weapons pointing at him. Then he smiled again, this time as though he was genuinely amused. You're not going to shoot me, he said quietly. Nor's your monkey. You're too cute for that, Black. Give it a few minutes, this place is going to be crawling. Security, armed response, military. Do you really want to explain to them why they found me with a round from your stolen regiment weapon embedded in my chest? Who's going to save your darling little daughter when they've stuffed you in a prison cell? Silence. Nobody moved. I'm leaving now, fellas, Tony said. Do yourselves a favour and don't try to stop me. He stepped backwards. Neither Danny nor Spud lowered their weapons, but they didn't fire them either. As Tony continued to move backwards, there was a new sound. A helicopter somewhere overhead, clearly heading towards the attack site. Here comes the cavalry, Tony said. Get the hell out of here now, and I won't tell anyone you've been sniffing around Sandringham, or that you knew about the hit and failed to warn anyone. It can be our little secret, right? He turned his back on them, a deliberate gesture. And a brave one. Danny was burning with rage. He was on the point of releasing a round. But Tony's words had rung true. There was no turning back from shooting a regiment mate in cold blood. Hold your fire, he breathed to Spud. They lowered their weapons. The chopper was louder, almost directly overhead. A searchlight cut through the canopy in the mist. Tony stopped. He let the chopper pass, then he turned again. Word of advice, fellas, he called. Next time you want to screw me over, like you did after that op in the Med, think twice, yeah? Tony cocked his head as though listening to something. Danny heard it too. Voices, many, from the direction of the Sandringham estate. Moving this way, a self-satisfied smile spread across Tony's face. I'd get out of here, Danny Black, he said. He jogged away and disappeared into the mist. Chapter 26. Danny! Spud's voice was little more than a low, urgent hiss. Danny barely heard it. He was still in shock. Mate, we've got to get out of here. We can't let them find us. If they... You... Danny said. He had turned to look at the young man with the glasses and the red hoodie. The kid who'd called himself Joe was still holding his gun, but he was now staggering backwards into the forest, his eyes wild. I'm not going to hurt you, Danny said. Spud stepped even closer to Danny. Fuck's sake, mucker! Let him go! If we get our collars felt, we're going to... Danny shrugged him off. The voices in the forest were getting nearer. He didn't care. He stepped towards Joe. How did you get here? He said. Joe blinked heavily, but didn't answer. Danny pointed towards Mujahid's bleeding corpse. You knew where to find him, he said. How? Danny, Spud hissed. If we don't go now, we're fucked. Spud was right. The voices were loud now, close, 30 meters, maybe less. He nodded. Together they jogged past the corpse towards Joe. "Stick with us," Danny told him, "and you'll be okay." Joe nodded nervously. He let Danny take his weapon. Danny made the handgun safe, then grabbed Joe's arm. "Run," he said. The trio sprinted off in a northwesterly direction, into the penetrating mist of the forest. Danny and Spud made almost no noise as their boots skimmed over the forest floor. The kid was more of a problem. He was gangly and awkward. Dead branches crunched heavily under his feet, and he was out of breath within 30 seconds. Danny didn't let go of him. He couldn't let him drag behind. He couldn't lose him. They ran for 2 minutes, then stopped. "What are we—" Joe started to ask, but Danny silenced him. He listened carefully. The sound of voices had disappeared. He looked inquiringly at Spud. "Nothing," Spud breathed. "Tony will be telling them that he caught up with and shot the target," Danny said. "They're still going to scour the area for accomplices," Spud pointed out. "We're going to be compromised in the next 10 minutes. We've got to keep moving." Danny consulted his mental map. "By my reckoning, our vehicle's about a click northeast of here," he said. "Agreed?" "Agreed," Spud said. They'd parked it in a road siding, well clear of the Sandringham estate. "We can make it in 5. "I can't run," Joe gasped. "I have to rest." Danny turned to him. "You're a Muslim kid in the vicinity of a terror attack. Trust me, you can't rest yet." "We need to get our bearings first," Spud said. Danny watched as his mate hurried up to a tree trunk. He circled it, examining to see which part of the trunk had the most moss. That would tell them which way was south. After a couple of seconds, Spud nodded and pointed off at an angle. "That way," he said. Danny still didn't let go of Joe as they changed trajectory. The mist swirled and curled around them. Occasionally, a voice drifted through the trees towards them. Hard to determine the direction from which it came. They had no option but to keep running and to hope that they had their own direction right. 6 minutes, they hit a road. Joe was gasping for air. Danny looked to the right. The rented Honda was just visible by the side of the road, 15 metres distant. Their bearings had been spot on. He was about to lead the others towards it when the sound of a siren hit their ears, distant but approaching. He yanked Joe back into the cover of the trees. 20 seconds later, 2 police cars screamed past. Their sirens faded. Danny, Spud and Joe remained statue still. The only noise was Joe's heavy breathing. But now there was a new sound, another chopper overhead. Danny looked up. Through the bare canopy of the forest, he suddenly saw the charcoal-grey silhouette of a military helicopter about 100 feet up, its edges blurred and ill-defined because of the mist. It was moving fast and south, towards the Sandringham estate. "Let it pass," Danny breathed. 30 seconds later, it was out of earshot. Joe had regained his breath. Now the only sound was the persistent dripping of condensation from tree branches all around them. "Get to the vehicle," Danny said. "Now." They sprinted across the road. Once they were at the Honda, Danny threw the keys to Spud. "Drive," he said. He turned to Joe. "You, in the back with me." Joe looked scared. His patched-up glasses had slipped down his face, which was sweating and dirty. He seemed very unsure that he should do what Danny said. "Unless you get in the car with us," Danny told him, "you're going to be picked up by the security services. Do you think they're not going to shoot the only Muslim in the vicinity of a major terrorist event?" His words obviously hit home. Joe's face twitched. Spud pressed the key fob to unlock the car doors. Joe clambered into the back. Danny opened the boot. He and Spud carefully placed their weapons inside, then he climbed into the back while Spud took the wheel. There were no tire screeches, no revving of the engine. Spud clearly understood that if they were to get out of here, they needed to keep under the radar. He switched on the headlamps to burn through the mist and trundled carefully onto the road. Danny turned to Joe. "How did you know where to find him?" Joe was digging his nails into his palm. "Are you sure I'm not in trouble?" "You're in a world of trouble, Joe, unless you stick with me.
But you've got to tell me, how did you know where to find him?
Joe drew a deep breath.
I tracked him,
he said. Danny shook his head. I don't get it, he said. How?
I was forced to work for Daesh in Syria after Mujahid killed my mum and dad.
What sort of work?
Computer systems, social media. They wanted me because I'm...
He searched around for the right phrase.
Because I'm good at it,
he finished a bit feebly.
I told your security services this. They tried to threaten me. I ran away.
How did you track him, Joe?
Through his communications with Daesh and through his phone.
Danny stared at him. How long have you been doing that for? He asked. His heart was pumping hard.
A couple of days,
Joe said. Danny was almost too scared to ask the question. So, you know where he's been? He breathed. Joe nodded. Exactly where he's been.
Of course.
Can you show me? The kid looked at the rucksack on his lap.
I need a lead for my laptop, he said, and power.
Danny's mouth was suddenly dry. He tasted something almost, but not quite, like excitement. You got it, he said. Guy Thackeray, director of MI6, looked sick. It seemed that with every minute that passed, a new piece of information, each one worse than the last, reached his ears. An innocent choir boy shot in Westminster Abbey in full view of the PM by an out-of-control SAS man. A terrorist strike at Sandringham, 3 casualties, including 1 child. If Thackeray still had a job by Boxing Day, it would be a miracle. But that wasn't the worst of it. The news out of Iraq had left him dumbstruck. The CIA negotiating with Islamic State. The Americans withholding intelligence from the British because they planned to strike a deal with IS, just like they'd cozied up to the Mujahideen in the 80s. No wonder Langley was avoiding his calls. But they couldn't avoid him forever. And now the secure phone in his office overlooking the London skyline on this brutal Christmas day was ringing. He picked it up. "Thackeray," he said.
"Guy, it's Al."
Al Scott, his counterpart at Langley.
"I have to tell you, Guy, we got some pretty pissed individuals here at the agency and in Washington."
Thackeray didn't trust himself to speak, so he didn't.
"It seems your guy Danny Black had every opportunity to help our mole escape out there in Iraq, but didn't. Blew her cover instead. One of our deepest agents, too. Plenty of folk this side of the water want to have a word with him, Guy. Plenty of people."
Silence on the line. Thackeray breathed deeply.
"Listen carefully, Al," he said very quietly. "Wars have been started for less than this. I recommend you think about that very carefully. Back up there, Thackeray. We will not be... And another thing, Al. If it comes to my attention that Danny Black or any of my guys involved in that operation so much as trip up in the street and graze their knee, you're going to find that your agents in London start meeting with accidents."
Silence. The door opened. Alice Cracknell walked in. Her face was haunted.
"It's the PM," she mouthed. "He wants to see you now." "I hope I've made myself clear, Al,"
Thackeray said, and he put down the phone. He looked at Alice.
"Where is he?"
he demanded.
"We don't know," she said. "He's just..."
She spread her hands.
"He's just disappeared."
Thackeray stepped out from behind his desk.
"He's in danger,"
he said.
"Find him."
"But, sir—"
"Find Danny Black!"
Thackeray shouted, and he stormed out of the office. Christmas Day. Nothing was open. Spud drove carefully through the wide, flat Norfolk scenery. past closed-up roadside burger vans and through sleepy towns with fairy lights twinkling in the windows and no pedestrians on the streets. The only indication that this Christmas Day was different to any other was the police presence. They passed countless police cars heading in the opposite direction, their neon lights flashing but their sirens switched off. They saw 5 choppers speeding back the way they'd come, including a Chinook. They passed several military trucks, heavy and khaki-coloured, carrying troops to the strike area. Each one made Danny's pulse race. They couldn't risk being stopped. It wasn't that he cared about anyone finding the weapons stashed carelessly in the boot of this rented vehicle. It wasn't that they were AWOL. It wasn't that they had a wanted former IS associate in the back of the car. It was simply this: the clock was ticking. And with every second that passed, Clara and Rose's chances of survival diminished. 11:47 hours. Spud slowed down as they approached a roundabout. There was a little chef off the second exit. 5 or 6 cars were parked out front. It looked open. "Pull over there," Danny instructed. "Who has their fucking Christmas lunch at a little chef?" Spud murmured as he drove towards the restaurant and parked up. 2 dirty, tired, grizzled regiment men, a scared Muslim kid in tow. Danny knew they looked like an unusual trio as they entered the restaurant, which stank of grease and bad coffee. He didn't care. He told the spotty teenage waitress that they needed a seat by a power socket. They were led to one with bad grace. They asked for the Wi-Fi code and ordered black coffee. Danny and Spud watched as the kid plugged in his laptop using Danny's lead. "It will take a couple of minutes to power up," he said. Danny nodded. He looked around. There were 4 other parties in here. All of them were eyeing the kid with barely concealed mistrust. On the far wall, a TV was on. BBC News. The sound was down, but that didn't matter to Danny. He recognized the aerial shots of Sandringham House and grounds. Stills of the church and of Yellow 7 and the other royals. Danny thought he caught a glimpse of Tony standing there behind them. The footage cut to Westminster Abbey, crowds, a high police presence. A part of his mind wondered what had been happening there, but he was too focused on other things to care deeply. "It's on," Joe said. His fingers flew across the keyboard, opening up windows that displayed lines of impenetrable code. Then, after 30 seconds, a map appeared. Joe tapped on the screen, and Danny examined it. There were pins placed in the map, many of them, at approximately 5mm intervals. They described a journey. It started in London, moved along the roads Danny knew so well, to Hereford. From Hereford, it moved northeast to Birmingham. From Birmingham, the trail disappeared. But then there were more pins on the North Norfolk coast. Joe pointed at the gap between the two. "He must have removed the battery from his phone between here and here," he said. "How long was he in Birmingham?" Joe hovered over the pins. "About 2 hours," he said. "On the morning of the 23rd. "Can you give me an address?" Joe swallowed hard. He typed a few more lines of code, cross-referenced a GPS location. "Yes," he said, "I can." "Danny," Spud said quietly. He glanced towards the counter at the front of the restaurant. The spotty waitress was on the phone. She had one hand over the mouthpiece, as though talking secretly. She was looking at the 3 of them and occasionally glancing towards the TV screen. Danny pulled out a £20 note and left it on the table. "Pack up," he said. The kid blinked at him, then shut down the lid on his computer and quickly stuffed it into his rucksack. By that time, Danny and Spud were already on their feet. They strode to the exit, Joe scurrying behind them. The waitress slammed her phone down, guilt written all over her face. Back at the vehicle, they took their usual seats. Danny turned to Joe. "The address," he said. "Give it to me." "Milton Road," he said. I'm sorry, I can't tell you the number." That didn't matter. For Danny Black, it was information enough. Ray Hammond's landline was ringing. So was his mobile. He ignored them both and stared at the member of regiment support staff standing nervously at the other side of his desk.
"What?"
he snapped. They've been sweeping the ground at Sandringham. They found a box of ammo in the bushes near the strike area. They came from the regiment armoury. We've just checked it. There are several items missing. 2 assault rifles, 2 handgun sights, radio equipment, ammo.
"Yeah, I get the fucking picture," Hammond spat. "Did you call Danny Black and Spud Glover in?"
We tried to, boss.
"What do you mean you tried to?"
"They're not at home. We called, sent people round—" Hammond covered his eyes with his hands.
"Find him."
"Boss, he's gone AWOL."
"Don't give me fucking excuses!" Hammond roared.
The guy swallowed hard. "We've had a report of 2 men answering their description in a little chef about 80 miles from Sandringham," he stuttered. "But I don't think it can be them. They had a Middle Eastern kid with them. I mean, surely he's not—"
"Just find him!" Hammond shouted. "Just find Danny Black!"
Night had fallen. Milton Road was an unpleasant street on the northern edge of Birmingham. Houses along one side, lock-ups along the other. There were no Christmas lights here. It wasn't that kind of area. The mist had stuck around all day. Now the temperature had dropped, and the fog seemed to freeze against everything. The windows, the tarmac, the metal of Danny and Spud's weapons. The car was parked at the top of the street. Danny, Spud and Joe were standing on the opposite side of the road next to a lock-up whose grey garage door was fastened with a huge padlock. "You can stay," Danny said. "We'll find a place for you." Joe shook his head. I want to disappear. It shouldn't be too hard. I've been learning how to be invisible." Danny inclined his head. He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a thick wad of notes, which he handed over to Joe. The kid looked hesitant. "Take it," Danny said. "Find somewhere warm to stay. You ever need me, get a message to RAF Credenhill. Can you remember that?" "RAF Credenhill." He took the money and gave Danny a grateful look. "If you're going to go," Danny said, "it's best you go now." Joe glanced up the road. "Are you going to kill them?" he asked. Danny sniffed. "What's your real name, Joe?" "Yusuf," the kid said. Danny nodded. "It's best you go now, Yusuf," he said. The kid stuffed the money into his trousers and stuck his hands in the pockets of his hoodie. He nodded at Danny and Spud, then turned his back on them and walked away into the freezing mist. Danny and Spud watched until his grey silhouette disappeared. "Good kid, that," Spud said. Then, as they both turned to look the other way, "Ready?" Danny looked down at himself. He was filthy, covered in blood, sweat and mud. He removed his cig from its holster, cocked the weapon, and then made it safe. When he looked back at Spud, he saw that his mate had done the same. "Ready," he said. They walked calmly and silently down the street. They heard music coming from one of the houses, distinctively Arabic. They passed that house and 3 others before stopping. They were outside house number 9. It looked just like all the others, with one small difference. Just to the side of the front door was a pram. Danny recognized it, recognized the multicoloured toy tied to the handle that he had bought for his daughter just 6 days ago. In the front window was hung a thick-neck curtain. Behind that curtain was the silhouette of a woman holding a child. She was pacing the room, swaying from side to side, clearly trying to comfort the baby. Spud turned to Danny. "Shall we go get them?" he said. Danny nodded. He flicked off the safety catch of his weapon. Then he and Spud advanced towards the house.